Copernicus. Yo, chat, what is up, and welcome back. I don't think there's been much in terms of developments on either of the recent little deep dives, but we'll pop in. We'll take a look around. I think there's been some minor updates regarding the bricks and minifigs situation.
So if you are unaware about this,
yeah, stop. So I guess we'll try and get refreshed on the bricks and minifigs. I guess I figure that's a good place to start. We'll start with a nice easy laugh because Patreon came out and just like collapsed fucking BAM. Funny. I found it to be really, really quite amusing, honestly, because BAM deserves it. And they're horrible people. Oh, tab over.
A man sits down.
Whoa. You're supposed to know where you're looking, Streamlabs. What are you doing? All right. I was looking in the right place. See what Leonard's got to say. I think he's going to be talking about the I think
He runs one of the largest
Patreon's
platforms on the internet,
announcement.
the place where a great many creators, this
Yeah.
channel included, get paid to do their work. He has on the screen multiple legal documents, a verified complaint, a court's
This was
restraining
super
order,
funny.
a formal demand that he delete a creator's account and the videos behind it. He shows the documents, names the names, and then tells the company that filed them politely and on camera that they can stuff it.
I wish he'd have used better words.
And if they don't like it, they can sue.
They're not going to sue. That's the whole thing. They're quite afraid of discovery.
Because the thing that Chief Executive Jack Conte of Patreon understands and is betting that his audience will understand by the time he's done is that the order he's holding doesn't run against him. He isn't a party to the lawsuit. A company can wave a court's order at you all it likes, but an order from a case you're not in is not the same as an order against you. He read that demand, recognized he was being asked to obey a command pointed at somebody else, and declined in the most public way available to him. Colorful,
comedy gold,
and correct, and, I think, deliberate on both counts. But to see why he's right, you have to start with the order itself, the one a judge in Provo, Utah signed on the morning of June 2nd, 7 pages, the court's seal at the top of the first one, the timestamp beside it, 10:16 in the morning. The order does a lot of things. Near the end, in a lettered paragraph most people will never read, it does one thing in particular. It commands that a set of videos that between them have been watched millions of times, be taken down, removed from every platform that carries.
I mean, I'll be honest, realistically, people should just go out and hard save some copies of those videos just in case they make progress on that. And then other people just re-disseminate the videos. I mean, sure, I guess they could go to court for like every single thing, but when millions of people are suddenly reposting that video, it's going to be really hard to track down every single one. And then on top of it, spread them around. Don't just put them all on YouTube. Drop it on Live Leak. Drop it anywhere. But go drop them on Pornhub. Yeah, you know what I mean? They want to play chase the video and get them all taken down. I think people should spread his video all over the place. Give him proper accreditation and all of that, of course. Absolutely don't take credit for his work. But if they're gonna try and silence him, I think it'd be really funny if people just propped it right back up. But yeah, Patreon's not going to budge, and arguably it's the best decision that they could make, in my opinion, because like Patreon's whole premise is that like they're supposed to be a like safe monetized place to run your content where you can't just be unfairly suppressed and stuff of that nature. Of course, obviously, if you want to truly go unsuppressed, you got to go over to Rumble. Rumble will happily tell them to pound sand and like fax them back photo images of the CEO flipping them off. Rumble is excellent for that. That's why I main feed through Rumble, even though it's probably my least popular platform at the moment. But you know, Rumble's like, I would argue, the youngest of the platforms I'm on as well. So its development is, I would think, fairly on par with what it should be. Like it's just the smaller platform. You know what I mean? Like, and that's not like knocking it or anything. You know, I'm not talking shit. They're just they're very fresh to the game because they saw all the corruption across the platforms and YouTube and Twitch and other things. Just like, oh, we're just gonna silence you through company arbitration. So yeah, if you want the best legal protections you can get for your content as a content creator, I would recommend going to Rumble.
Incoming
And if you're on the other platforms, that doesn't stop anything. You can, like, I mean, you may have multi-stream, you may not. I don't have multi-stream, but Rumble has a built-in repeating function, so I just single stream to Rumble and then repeater bounce it to the other platforms. So not only do they arguably do the most to protect the creators on their platform, but they also afford you more and less functions. I would argue they provide you more like straight to the business kind of functions and definitely less of the like, isn't this fun? Let's all like make noises. Like there's not a lot of the integrations for things like the soundboards and stuff like that. So they're a little bit more serious in that sense from the platform development side. But they do offer you things that the other platforms, or I would argue, really don't. I don't think any of the other platforms let you use their server to then repeat, like to host repeaters of your content. But Rumble does. So, I mean, anybody who's been considering Rumble, and if you're on other platforms like Twitch or Kick or YouTube, or there are numerous others, Rumble will integrate with those. You can integrate it as a repeater, so you can pretty much not change hardly anything you're currently doing, and pretty much just change the first location your content goes on the way out, and yeah, pipe it to Rumble. Then you let Rumble pipe it everywhere else. It's good stuff. Good protections. I would argue of all the content creation outlets, Rumble is definitely the most on the side of the content creator as opposed to on the side of making $1. But let's see what Patreon had to say.
It is the kind of order a company asks for when it wants something to stop existing. And here's what happened since it was signed.
Welcome, Banned Thought 77
The videos are
TTV.
still up.
Hey,
New ones have gone up
banned.
since. One
No
platform has already
worries,
said
brother.
no
As
out
I
loud
seen that
if they take the
notification
word
go
and
out,
it's-
and
spend
I mean,
my waking
I was
nights
out in the
in another
yard
corner of the
doing
copyright
yard work
litigation
and
over
stuff,
file
so
sharing.
you were kind of just in my
Corner,
pocket.
the one this order sits in,
So I didn't really
is the
see
one
what
I
was
find
going
myself
on,
repeating
but
over and over.
I was there in spirit, brother.
People to erase what they've published in the United States.
Thanks for the
Is
cheer.
very close to the
Are you
most
winning?
disfavored thing a court can do. One thing once, so I don't have to keep
You
saying
getting
it,
any
nothing
dubs?
in this case has been
I'm watching some developments on the bricks and minifigs scandal. Nice. It's good stuff. I guess bricks and minifigs. They sent a cease and desist and some other like legal bullshit to Patreon about a creator who's exposing all their fraud and corruption and stuff. And the CEO of Patreon basically came out and was like, "This is this request. This is that one. Eat it. You got a problem with us not doing it? You can sue us." And yeah, Patreon's a significantly larger company than Bricks and Minifigs, but it's just like funny in an ironic way because that was Bricks and Minifigs like punchline to weaponize against normal people. They're just like, "Oh, we stole your stuff. You think you deserve it back? Well, you could try and sue us." So it was just really like amusing to see that tongue in cheek, like
one side talking.
mirror
The order I'm
delivery.
about to walk you through was signed without the other side in the room, and I'll say alleged where it matters most and trust you to carry it everywhere else.
Yeah, the last few days have
Case
been
is
like
Bail
legal stuff.
Franchising and others versus Benjamin Schneider and others in Utah's 4th District Court. The order is a temporary restraining order, a TRO, and I pulled the signed sealed copy from the court's own records. Most of the order is the ordinary kind of thing. It tells the defendants to stop making death threats and bomb threats, to stop publishing people's home addresses, to stop doxing, to stay 1,000 yards back from the stores and the homes, to quit impersonating delivery drivers and police officers and court officials, to stop placing signs that say the company stole an old man's life savings.
But they did.
Far, and it's unremarkable. Courts restrain conduct like that all the time. Threats and trespass and impersonation are not speech the First Amendment spends any worry on. Then come the last two paragraphs, and they are a different animal. The second to last one restrains the defendants from creating or posting, going forward, any content about the company that the order calls false, misleading, harassing, or defamatory. The last one reaches backwards.
Hey, thank you, man.
Thought 77 TTV How.
I gotta do on my phone still, so now I can glance down now that I'm not busy and actually like see you get them dubs.
Focus on the difference between those two halves of the order because this whole video lives in that gap. One half.
I actually miss playing Warzone, but like it just brings out the the worst in me, bro. Like throw me straight back to junior high Modern Warfare days. Like just too much aggression does Call of Duty fucking bring out of me, man. And not even like in like an I damage stuff kind of way. No, it just then like I'm like hooked. It's like a drug.
Restrains conduct. Don't threaten, don't trespass, don't impersonate. The other half restrains speech. Take down what you've already published and publish nothing further we don't like. The first half is routine. The second.
Also, I'd play it, but it's so dang big. Is also my other problem. I'm in the market for a bigger hard drive so I can kind of rectify those problems. If I can figure out a way to get my hands on another decent, I need an SSD that's larger than 2 terabytes. I'm operating off of 2 terabytes, so I don't remember which one my Call of Duty stuff is on, but whichever one it's not, they're both full. Like both of my 2 terabyte drives that are dedicated to game stuff are both like full, like fuller than they should be. In fact, like to the point I may be damaging the drives, but I don't know. But yeah, I've got like a little over 100 gigs available on any one of the 3 drives in my system, which unfortunately Call of Duty just got, it's too dang big. But yeah, a hard drive is on my list for near future upgrades to at least a 4. If I could change one of those out to a 4, then I could reuse the 2 that it's replacing, and that would alleviate a lot of my problems. But that's like $1,000 right now because the computer parts market is just a brutal right now. I was looking the other day and oh my god, oh my god, bro, wildness, absolute wildness on the computer parts. But we are coming up on like fall and stuff. Not real close, but like it's not that far off. So, you know, hopefully things kind of normalize by then, or like a Black Friday type thing makes my life a little bit easier. But I just cannot justify coughing up $1,000 for a 4 terabyte hard drive. That's just not something I can reconcile with, bro. It's wild. I paid less than $100 for each of the 2 terabytes that I have in here. Suddenly a 4 terabyte is 10 times that. Hurts the soul. That's why I've been watching other people get the shaft on the internet the last few days. And yeah, sometimes it's nice to remind yourself that we're all getting fucked collectively. It hurts a little bit less to know you're not suffering alone.
Is a thing courts are supposed to be afraid of. There's a name for a court order that stops speech before a trial has decided the speech is even unlawful. It's called prior restraint. And in American law, it carries a presumption against it that is close to fatal. The principle is almost a century old. A court does not get to stop the presses. If someone publishes something false about you, the remedy the law gives you is not an order erasing it. It's a lawsuit for defamation brought after the words are out, where the person who said them gets to stand up and defend them. You win money if you prove they lied. What you do not get as a rule is a court order reaching in beforehand and pulling the words down before anyone has proven anything. There's an old equity maxim for it, blunt as a hammer. Equity will not enjoin a libel. Courts have refused to block the publication of stolen government secrets on national security claims far heavier than a Lego retailer says these videos defame it. The
He makes a solid point, though.
A damages suit after the fact tests the speech. Both sides put on evidence. A jury decides what was true. An order to take it down before the fact tests nothing. It just makes the speech disappear on the strength of one side's say-so before anyone has examined whether the say-so is right. And look at how this particular order was granted.
That's why there are amendments and like hard codified rights like freedom of speech, which, yeah, I understand freedom of speech isn't absolute. You can't scream fire in a crowded theater. Yeah, but what's going on in this case is wildly overstepping numerous constitutional rights. It's a wild one, bro. Corruption basically in the company franchise, in the corporate of the company, in the local police departments, both where the franchise is located and where the headquarters is located in Utah. Corruption of basically the entire police department at the Utah location. Arguably corruption of the district attorney because they had to, a DA has to actually follow through pursuing charges. The cops don't just say charges and then they can pursue it. That's not how it works. They have to hand everything off to a district attorney who can then choose whether or not to pursue the case, meaning the cases that were gone through, like anything that made it to a judge and is being pressed against this other guy, at least the criminal stuff, that had to go through a district attorney. So that DA has some splaining to do. Now, it may just be like an aide or an underling. Like, I don't think the DA themselves decides on every case, because like there's a lot of fucking people and there's a lot of stupid ass cases. So like maybe it got passed by through like an underling or something. But that DA is gonna have some like real splaining to do, because if he permitted the things to go through transpire as they have, there's obvious like constitutional rights violations in play, and being a DA, you're gonna have to answer for that. Like, you're supposed to like be the person knowing the law and like being cognizant about it and shit, and you're just like blowing right through the fucking concrete barriers that protect constitutional rights. Crazy.
It was granted ex parte. That's the Latin phrase that means one side only. Ben's side was not in the room, was not heard. The court signed an order erasing his published work on the strength of the company's verified complaint and the company's motion, with no one there to say a word against it. On that one-sided record, the order makes a finding that the company is, its words, substantially likely to prevail. Substantially likely, decided after hearing from one of the two parties. There's a tell at the very end in the paragraph about money. Normally, when you get an order this powerful, this fast, you have to post a bond, a pile of money set aside in case it turns out the order was wrong and you've silenced someone you had no right to silence. The court waived it, and the stated reason for waiving it is that the defendants will suffer, in the order's phrase, no legitimate harm from being restrained. A man's channel ordered dark before any trial by an order he never got to contest entered as no legitimate harm at all. So here is my read, with the lawyer's hat on as straight as I can wear it. The conduct half of this order, the threats, the doxing, the 1,000 yards, is very likely to survive.
Those are all reasonable. The rest is retarded.
And the order not to post anything further is on genuinely shaky constitutional ground. I would be surprised to see those two paragraphs survive in that form once the other side.
What do you mean shaky constitutional ground? There's no constitutional ground.
It's not a close call dressed up as one. Set the constitutional question aside for a moment and ask a more practical one. The order says, take the videos down. Who exactly is supposed to actually take them down? Not the company that wants them gone. They don't have the button. The only people who can actually make a YouTube video or a Patreon page disappear are the defendant who posted it and the platforms who host it. And
yeah, until a bunch of people save it on their hard drives, and when the companies knock that down, it suddenly starts repopulating all over the place through varying accounts from people who are not a party to any of the legality of the lawsuit, nor be they operating per the discretion of anybody involved in the lawsuit. Then you just have a bunch of free citizens openly redistributing content you have attempted to silence, and you can't sue everybody. You can come after the channels, but what happens when it comes up on Rumble? They're the most constitutionally aware and advocating of the platforms. Your little court order is not at any point going to get Rumble to knock a video down. Which, mad props to Rumble. Best of the platforms, smartest of the platforms. Maybe not the best functioning of the platforms yet, but give them time. Give them time. I would trade functions for protections of the constitutional nature every day of the week.
That
I'm
turns out
hungry.
to matter
Please sub so
enormously,
he will
because
feed me.
a court order does not bind the entire world. It binds a specific list of people.
See? That's what I'm saying. The court order may bind Ben, possibly the platforms Ben has put it on, but it doesn't bind me. It doesn't bind you. It doesn't bind anybody else of the, oh God, at this point, probably 3 to 10 plus million people who've viewed the videos at this point. So yeah, I guess they could spend a lot of time in court filing injunction after injunction after injunction, but that would get expensive pretty quick. And BAM's only worth speculatively around 400 million. Measurably, it's more like 200 or less. Yeah, I could see having to file 10 million different little stop filings being expensive, being really expensive. And then what do you do when you come up against one on Rumble? Their whole spiel is that they know how all them laws and the constitutionality works and all that. So then what do you do? What do you do then, B&M? Like, I'm just curious. I forget who they sent it to. And no, Rumble actually. Thought on one of Steven Crowder's things. I think it was some people actually trying to press Rumble about Crowder's show. And he basically told them, get fucked. And I guess you could try and sue me, but you'll lose. And then they just gave up. And they just kept doing what they were doing.
It's the same in Utah as in the federal courts, is that an order like this reaches the parties to the case, their officers and employees and agents, and other people who are in active concert with them and who receive actual notice of the order. That's the whole list: parties and their people, and anyone working hand in glove with them who's been told the order exists. Read that list against the platforms. Is YouTube a party to the lawsuit? No. Is Patreon? No. Is a company that merely hosts a video that someone else uploaded acting in active concert with the person who uploaded it? Generally, no. Hosting is not conspiring. Platforms also carry their own separate legal armor for content other people put on them, which is a whole other video. The short version is that an order in a case a platform isn't part of.
Yeah, it's a lot of just like legal pedantry, really, but there's a heap to it. Like the original content creators videos was like basically a 2-hour run of just him trying to help a family get their giant Star Wars Lego collection back from a corporation that's trying to steal it. And the corporation's basically abusing the legal system against the actual owners of the thing and operating on the basically, we know it's your stuff, but we're not going to give it back to you. You can sue us, but we'll draw it out in court for so long that you're going to end up spending more money than the items are worth. So you should just roll over and accept that we stole all your shit. And then a YouTuber named Reckless Ben heard about it, and his whole thing is all about like messing with cults and like stuff like that. So he decided to help them. And that's what the video is. All like what they're trying to have taken down is Reckless Ben's video. That's just it's super long, and at the same time just wild. Like as the story develops, there's like 10 different times where you're like, oh, okay, he succeeded, cool. So this guy's gonna get his Legos back, and then it's just like, and then they were like, nope, don't care, fuck you anyways. So now we're gonna try this. Like, bro, it's a absolute wild ride of just the shadiest of corporate bullshit, like abusing the civil legal system to the max. But what I find funny about it is they killed the franchise location that did it. That's basically dead. I'm interested to see if the way that everyone along the way has horribly handled it, it's basically exposed massive corruption within the corporation itself, massive corruption at police departments in multiple locations, potential corruption in the upper tiers of the legal system. So now I'm like, I'm hooked in, man. I gotta see how many of the dominoes fall. Like, it's just so many of them inadvertently, just like, in my opinion, full tilt self-reported. Like at one point, the guy who they're pursuing to have his videos taken down, he won a court case against the dude, and now he's like trying to serve the dude legal paperwork. He hands all the legal court documents that need to be served to the dude to a police officer. The police officer walks the stuff over to fucking the guy's door, and the guy's just like, I don't want them. So then the cop then takes the legal court paperwork that need be served to him and just walks it back to the car. He's like, he said he doesn't want it. That's not how legal process serving even works. You don't have to accept it. The papers got to you. That's all that matters. Like, that was achieved. But like, yeah, so there's all kinds of wild corruption that it's fucking exposing. So like, now I'm interested to see just how much of it falls. Like, even the police chief of the place, they made a video responding to the whatever, and in the video he legitimately lies like 5 times, and all of the lies are provable as lies using the evidence that was claimed back from the sheriff's department or the police department via like FOIA and evidence requests. So the police department's own evidence shows that they're lying. So like, yeah, I gotta know how many of them are gonna get toppled by it.
Does not by itself command that platform to do anything, which means the order's reach and the order's power are 2 different things. On paper, it commands a takedown. In practice, it can only command the people actually bound by it, and the entities with the physical ability to carry it out may not be on that list at all. There's a second practical problem, and this one I can show you straight from the court's docket. A restraining order does not bind a person the moment a judge signs it. It binds a person when that person has actual notice of it. The formal way you give a person notice is that you serve them. You put the papers in their hands, or you follow the rules for reaching someone you can't hand them to. The reason is old and fair. You cannot be punished for disobeying a command you were never told you were under. So I went looking on the court's own docket for the document that would show Ben was served with this order, a return of service, a proof of service, the filing that says the papers reached him.
Ben's in Mexico, so how do you pull that off?
What's on the docket is a string of entries called returns of electronic notification. Those are not service on Ben. Those are the court's filing system confirming that the registered participants in the case, which at this stage means the company's own lawyers, got electronic copies of the filings. The thing that would show the order actually reached the man it names is, as of the docket I read, absent. I want to be careful about what that does and doesn't mean. No record of service is not the same as proof that he was not served. The papers may have reached him, and the return may simply not be filed yet. But the careful statement, the one the docket supports, is this. There is a signed order commanding a takedown, and there is no record that the person commanded has ever been served with it. And remember where Ben says he is, out of the country.
He's in Mexico.
Serving a man who isn't where you're looking is slow, and sometimes it's genuinely hard. This is the gap between the two courts this whole saga keeps living in. In the court of public opinion, an order is real the instant it's signed. It's a headline that afternoon. In the court of law, that same order is just a paper against Ben until the slow machinery of service catches up with a man who may be thousands of miles south of the courthouse. The video staying up is what that gap looks like from the outside. Which brings us back to the man from the intro, because now you can see exactly what he was doing. On May 29th, the company didn't just hold its order, it took the order to the platforms and demanded they carry it out. Patreon got an official takedown request, not a vague complaint, a formal demand, with the documents attached, the verified complaint, a request for immediate content removal pursuant to the restraining order, and the motion for the order itself. The same 3 documents Conti held up to his camera on June 2nd before telling the company it could stuff it. The swagger got the views. The legal point underneath is the part worth keeping. Patreon is not a party to this lawsuit. The order does not run against Patreon. A company forwarding you a court order from a case you're not in and demanding you act on it is not a court ordering you to act. If the company wants Patreon to take Ben's page down, it has to sue Patreon and win, which is precisely what the "they can sue us" line means. It isn't bravado, it's the correct reading of who the order can and can't command, delivered as a 49-second taunt. 2 cautions, because the clip is satisfying, and satisfying is when people get sloppy. Everything Conti said is about Ben's Patreon page. He said nothing about YouTube, and YouTube is where the videos the order actually names live, the ones with the millions of views.
But they're on his Patreon too.
Out loud. YouTube
as
has
he
answered the video
said
question with silence. As I record this, the videos the order commands taken down are still up, every one of them. Days after a judge signed his name to a page stating remove them from any streaming platform, they sit there collecting views. YouTube hasn't said a word, hasn't pulled a frame, and isn't a party to the case either. A second platform reaching the same destination as the first, just without the press release. And a platform declining today is not a court ruling tomorrow.
Yeah, but see, Google doing it silently versus Patreon doing it loud. Google and YouTube by proxy, I should say, are kind of shitty and arguably don't deserve like the platform they operate. I mean, they'll strip people on a whim. They'll strip people in lieu of any of like this legal requirement. So let's not pat YouTube on the back. Like, let's be real. YouTube didn't take it down because they're not legally obligated to, and they like money. Dial this back 4 years ago. If he had so much as said the word COVID in the video, channel gone. So, like, let's not applaud YouTube for doing what's going to make them the most money, when we know that none of YouTube's decision is on like principle or freedom of speech or journalistic integrity or anything of that nature. Let's not call things what they aren't. You know.
This is one company's choice and another company's silence, not a judge's order being tested. The shape of it is the lesson. A takedown order is a powerful thing aimed at the person who did the speaking. It is a much weaker thing when aimed at the companies that merely carry the speech. The order told the internet to forget something, and the first platform that was handed the demand read it and said no, in public, with the paperwork in its hands. All of this has a date on it now. The same order that commands the takedown sets a hearing. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, June 22nd, the 4th District Courthouse in Provo. This is the day the other side finally walks into the room, the day a judge hears for the first time from the people the order was entered against. Until then, the order stands, signed, sealed, and untested by anyone who disagrees with it. And the people on Ben's side of the room may be different than they were a week ago. Ben has been talking to a civil rights lawyer, a man who litigates exactly these fights, who has said publicly he wants to pull this case out of the local courthouse and into federal court, where a prior restraint claim tends to find a more familiar audience. Whether that happens, I don't know, but the presence of a lawyer like that changes the math of June 22nd. The company filed an order against a YouTuber and his friends. It may find itself arguing against a First Amendment specialist instead. Step back and look at what this story has quietly become. It started as a fight over a box of plastic. It is now, at its center, a fight over what the public is allowed to see. A court has ordered videos erased. A police department, and this is the next chapter, the one I'll take up on its own, redacted the audio out of its body camera footage and is being asked why. A company is demanding platforms delete what they host. 3 institutions, 3 different attempts to control the record, all running at the same time, in the same case, over the same pile of Lego. None of it is settled. The order stands, but hasn't been tested. The man it names may not have been served. The platform it was waved at refused, and on June 22nd, in a courtroom in Provo, somebody who disagrees with all of it finally gets to say so. I'll be here for it, out here with you, reading the docket, waiting to see what the court does when it finally has to listen to both sides. Thank you for watching. I'm Leonard French.
Not Brock. Stupid brain. My brain is a soup. It's probably onion soup. It's not good soup. It's bad soup.
What's cribbity crapping?
Bad soup.
What shit soup? What the fuck? That sounds horrifying. Unlike the poop
Still
soup.
staying up late gaming solo?
You like it
With
a soup
Hako
poop?
AI, get the
Yeah,
ultimate
but
companion
poop.
for your playtime.
Not good soup. Bad soup.
Bad soup.
Confidence
Terrible
up.
soup. Worst soup
Oh my
you'll
gosh,
ever have.
there's no
Poop soup.
way. Oh my gosh. Okay, guys, I just watched this, so I'm like just super excited, and this is hilarious.
goes on, buddy.
Basically, Patreon made a response because Bricks and Minifigs sent them a takedown request for Ben's Patreon account or the videos that Ben is doing
Not
on
playing
there,
nothing
because
tonight.
obviously Bricks and Minifigs wants to silence Ben any way possible. So they thought sending a takedown request
Indeed.
to Patreon would
Indeed,
work.
I understand how
And
that feels. I
The
understand
Patreon
how
CEO
feels.
had a little bit to say about the takedown
Good
request and if they're going to honor it or not.
Good
He
guy.
posted a 50-second YouTube video, so I'm just going to let you guys watch it here and let me know what you think.
My name is Jack Conti, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Patreon. On May 29th, Patreon received an official
What a strange
takedown request
looking
filed by
room.
Bricks and Minifigs for media and accounts related to Reckless Ben and
I
an
mean, I'm pretty
ongoing
sure it's a
dispute
shed.
regarding a local Lego consignment issue. This is the verified complaint with exhibits. This is the request
One of
for
outside
immediate
Shed
content removal
Studios.
pursuant to temporary restraining order. And this is the motion for the temporary restraining order and preliminary injunction. So after an extensive review and investigation by Patreon's trust and safety team, we have in fact unfortunately determined that Bricks and Minifigs can stuff it. We're keeping Ben's page up. And if Bricks and Minifigs doesn't like that, they can sue us.
Bricks and Minifigs can stuff it. Oh my gosh, dude. Oh, this is the type of CEO that you want to have making videos and appearances and statements and everything online. He is a man of the people. Oh my gosh, you see this? That is so funny. That is so funny. Okay, I am so glad that Patreon is taking Ben's side in this. Obviously, they're going to win for public opinion. Patreon is. And honestly, I am a big supporter of Patreon now. I'm not regretting paying for Ben's Patreon at all. I want to double that payment now after seeing the CEO's response. Holy, that's so awesome. That's awesome. Oh my gosh, dude. That is just... That's so funny too. The way he did that, he led up to it thinking he was gonna say, unfortunately we had to take Ben's stuff down, and then just does a complete 180. That was a great twist. Yeah, I am glad that Patreon is standing up for, well, the little guy. I would say the little guy in this situation, but let's be honest, Ben has blown up and the entire internet is on his side basically, and there's so much coverage surrounding the situation. Basically Bricks and Minifigs is starting to become the little guy. I mean, sure, they have, a good legal team and a lot of money to spend on a case like this, but they're going to start losing money pretty quickly in other ways because of everything that's going on with the reputation and all of that. But this is
Yeah, no, it's gonna get way worse for Bricks and Minifigs because they thought they were gonna push around a like broke family and broke small content creator. I mean, I don't know if he was broke, but you know what I mean. By comparison to a multi-$100 million company.
Comparison to,
Yeah.
comparison to,
Yeah. They thought they were just going to push around small beans with their big beans. And now come June 22nd, they're going to go into court against a First Amendment specialist lawyer, which is probably not going to go well for them.
It's not going to go well for them at all. No.
Yeah,
they're
no.
not going to have
Because they're not
dude's
good.
no
Clearly, they don't have a decent legal team, or they wouldn't have done like 80% of the stupid shit they did. So, like, they don't have an on-board legal team. So now we're going to assume that they're gonna spend big money on a like all-star legal team. That's still gonna struggle against a First Amendment specialist. Like, yeah, bro, civil rights are a harder thing to climb over.
Yeah, that's
we're doing court the Lawyerstein way now. Yeah,
that's a bad one.
Welcome, Eclipse Slayer.
But I'm gonna be jumping onto a fucking game in a second here.
What? You're gonna be jumping onto a gay man in a second here? Wow, bro, you're gonna crush him. He's gonna die. You weigh too much.
Poor Kevin! Poor Kevin!
Oh, did you see that video I sent you about Kevin? Oh, there's a ton of them. The algorithm was popping last night. The cooking goth, fire. Absolutely fire.
Cooking goth.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ! Holy fuck! I did not realize.
Bro, yeah, no, the algorithm was popping, bro. That's from last night. That was just like when I was laying in bed doom scrolling. Algorithm was popping. Funny shit all the way through. The stupid faces he makes at every step, bro. Oh my god. Fucking so fucking stupid.
That's Shredder.
16 ounces of sour cream.
Oh god.
1 can of chicken soup.
His face, dude. Oh god. Oh god, the sound. Big fucking pig.
Fall through the ceiling, why don't you?
Fall through the ceiling, why? Oh yeah, and when you realize you joined the wrong cult, that one's funny too. That's the Kevin one.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation.
In a shocking turn of events.
Uh-oh. The Bricks and Minifigs thing is now starting to hit large Mormon streams.
Okay, and I'm gonna guess.
I don't know.
And the world's largest.
I mean, I assume they're not going to be okay with it. Like the you know what I mean? The normal ones that like aren't like tied into it. Yeah, no, they're going to be like probably, oh, what the hell? because like it is a sect of Christianity, so like at the core it basically follows Christian tenets. It does have a bit of like weird, possibly culty stuff sprinkled on top, but like the core stuff of like be a good person, don't lie, don't steal, that kind of stuff of Christianity, I think pretty much all just like tracks straight through.
It's actually, or you can, if you want to do it gluten free entirely, you can just use cornstarch, but always season it like this.
Urges the Lego Star Wars collection, valued at over
Ray, you need water? Okay, I know it's warm. I'm going. I'm sorry.
I would get like deeper dish for breading, but you keep the pickle juice.
The weird goth thing is weird. It busted a nut in his mouth. Aliens bust nuts in mouths if you don't believe aliens are aliens. You'll do it. You'll fucking do it. Joker's not even here. I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette. And then play some South Park.
I have your water. Oh, sorry, that took a little bit longer than I intended. But I had to go check on the gooses.
$200,000 has been allegedly stolen. Yes, stolen. And unfortunately, at the heart of it are members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. We're going to be talking about all this and more, and if there's any validity to these claims of theft, it's a crazy one. Buckle up. My name is Jackson Wayne Paul, and welcome to Latter Daily Saints.
What power shall stay the heavens?
But if you're looking for an awesome book that kind of talks about some practical advice and understanding people that have left the church and how to still maintain a positive, healthy relationship with them, Austin Fife, who also wrote the Light and Truth letter, a response to the CEO.
I'm going to be honest, the idea that you guys need a book that like that lays out methodology of how to interact with people who left your church, like what, bro? It shouldn't even, you, that should just be that they do whatever they do. What do you mean? Like what the fuck? They're not, like, they don't have cooties. I can't talk to you anymore. You left the church. You have cooties now. Or is it like literally that on track with Scientology where it's like blood in, blood out? Like,
ES letter. We have published his book.
Just gloss past
Because
that.
what
I
you
want to
do-
hear.
What happens when you hit subscribe, it then shows it to other people that would also be interested and benefit from this content. So we would ask that
My brother in Christ, I
responsibly
understand how the
summarize
subscribe
everything that has
button
gone
works.
into this thing. It would take a lot longer than usually our episodes run. So I would suggest, we're going to link every video in the description. If you want the full context, go ahead and, you know, double speed on that 4 hours, or if you got time on your commute,
Double
go ahead and
speed
check it
on
out. But
that
what I'm
4
going to be doing for
hours,
you gentlemen here in the
bro,
studio
right?
and you know, behind the screen, is I'm going to be
Great
giving you the
facts.
context of basically what is happening and how it's connected, unfortunately connected to members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in not a great way. Okay?
Scandal.
Yeah.
Scandal.
And then we're going to maybe be talking about how this is an example of a much larger problem that even the statistics lend to show that this happens way too often in Utah amongst Latter-day Saints. And we're not going to get into specifics, but we, even people here in this room, have been on the receiving end of a lot of unethical business practices by people that would profess to be followers of the restored gospel.
Dodgy blokes.
So what is
Some-
this? Is this
Dodgy
what are people
blokes,
calling this
mate.
online? Is it Lego Gate?
Dorgy.
The
Mormon Lego Gate.
Mormon Lego Gate. Maybe we'll throw that on the thumbnail. But basically,
It's
gentlemen,
Dorgy,
buckle
mate.
up.
It's
Let's get into it.
Dorgy.
Flashback to 2023, a man by the name of Brian Mansell, he takes his father's Lego collection. He has a massive Star Wars Lego collection. His father is getting up there in age, not doing well in health, and he's going to, on his behalf, sell these Legos, and so that he can, you know, get some money and have a good livelihood, right? Mm-hmm. And this has been said to have been the largest Star Wars Lego collection on Earth. I don't know if that's true, but this is what has been said. That has been estimated to be worth over $200,000. Okay.
And then think about the sentimental value there, because our dad, growing up, used to collect Lego figures. And
Star
remember,
Wars
he had
figures.
Star Wars figures. They weren't Legos, but he had them all around his office.
And they weren't dolls either.
They weren't dolls.
They weren't dolls either. They're action figures.
So every man inside is screaming right now. They just want that Lego set.
Exactly.
No matter what age they are.
So $200,000 worth of Star Wars Legos. Brian Mansell, living in Salem, Oregon, goes to his local Bricks and Minifigs franchise, which is one of the biggest resellers of Legos in the United States. And they have over 300 locations. It's crazy. And so he goes there. They make a consignment agreement that the store is going to display the collection, and whatever sales that come, the store will get a portion and Brian will get a portion, and they'll go selling the Legos like that. So in the agreement, it specifically states that Brian and his father are still the legal owners of the merchandise and that they are just on consignment, okay? Being shown there till they get sold, then money is distributed. And it was going well for a while until there was what seems to be kind of a hostile looking takeover of the franchise. Okay. Now we're at a point where we're not just hearing one side of the story. The CEO of Bricks and Minifix has come out. The police departments that have been involved, the previous owners have come out and shared their stories. And there's a lot of conflicting information. But
so this franchise is in Oregon, right?
Yes, in Salem, Oregon.
But the headquarters is in Utah.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
And so when asked about the details of this, takeover of the franchise, this is what the previous owner stated.
They told us the same thing they told Brian Mansell, that we could fight them, but they would drag it out and make it so expensive we would be putting ourselves into a whole lot of their words. Here's their executive product manager and director of operations, Kai McAllister, on the phone with us the night they took the store.
If we go the legal route, it's going to be a very expensive battle for you, and it's not going to be a good position for you guys to get into. There's not a whole lot of options for you. If you want to go the legal route, it's just going to be a mess and it's going to be expensive for you.
Yeah, so why not consider talking with us rather than leaping to this?
We jumped on the call with Crystal this morning.
And you talked with her or you talked at her?
We talked at her. If you fight this, then you're putting yourself into a whole lot of. It sounds like a threat, and I can acknowledge you feeling that because, in a way, it is.
Sid from Toy Story here.
Okay, real quick, I just have to understand what was the reason for the takeover?
Yes, so from Bricks and Minifix Corporation, they say that they were not being responsible with the way that the store was being ran.
Thanks for the follow, Def. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you.
Previous franchise owners come out and say none of this is true. They actually accuse them of using heroin and drugs and stuff like that. And so it seems like it's not very clear.
Lying on their name.
Both sides are telling completely different stories. And so when then the executive, the corporate guy, comes into the store, Crystal, she says, hey, I have this consignment deal with Brian, and we still have a bunch of their Legos, and so we need to figure this out. And the corporate guy is like, hey, that's a business matter, and you guys are not over that. All consignments and deals will be taken over by the incoming owners. Okay. So then what happens is Brian, he tries to get his Legos back, tries to figure out what's going on because he doesn't have the same communication that he had with Crystal. And they basically tell him, look, we didn't sign any deal with you. We don't have any deal with you. We're not giving you anything.
Does he have a copy of the
Yes, he has a copy of the inventory. They have security footage of the corporate guy saying, look, the consignment deal will be taken over by the next owners and everything.
Okay.
They have meta timestamp data of pictures of the inventory that Crystal took the night that she was then pushed out of the franchise.
Okay. And just to be clear, this guy is a Latter-day Saint. That's where the Latter-day Saint connection is.
No.
Kai is.
Oh, Kai
He looks like a BYU graduate.
Yeah, so he's from.
They're all BYU graduates.
He's, spoiler alert, yeah, he's one of the members of the church that is involved in this story.
Well,
and you see how he's talking. He's like, yeah, we talked at her. And look, if you go the legal route, it's not going to be good for you. And you may think this is a threat because it kind of is.
Well, not political, but
that seems like a real ethical, great way to practice.
Doesn't matter news.
Well, he does have his pronouns.
I don't want to interrupt.
On LinkedIn.
What's up, my brother?
There we go.
He's got his bases covered.
So Brian, he's trying to get his stuff. Then he's barred from going onto the premises, and they're like, look, sue us. I dare you. We're going to drag it out so long, and it's going to be so expensive and tiring for you. It's not worth it, bro. You're not getting your Legos back. Jeez. And the number of Legos remaining to be sold is kind of disputed. They've given numbers anywhere between $60,000 and $100,000 worth of Legos.
Yeah.
Okay. But we're still talking tens of thousands of dollars worth of plastic bricks.
Yeah.
Okay. With big sentimental value.
Yep.
And so Brian, in an effort to kind of figure out how to go about getting his Legos back, he calls up a YouTuber by the name of Reckless Ben. And if you don't know who Reckless Ben is, then you don't know what McCamey Manor is. And if you don't know what that is, it's one of the scariest haunted houses in the United States that totally got exposed for being a fraud by Reckless Ben. It's a crazy saga. Go back and watch it if you have that much time to spend. But he contacts Reckless Ben, and Reckless Ben starts getting to work really quick. He initially just goes into the store with the inventory list, and he's like, hey, you have some of my friend's Legos, and I'm here to get them back. And immediately upon walking to the store manager, Amanda, says, you can leave now. You can get out of here. Doesn't even conversate with him at all in the slightest, and calls the police. They get trespassed from the property, and then they have to get really creative to try to get access to the contact information of the new owners, whoever took over the franchise, right?
Yeah.
And in the video, they go to some pretty wild lengths, end up creating a whole fake Lego YouTube channel, getting one of the employees to...
He also expanded his already created personal religion into the state of Oregon. It's definitely a wild saga that's worth checking out.
Win a prize and then gets them to give the contact information of the new owners. It's a crazy
How
whole
long
thing.
has this been going on?
Dude, this is how Reckless Ben does it, bro. There's a reason he's called Reckless Ben.
Yeah.
He has no regard for his own personal safety. He does things legally as much as he can. Like, he tries really hard to like build a good case and be very thorough. But I mean, he'll go undercover and do long undercover operations when he's trying to do this stuff. It's
Awesome.
crazy.
So you say this has been going on for years.
Yes.
Why is it now just resurfacing in the media?
Oh,
you're going to explain that?
yeah. So, we'll get to that. Essentially, because Ben is finally releasing all of these videos exposing this entire thing. Because they're going with legal action against him on some totally bogus charges.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
But we'll get there, I promise.
Yeah.
So they end up getting the information of the new franchise, one of the new franchise owners named Joshua Johnson. Okay. And they get his phone number and they call him up and they say, hey, basically, your franchise has some of our friends' Legos that we need to get back. And he's like, I didn't sign anything. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't sign no consignment deal. So basically, the loophole that they're using is that was the previous franchise owner. I'm under no legal obligation to fulfill any contract that was signed previously.
But the contract is with Bricks and Figs, right? It's not with the owners of the franchise.
Signed on the dotted line is the previous owner, and so they're trying to get around like.
But they're a representative of Bricks and Figs as I mean, I'm no lawyer, but that kind of seems like it makes sense.
That's a great question. And so then jumping a little bit ahead in the story, the executives at Bricks and Minifigs have said, we don't allow our franchises to do consignment deals. But then she shows, if you want to go back to that video of the franchise owner, she shows the actual agreement that shows that, consignments are actually allowed. So if you want to fast forward, go back a little bit, Brando, tiny bit.
And I also guarantee that if you're Bricks and Minifigs and you know you're in deep crap, you're probably telling all of your other franchise owners, like, hey, if you want to keep your franchise, you do not talk to anyone about this. Because probably all the franchise owners know, like, yeah, you actually do let us do consignment deals, but they're probably not allowed to talk if they want to keep their franchise.
Well, let's give you a little bit more context and then talk about how they're getting around this. So hit play here.
They want to pretend they're not involved, but they've been involved every step of the way.
Of course, this was a nightmare. We were about to move and now had our life savings taken from us. Eventually, we were able to find a lawyer to represent us in Utah, where BAM is headquartered.
We tried to negotiate with BAM. Just as they threatened, they dragged everything out and refused to even offer a settlement.
They claim they own the store so they can take it, and also that they never owned the store in between taking it from us and selling it to Brandon Best and Josh Johnson. It can't be both. They claim in their newest public statement that it's all our fault they took Brian Mansell's father's collection because they don't allow consignments. The franchise agreement expressly allows consignment in contradiction of their newest statement.
That feels like the dagger. That feels like it is just case closed.
Okay, pause it there. So in the fine print of the franchise agreement, it says that they are allowed to, franchises may also offer consignment services. So the CEO is coming out and saying that doesn't mean consignments of collections. That means like off-site type stuff.
What does that even mean?
He doesn't ever clarify exactly. And so they're saying, look, it's all on the previous owner. It has nothing to do with me. And if you think I stole Legos, take me to court. Immediately just saying, sue me.
Just the scummiest of like corporate scum type people. If not yesterday, the day before, we went over quite a few things that like dug into the back of these people a bit more, and they're just the scummiest people. Not the Latter Daily Saints here. The bricks and minifigs people.
Sue me, I dare you. It's going to get so messy and so expensive for you, you're not going to want to do it. But then he finally gets to have a more productive conversation in one of his first interactions with Josh. This is Ben's conversation with Josh.
Who's the current franchisee?
Yeah, current franchise owner.
Okay.
First came in, we identified anything that was on that list that would have been his that Amanda didn't show, and we set it aside. And it's still sitting there. We're happy to give you your stuff back. I just don't want any more damage to the store.
I guess Josh has finally realized that whatever he's going through right now will literally never end for him unless he gives the Legos back.
I'm happy to give you the inventory. It's only bringing me harm because you guys are doing wacky-do crap trying to attack us.
Well, it looks like we won.
Pause it there. Okay, so right there he's saying, when Brian came in, we found all of the inventory and we set it aside. We're happy to give the inventory back to you. Okay, we're happy to give it back to you. But then what he does is he gives several stipulations. He's like, first, I want a written apology or a video apology from Brian for the negative reviews that he wrote, the blog posts that he wrote, and then we'll be good. I'll be happy to give your Legos back.
Petty, man.
Yeah,
It's petty.
which, you know, whatever. To get tens of thousands of dollars of plastic bricks back with sentimental value, great.
That
Make
are
a video.
your property, it's absurd. Like the fact that he thinks he can make any demands on anyone to give their property back is absolutely absurd.
But you see there, he very clearly says, look, we took all of his stuff, set it aside. We are happy to give you back his stuff. We have it.
Yeah.
Right? That's the impression that we get. Okay. And so then he talks with Brian and he's like, look, I don't want them to be able to use a video of me in court. So then Reckless Ben makes an AI deepfake video of Brian apologizing, just so if it came down to it, it's like, that's not even Brian. He's not admitting that you guys weren't at fault.
Yeah.
But they make a fake apology video just because they want to get their stuff back. And he has no right to make any demands. He has their stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. At least that's what he's saying. We have the inventory.
Oh.
And so then they send the video. And then this is what Josh says.
Uh-oh.
I want to give it back to him. That's the long and the short of it. We've run me over. I'm good. We got to run Amanda over, right?
Uh-huh.
Apologize to Amanda.
Okay. I guess Brian's still worried that you guys
It's
just
a
gonna keep
man.
postponing it,
Duh.
so,
You're going to get him. You're going to get him. I'm not going to screw you. You have my word. That's not who I am.
Uh-huh.
I promise you. I swear to God. Go apologize to her. Say, sorry, man. Sorry.
Okay.
We did a
Pause there.
Okay.
So now he's saying, look, you won me over. Now you just need to apologize to our store manager, Amanda, for, you know, all the trouble you've caused her. And then he's like, I promise you're going to get your stuff back. Okay. So he's saying, like, look, not only I have your stuff, but you're going to get it back. Don't worry. You just have to make things right with her. So then obviously having been trespassed from the property, he's like, okay, we've been trespassed from the property. Do you give us permission to go into the store to make amends with Amanda? And he's like, yeah, for sure. So then they go back to the store and immediately Amanda just picks up the phone and calls the police.
Oh, my God.
Okay. So then they're not able to make things right with Amanda, which is one of the stipulations to get the Legos back, right? So then Ben calls up Josh and to give him an update on, yo, we're not able to go in and apologize to Amanda. And then he starts to tell a much different story. Okay.
Just update him on how making peace with Amanda is going.
Hey, I just went back to try to apologize to Amanda, and
What Josh said next, I was not ready for.
When we took over that store, there was nothing in that store. The shelves were empty. I don't know why you guys are thinking we're the bad guys.
Josh's story has now completely changed. Now he's saying, even if I'm able to make peace with Amanda, they still won't be able to give me the Legos back because they never even had the Legos to begin with. Well, if Josh is telling the truth, then why did Josh say this to us last time?
We're happy to give you your stuff back.
I mean, what stuff of ours would he be giving back if none of our stuff was even ever in his store?
God,
We're like, what about this?
I'm happy to go open that stupid cupboard and you can have all the sets in there. I want to give it back to him. I'm happy to give you the inventory. Give the inventory to Brian and I'll give him back. I'm not gonna screw you. You have my word. That's not who I am. I promise you. I swear to God. I promise you on everything.
I mean, Josh is on video swearing to God and on everything he'll give us the Legos back. But now, for some reason, he never even had the Legos. This makes no sense.
The shelves were empty.
So I decided to remind him of all of these examples where he claims they do have
Gosh, what
Brian's
did he
Legos
say?
in the store still. And this was his response.
Yeah, you did.
Give a damn of your fucking opinion. It's wrong. And if you want to test your fucking opinion, let's go in court. Who enforces the law?
The court. So, so you're saying that.
It's just
So you're saying. So basically, what you're saying is I'm wrong, but you can sue me for it. Is what you're saying.
Yeah, that's the long and the short of it.
So you know you're wrong. So you know that you stole the Legos then.
Let's go to court then.
Okay, let's do it.
Is that what you want?
Yeah.
Some people need to just learn to stay quiet.
I would like to just get the Legos back, but if that's what you want, I mean, it seems like this is what you want. I'm giving you every out that I can, but. Dang.
Don't go down that route. It doesn't really matter because.
I just want to get the Legos back. They're Brian's Legos. Give them back. It's pretty easy.
It's kind of funny that this entire video, Josh has just been begging me to sue him. But the second I agree to it, his attitude completely changes. It's almost like Josh doesn't want me to sue him, and
It's because he knows it's gonna blow up in his fucking face, and now he really knows he's said way too many things that could absolutely be construed against him very, very easily because they're his own mouth, and that's a fucked place to find yourself in legally, in my opinion. Definitely not a place you want to find yourself.
the only reason he's saying that is because he knows that by saying it, he can get away with his crimes. But now that Josh thinks that there's a chance I might actually sue him, he's getting scared. In fact, he said if I do sue him, he's going to tell the world that I'm the one that stole the Legos.
You can fuck yourself.
Dang.
You stole.
I stole the Legos?
Yeah, you're a fucking thief.
Dang.
That's your fucking choice.
That's
So
funny.
basically, these are my two options.
Oh my god.
Should have hit him with
This
a
guy is
wow.
unhinged, and I love when liars just get absolutely exposed.
Yes. Into our first scripture of the day. In Jacob, what is it, Dave? You have the
Second Nephi.
oh 934. And this is Jacob talking here, right? He says, "Woe unto the liar, for he shall be thrust down to hell." Okay? So what's happening here? Either Josh actually does have the Legos, and he was being truthful when he's like, yeah, we do have the Legos, we set them aside, you can give them back. Or he's lying and he never had the Legos, but he said that. Or now he's lying again. He's like, yeah, we do, the shelves were empty. But also take me to court if you think I did. But also you stole the Legos. You know what I'm saying? And then you see how unhinged he gets cussing at him.
Bro, right?
And on any level of any human behaving like this, it is very disturbing and troubling. Is it not, gentlemen?
And you know that they're in the wrong. The person that behaves like that is always in the wrong.
Yeah. I'd say that's a
they're
fair
backed
assessment.
into a corner. They're backed into a corner. They
It's
act
called an
childish.
It's called. There's actually a scientific term for it. It's called an extinction burst. So whenever anyone feels like they're in danger, they just start
An
flailing. It's like
extinction
their
burst.
last little bit
That's
before
interesting.
they're caught.
Yeah,
You
I
know
do
what
that all the time, actually.
Yeah, all the time.
Yeah, you get cornered by your wife all the time.
Yeah.
But no, this is a caveat that I'll add a little disclaimer to what Hayden said, right? That they're guilty. Look, there's a lot of things being figured out in court, right? Allegedly. Thank you for that. That will hopefully figure out the entire truth. But right now, with all of the different sides giving their take, there's a lot of conflicting narratives, and it's getting pretty confusing. But not only is that behavior just disturbing on any human level, but then what Ben figures out in his part 2 makes it a little bit more disappointing,
After some more research, we found out that both Josh and Brandon are super hardcore Mormon, which was actually extremely surprising to me because
This is like the thing I most am curious about is like the various failings on his faith side of it, which I think this is what they're gonna like dissect, because like obviously they bit about lying. I think I found the right video. This is good stuff. I don't really care a lot about what's going on in the Mormon church though, so I'll give you a like though. And then I'm sure I'll see more of it, and I don't really want to see more of Mormon church stuff, but the content was good. They deserve the like.
is if Josh and Brandon are truly Mormons, they believe that stealing is wrong, and if they steal, they're going to go to hell.
They're gonna go to
Mormonism, they call
hell.
it the outer darkness. But still, Brandon and Josh probably actually believe that this is going to be eternity for them. I mean, Josh even swore to me on his Mormon God.
On his Mormon God.
I promise you, I swear to God. I promise you on everything.
But maybe I can use this to my advantage.
Okay, pause there.
Now,
This is why God says not to swear.
So I say yay, yay, nay, nay, bro.
Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly. And so after figuring that out, that's less than encouraging. Figures out that they live actually not far from where we're at right now in Utah County in American Fork, and that they are indeed members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Now, to what level of activity these two gentlemen are in, I don't know. That kind of, I mean, just from his wording, doesn't sound like he's, you know,
well, and the whole situation.
Yeah,
you know,
and
not
the
to
whole,
say that
you know,
active members
the
of the
whole
church can't be
situation.
shady figures too.
Oh, there's a lot of them. A lot of them for sure.
Yeah, man, he might as well just like sworn on like the throne of God and on his footstool or whatever.
Yeah, give us that scripture, HP.
So this is in the Sermon on the Mount right here. Again, ye have heard that it hath been said by them of old time, thou shalt not forswear thyself, but shalt perform unto the Lord thine oaths. But I say unto you, swear not at all, neither by heaven, nor by its throne, nor by the earth, for it is his footstool, neither by Jerusalem, for it is the king, the city of the great king. Neither shalt thou swear by thy head, because thou canst not make one hair white or black. But let your communication be yea, yea, nay, nay. For whatsoever is more than this cometh of evil. And I think overall, like what I get from that is you should be so honest that yes is sufficient.
Yeah.
No is sufficient.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have to swear on everything or swear to God or on your mother's grave or whatever. You should be able to just say, yes, I'm going to give you that. And that's how much your word actually matters.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's a great scripture, HP. And so he makes this discovery, and he then is like, well, maybe I can use this to my advantage. I'm going to have a member of his church come and confront him about this. Okay. And so he has not exactly explained how he got in contact with this kid that is a member of the church.
He probably just went
out a
there.
little bit more information that allegedly
And,
he's
like,
not from
talked
his
to a
ward,
young man
but that he's
from
just
the
in the same
church.
stake.
Okay.
Anyways, gets contact of this teenage kid, a priest, shows him the recording of him swearing to give the Legos back, and he's like, dude, you got to go talk to him. So then
Does the kid do it?
He recruits this kid to go and knock on Josh's door. Yeah. So go ahead, play it.
Dude, Reckless Ben is wild, bro.
outer darkness and bring him back to God.
What's going on, sir? You're gonna sit on down here for me perfectly. What brings you here?
I'm just here trying to talk to Brother Johnson.
Okay.
I'm in the Harvard Second World. There's been an audio going around with the young group.
Okay. What's the audio that you wanted to play?
Here's the audio.
I'm not gonna screw you. You have my word. That's not who I am. I promise you. I swear to God. I promise you on everything.
Who's that?
So
I guess
that's,
from.
that's him.
No, I know that. I can tell that from the voice, but
I was just gonna ask him, like, is he willing to give up everything like he said? Because he swore on everything. He swore on God. This might be a crazy ask, but could you take a selfie with me?
Okay, pause there. So, He's like,
With the
"Can I get a
police
selfie?"
guys?
It's from police body cam footage too. Like this isn't him recording this.
Exactly. So this young man goes up, and instead of coming out, Josh calls the police. Okay, he calls the police.
Classic.
And so then Ben is just like trying to take
Right.
Josh to court
Ridiculous.
and figure this out in court, just like he told him to a million times. So what you need to do to take someone to court is, one, you need to try to reasonably resolve it outside of court first, show proof of that. And then you need to serve them papers. Okay. Now, he went and knocked on his door and
Nice
tried to
to
do that.
meet you.
Obviously got
I'm
trespassed
Perk
immediately.
60
The
Wolf.
cops
Don't
came.
forget
and
to
so
Also,
follow.
major respect for that. Like, very courageous to go and do that. That's a young man right there. I just
The
think.
priest, yeah.
yeah, exactly. And so, and then he's like, "Can I get a selfie?" That's hilarious.
And that was
so-
in Utah. That's in American Fork.
Yeah, that's an American Fork. Okay,
Dude, we should
American
have
Fork
that
Police
kid on,
Department.
man.
Yeah. Hey, if you're watching, dude, we'd love to have you on. Hear your
But
whole
also
side of the story.
Josh, bro, if you got something to say,
Anyone involved here, we'd love to give you a platform. Tell the truth. Tell the truth. Okay.
Yep.
And so he just wants to serve him papers. So he can't go and legally do it because he's been trespassed from the property. So he hires what is a process server, someone to go and serve the papers for him. But while they're waiting to serve serve Josh the papers, the cops come to them 4 different times while they're just parked in a car near his house where the process server is going to go give the papers to Josh. And the cops come 4 different times. Each time Ben explains the whole situation, and the cops being like, "Oh, you're not doing anything illegal here. Great, we'll leave." And then on the 5th time, or the 4th time, I think, the cop says, "Well, do you want me to serve him the papers?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, if you can do that." So the cop grabs the papers, goes and knocks on the door, talks to Josh, comes back to the car. He's like, "Yeah, he doesn't want them." And it's like, it's not how it works, bro. You can't just say, "Yeah, I don't want to get sued."
It's just like, bro, right? Like, what in the insanity is that? Like, yeah, he just doesn't want them. Excuse me? Sir, have you been drinking?
does the cop not know?
Yeah,
Like
and
how it
so
works?
That's kind of, yeah.
yeah. And so basically then the 5th time the cop comes, then he takes the papers and he goes and calls the district court in Oregon where the lawsuit is filed to verify if it's actually true or not.
Yeah.
Goes on, gets a call, figures out, yes, this has been filed, but there's no proof of service of papers yet.
Yes.
And then what happens? Ben gets arrested. Ben gets arrested by the police. Okay. And what's unfortunate is then Ben brings in the church again, which honestly, from his perspective, I don't necessarily blame him for coming to this conclusion.
So wait, why does he get arrested though? Does it explain like why is he arrested?
Oh, we're gonna go in, and the police chief of American Fork gives the reason why he was arrested.
Oh my gosh, this is gonna
So
get
actually,
bad.
go back, Brandon, a couple of slides. It's the second one. It's the one after the Lego guy.
Why are they arresting an innocent person to protect an evil criminal? Well, back when I was still waiting in the car to serve Josh, I got a phone call, and this call was from Brian, the collector's son, who got all their stuff stolen. And he has a theory of what might be going on here.
Yeah, the cops down there are definitely all in with the Mormon community, and being the bricks and minifigs is part of that and worth millions. I would not doubt that they have donated hefty sums to the Mormon church, of which all the cops are probably a part of.
Yeah, Brandon Best, Joshua Johnson, and Eamon, the CEO, are all super Mormon. Like, the CEO even went to the Mormon University. And when I looked up all the police officers who were treating me unfairly, they were all Mormon too.
And they take care of their own, man. They are like a huge clan that takes care of each other.
And instead of trying to get rid of the few bad people who are making Mormonism look bad, they're for some reason choosing to protect these criminals. But eventually, I got released from jail.
Got out of jail.
Out of jail now? And this is when it really hit me that the justice system has decided to protect these criminals. So now there's really only one way I can think.
Okay, pause it there. Yeah. So, look, think of it from his perspective. He's going out. He's just trying to get some Lego back. Okay. Let me remind you, this is all about plastic bricks with sentimental value, worth tens of thousands of dollars. Okay. But he's just trying to do the right thing. Then he goes and finds out that the guy that's treating him so poorly, saying, "You stole him, sue me," all this stuff, is a member of the church. The other franchise owner, a member of the church. The CEO, who he's also dealt with and has made false accusations that he has done some felonies, basically, is a member of the church. And then all these officers are members of the church. So he's like saying, oh, dang, like Brian's telling me these guys take care of their own. They're all out to get me because I'm not a member of the church.
I'm glad he at least acknowledged that these are guys that are making the church look
I'm
bad,
hungry.
and not necessarily,
Please sub
he
so
didn't
he will
necessarily
feed
say
me.
the church is bad.
Yep.
He's saying, why are they helping these guys who are making the church look bad?
Yep.
The thing that's wild, I mean, I think this is eye-opening, hopefully, for a lot of people. That's why using broad, sweeping allegations of people, like one example is like you could say the Jews. When you say the Jews and you're like, this guy's Jewish, this guy's Jewish, this guy's not, a practicing Jew, but he has Jewish heritage, like why it's not productive. Because us as Latter-day Saints, we sit in here and it's like, bro, I've never heard of bricks and minifigs before today.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like that is a Mormon institution that like Latter-day Saints know about. And we're like, this is one of us. This
One
company is
of
one of us.
us.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, the fact that like the idea of maybe the church headquarters being like, this is one of our greatest donors. Call
One of
American
our
Fork Police
greatest
Department
donors.
and let them know that they must not arrest them, or else our tithing will run dry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you were to ask 99% of members of the church, they would absolutely condemn what is going on here, regardless of these guys being members of the church or not.
And here's the thing, most of the people that get
That's what we're doing
arrested
now.
in Utah are probably going to be Latter-day Saints. And the people that are
But see, the problem here is like, while I do believe everything they're saying, like I don't think all Mormons are like weird tribally whatevers. The weird tribally whatever stereotype actually does exist for a reason, and that's because if I remember right, they were like their own sovereign thing before they joined the United States. So like it's kind of a two-sided thing. Like, hold on. Oh, no. Oh, it belonged to Mexico. But like
Incoming ad break.
my point being they weren't, and let's be real here, if they had it like as part of Mexico, they were there before it joined the Union is basically what I was getting at. It being Mexico or sovereign. My point was it was sovereign of the United States. You know what I mean? Like it was, the state wasn't created and forming and then they came in and whatever. Like they were in before the state. So like their history they established was also that, like, then, you know what I mean? The establishment of that tribalism was like then, you know what I mean? 1850. So like you could make an argument that lots of places operated on tribalism back then. The only difference is they were a like very homogenous religious thing. And again, you know, a lot of people feel, oh no, wait, 1896. Okay, so it was hit and miss. So yeah, no, they had been there basically 50 years by the time it like became a state. So it was just a territory. So arguably, basically sovereign. I mean, there was U.S. federal law, but like outside of that, you kind of just did whatever and had a lot of autonomy. But yeah, there's some of that like weird cultiness, that weird culty vibe. I'm not saying it's a cult. It's just got some weird culty vibes, which is a little weird. I'm gonna be honest. It's a little bit weird. It's abrasive to normal people. But yeah, there's kind of historical evidence of the Mormon tribalism. So it's not totally like outlandish. But I'm not saying that all Mormons are like crazy, weird, tribalistic. I'm pretty sure these guys know and are pretty on the nose. Like, you're gonna get weird tribalism in all kinds of things. I mean, again, the like Carmelo Anthony case. Like, I don't even care that he did it. I'm supporting him because of the color of his skin and nothing else, even though I know he did it. Like, wait, what? Well, I mean, well, everybody knows he did it. It just comes down to, was it actually self-defense or not? But like, yeah, you know, so yeah, tribalism doesn't vibe. At this point of the zeitgeist, tribalism is definitely not something you want to find like permeating your spaces. It's yeah, the tribalism stuff just really not vibing. Yeah.
Committing fraud, and we'll probably talk about this later on, that are business owners in Utah. Many of them are Latter-day Saints, and they're arrested by Latter-day Saint detectives and cops.
Yeah.
So I get Ben's thought, but I just...
And what I will say is, imagine, he's sitting there just trying to serve papers, and the cops get sent to him 4 different...
But you see, he's making, his point is that, like, not only are the cops being sent to him, the cops are, like, actively going against normal protocols, and then, like, escalating it, arguably violating civil rights. Like, yeah, you know, why would half a police department, like, decide to just torch the credibility of the department? Because let's be honest here, at this point, the American Fork Police Department's credibility is like 97% torch. Like, they did all of this, they swat a dude, they try to hold him for a month with no bond over a stalking harassment claim, I think it was. Like, yeah, that all. The part where, like, it becomes abuse of the legal system against a person who's not committed any crimes in the state, and in fact is only in the state temporarily attempting to serve court paperwork, which he's explained to you, shown you the paperwork, you've confirmed that the case exists, and then you still abuse the justice system against them. Do you see what I mean? The implication therein, I guess, is cops don't normally do people favors like that. You know what I mean? Like, they may do you a solid and, like, hey, man, you were speeding, but I'm gonna give you a warning. Like that, yeah, they do favors like that. They don't, like, all right, bro, I'm going to go completely against the statutes and the way these laws all stand on paper, and I'm going to abuse them to the maximum for your private gain. Like, that's the part. That's the part where that's the part where, like, there's got to be some kind of connection. You know what I mean? Because again, you don't just put your neck out on the chopping block and, like, take huge gambles with the limitations of your actual authority with your career for like some random guy who's just like, oh yeah, no, these people making stuff up. They're making stuff up. Put your whole career on the line for my claim. You see what I mean? Like, that's where there's got to be some kind of underlying connection, is basically I think what Ben is getting at. That's the direction all the indicators are pointing. And I think his point was, why is that? Can we get an explanation from the American Fork Police Department about why is it arguably almost half, if not more, of their police department is bending rules and arguably violating civil rights against a guy who's just simply trying to serve some court papers? You see what I mean? When you actually like macro the fuck out and look at the shit, the simple explanation of, oh, it's probably just, you know, a bunch of random corrupt people. Like, yeah, but see, they all share one thing in common, being like religion. And again, why would a cop put their whole, like, why would a huge chunk of a department, I think the department employs 22 officers total, why would a significant chunk of a police department all gamble their careers? Oh, we pulled them over. I was just going to scare them a little bit. Why are the police running like mafia style intimidation schemes? You know what I mean? Those are the parts where it's like, you know, normally a cop doesn't just put themselves out on the chopping block like that for some random nobody because of no ostensible connection. So seeing that they likely, I mean, ostensibly shouldn't be super familiar with each other just from the normal happenings of the area, why would they be doing favors for this random person? And even if he wasn't random and they're longtime friends, why are the police doing favors and running interference for longtime friends? But if they're not longtime, like, at least if they were longtime friends, then like that's a fairly explainable situation. Oh, why are the police taking gambles and just trusting this person's claim devoutly? Like, well, what do you mean? He's their longtime friend. So then sans a longtime friend connection, well, the only thing they seem to share is the Mormon faith connection. So yeah, that's probably why a lot of the stuff seems to indicate that some shady stuff may be taking place, and it may be taking place because all the parties involved except for one are Mormon, which is a civil rights violation, which is why when it does come to court, they're going to find themselves going up against a civil rights specialist lawyer and not just like a public defender, now that the civil rights specialist has offered his services to Ben. So you're kind of glossing over a lot of the stuff, man. People tend to like zoom too far in and like, well, there's a couple of things. I make a judgment. I don't like
different times. And the same thing
back
happens
up
every
a little
time.
bit.
They're
Take a
like,
couple
oh,
steps
yeah, you're
back.
not doing anything illegal. Then the next cop comes. And so it's like, there's no way Josh is being like calling and then, hey, I know you guys were just here, but can you send another cop? I don't think that the police department would react sending another policeman there. So maybe, I don't know, he has some sort of connection with members of the police department there that he's, you know, friends with or something like that. But what I will say, and I give props to Ben, that he actually went on a podcast that has hundreds of thousands of views now, talking about how he personally doesn't want this to be a hit piece on the church. And we'll roll that clip here.
It's from H3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
Ooh, that'd be funny. Yeah, because I don't want this to be like a hit piece against Mormonism, because I think the way he's actually going to give the Legos back is if like the Mormon community, like obviously I'm not going to have any influence on him, but the Mormon community will. So if we can get the Mormon community on our side and be like, hey, someone in your group is doing something
lying.
like completely, he's breaking all of your Mormon rules, stealing. That breaks a Mormon. One of the main things you can't do in Mormonism is stealing. Josh is doing that. Lying. He's doing that.
It's like a special Mormon
stealing
thing.
from old people, even worse in Mormonism, I think. So
There's an extra statute against old people.
yeah. So basically, the Mormons should hate this guy, but for some reason, right now they're sticking up for him. So I wonder if like there's a way to like reason with the Mormons to be like, hey, someone is breaking all of your rules. We have so much proof. Let's work together.
Yeah, I think there are.
Okay, pause that.
Dude, how did he know about subsection A of Rule 374 that we can't steal from old people?
Exactly. Special statute against old people. So, yeah, I agree.
What do you mean? No. Like, sins against old people are worse. That's like the Old Testament portions of it, the like Judaistic like roots of it. The Lord commanded the Amalekites be completely exterminated every man, woman, child, and animal because they committed sins against the weakest and the most vulnerable, the elderly, the young. So arguably within any Abrahamic religion, yeah, crimes against the elderly and the young and the infirm, yes, those are all by default worse. Like if you committed the same crime against a random man of your contemporary, that is not as bad as if you did it to an elderly man or a young child or a mentally infirm person. Yeah, yes. Now, I mean, they're making jokes. How does he know about subsection A? But like, it's just Old Testament. Like, so if Mormonism is a Abrahamic faith as a form of Christianity, then yeah, it has roots in the Old Testament, which absolutely. That's why H3, like he knew what to call it. He's Jewish. He's Old Testament like familiar because like that's basically the Old Testament is the like Jewish beginnings of the Abrahamic faiths. Like he knows the
Rule
term.
374 that we can't steal from H3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
Ooh, that'd be funny. Yeah, because
It's from H3.
Yeah.
Mormonism, I think. So
There's an extra statute against old people.
yeah.
The
So basically,
Let's just do it this way. Yeah. I think this is more what like his point is in the eyes of the Abrahamic faiths, Judeo-Christian faiths. Yeah. Stuff against the elderly are worse. You're supposed to protect the elderly. Nobody cares about Catholicism, it's Satanism. But yeah, per the core tenets of Judeo-Christian theologies, yes, sins against the elderly are worse. Sins against children are worse. Like, at the core fundamentals of it, yes, they are worse. Those entities are viewed as being defenseless. So you're not punching fairly, you're punching down. Yeah, that makes it worse.
Basically, the Mormons should hate this guy, but for some reason, right now they're
Oh yeah, no, I agree fully, Dark. Like, we should all just go back to like the Old Testament. Like, I mean, I guess you could like add a couple of steps for modernism. Like, you steal once, we break your finger. You steal twice, we break two finger. You steal third time, we take hand. So, you know, you get two solid warnings before you lose a fucking hand. Because let's be real here, if you go look at Islamic theologically fundamental countries, a lot of them, you steal one time, we take your hand. You go to Korea, yeah, you steal one time, we beat you with cane. Like, and probably send you to a work camp. Let's be real. South Korea, they like work camps. We make you break big rock into small rock. And look at their culture. Very little crime, very respectable people. It's almost like when people are held accountable, they can actually learn from their mistakes and become a better person. Who'da thunk it, bro? Who'da thunk it? I think we just cracked it. We cracked the I don't know what. I was being disingenuous anyways, but I couldn't come up with anything clever, so I'm not going to waste my time. The joke stands. We cracked it.
they're sticking up for him. So I wonder if like there's a way to like reason with the Mormonisms or the Mormons to be like, hey, someone is breaking all of your rules. We have so
The
much proof.
Mormonisms.
Let's work together.
Yeah, I
to get them
think,
to do the
I
right
think
thing.
there are.
Okay, pause that.
Dude, how did he know about subsection A of Rule 374 that we can't steal from old people? That's extra bad.
Exactly. Special statute against old people. So, yeah, I agree with what you're saying, Ben. There's
awesome.
a lot of people out there that are bringing a bad name to the church because, yeah, look, his conduct is not in concordance with what we believe that
And
we should be representing.
vocally, verbally condemn this actions right here by these.
We are the Mormon Church.
Yeah, again, I forgot to say at the beginning, we're not official representatives of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, but I think it's from the attire, you probably already know.
Yeah.
But so
I
I'll
mean,
give him
yeah,
that
but
benefit of
like the
doubt,
whole
right?
thing comes down to, well, then why are the cops helping him? Why are the cops like bending, breaking, and violating constitutional rights to help some random fucking person? I mean, I guess they could all just be friends. Like, yeah, that's entirely possible. But like, that's a lot of people who are putting their neck out on the fucking chopping block. Yeah, no, I agree that most of them are cuck shitbags, but generally they're not gonna risk their like position and career where they get to be cuck shitbags. You know what I mean? That's what I was saying. Like, if they don't know each other at all, odds are the best fucking favor you're ever going to get out of a cop is you were speeding, but I'm going to give you a warning. So if you know the cop, generally the most you're going to get out of them in terms of a favor is like stuff that's law abiding or small and not noticeable, not going to like risk your whole career. they're in a police department of, I think, 22 officers, and like 9 of them at least basically gave up like a whole week of their time to like fuck with a random YouTuber over no crimes committed, actively violating numerous civil rights, which they're going to find themselves having to answer for, I'm almost certain, because now he has a civil rights specialist who's, I believe, just volunteering to assist him. Exactly. See, it's that part, the cult-like behavior. And, you know, you couple that with the fairly common understanding from the outside that Mormonism is mostly Christianity, but it's got some weird culty stuff sprinkled on top. So, like, that's why the Mormon connection, I think, is, like, relevant. And while the Mormons as a whole may not, like, condone it, it's still something that needs to be looked into and, like, confirmed, denied, or answered for. Like, but I would argue the police chief came out and made a whole ass public statement in which he lied multiple times, which their own body cam footage that they've already released prior to him making the statement directly contradicts. So, like, the body cam footage shows literally them basically say what they're doing, and then 2 days later, or however many days later, the fucking chief comes out and he's just like, what, that did not happen. And it's like, bro, you're literally like on camera saying it. Well, yeah, that's what I mean, bro. Like, why would a bunch of police officers all be willing to gamble their career on career-ending corruption charges and civil rights violations that could also come with, like, very hefty lawsuits and things of that nature? Why would they gamble that for a random business owner? You know what I mean? There's got to be something more to it than he's just a random business owner. And when you look at it broad scope, well, everybody involved except for the dude getting fucked with are Mormons. Which that makes it a discrimination case. So that's where the civil rights lawyer comes in. And, like, see, that's what I mean. Like, you wouldn't just do all of that for, like, a random person. Like, there has to be more to it. They're either friends or it is the Mormon connection, and that makes the entirety of the Mormon church look really, really bad if they don't, like, make efforts to get out in front of it and, like, you know, rally against it. Much the same the Catholic Church gets really fucking bad glares when they do their whole pedo shift around thing. So, like, yeah, you currently have really, you got a lot of optics pointed at the religion, and they might want to address that in some way. I mean, these people are kind of, but, like, again, he even said they're not, like, affiliated with the actual church. Well, like, maybe some local wards need to be making some, like, statements, because otherwise it, at a bare minimum, makes the churches, those, or the wards those people are participants of, all look massively bad, and puts everything that anyone in those churches does in their actual life under additional optics from this point forward.
Right? That, look, he might think, yeah, these guys are looking out for their own. And so he gets arrested, right?
Let's get Reckless Ben on the pod, bro.
That's what I'm saying.
We did reach out to him.
The Latter-day Saint community galvanized.
Exactly. This is the #1 daily news show in Latter-day Saint YouTube, just so you know, Ben.
We reached out to him last night at like 10 p.m. Why didn't you respond?
Why didn't you
And I sent him an email,
respond?
too. So, anyways, he gets arrested, and then the police department, okay? The American Fork Police Department chief comes out and makes a 26-minute
and that
video
should be
giving their side
fucking
of the
floated
story,
up
the
and
truth.
made
We would
like
hope
public,
that the police
because
is gonna
like
give
if
us the
that's what's
truth.
going on, those people
And
shouldn't be
this is what I'll
policed.
just say from the outset, okay?
Like, I
If
think
you watch the
everyone can
beginning of
agree on
this,
that.
First, we're gonna have to crank up the volume here.
Yeah, everyone
and
straight.
tell me if you think. Let's just watch the beginning of this here and see what you got.
Everyone be super quiet.
Yeah, this is the police chief's statement in which he lies a bunch of times. Oh, this is the one where they turned the volume up a bunch. It was way quieter the first time.
Cedar Hills community regarding some videos currently circulating on social media that have been presented in a way that calls into question some of the actions of our departments. These videos are affiliated with.
Okay, pause it there.
Okay.
So it's like, first off, honestly, that is the loudest that his computer can go.
Yeah,
Right?
seriously.
You can barely hear.
Turn my mic all the way up too.
And he's coming out. He's like, "Hey, I just wanted to address some stuff there." It's like, look, if you guys are in the right, come out and tell us confidently that you were in the right.
And have some volume, bro.
And I just want to
Don't
bring
do
this
a
up.
green screen background.
Fucking police
Exactly,
chief
the
no
white
balls.
background's creepy.
Yes, hi
Go to the
everyone.
next
I would
video.
like to
Have you
address
guys
the
ever seen
allegations
this
being
police
made
chief?
against our
Get this police chief to
None of it
explain
is actually
why
right.
you guys are not in the wrong, okay?
Darren Carter, you think men like these are afraid of an uneducated, 125-pound punk like you that's never won a fair fight in your life and holds your gun sideways? Young man, I'll meet you on solid ground anytime, anywhere, light or heavy. Makes no difference to me. You won't walk away.
I was like, that guy hits me.
Men like us, son, we do dumbbell presses with weights bigger than you. And the convicts
Pause
in
it there.
jail,
That's crazy.
That's from 10 years ago. If you haven't seen that, we'll link that in the description.
Where have we come?
But all I'm saying is, from the outset, let's say it with some confidence, okay? I could barely even hear what he was saying.
After being a sergeant in the Marine Corps, there are very few things that just like infuriate me than weak volume.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
So this is what I'll say. Police chief, I know you're watching this. We're not trying to hate on you, bro. But all I'm saying is, if you
I
guys are in
am.
the right, say it with some confidence. Give me some confidence that you guys are in the right. Not just like this political, like very soft-spoken type of thing. That's my opinion. Okay. Anyways, so they give a response, and their recounting of what led to his arrest is absurd, and it is a blatant lie. It is a blatant lie.
allegedly.
No,
Allegedly, there's video.
What we should probably do, and we'll do this at the beginning of the show, is there's a giant allegedly on everything on here because we don't want to be wrapped up in some thing. So this is all alleged, our opinion.
Okay, I'll say alleged, but yeah, we'll
You be
show
the
you.
judge.
Are
You
we
be the judge.
continuing this?
No,
this
no,
really
go to the
soft
next
video?
one. So then Ben, he makes a response to the police's response and shows how allegedly they're blatantly lying.
It's a solid point though. To protect yourself, allegedly. Allegedly.
So we did what the law told us to do. I got a process server, and we went to his house to do this the legal way. However, Josh did not want to do this the legal
Illegal.
way, and instead called the police on us.
Joshua Johnson contacted police and reported he was going to shoot someone.
Hello, I would
As a
like to
result
speak
of
with
the
you
ongoing
about your
harassment,
car's extended warranty. I
multiple
don't
officers immediately responded to the area.
Bro,
Josh was so scared of
who
going to
is
court
that man?
that he would rather shoot us than accept these court papers.
Like, somebody find his wife's purse. His balls are in there. If you see what look like raisins caught in a fold somewhere, those are probably
Sadly
them.
for Josh, murder is illegal. And now he just admitted his plans to the police officers. The American Fork Police should at least be arresting Josh for trying to use murder as a way to get out of court.
Okay, pause it there.
Sadly,
Allegedly, that got really serious.
Yeah, so we're gonna be continuing this,
Allegedly,
but
that got
the
really
police chief
serious.
says, we got a call from Josh saying that he was going to fire upon these people that are harassing, that he's claiming are harassing him for just trying to serve him court papers. And so then what does the police department do? Instead of going and be like, hey, yeah, you're not allowed to.
Right.
kill these
Excuse me,
people,
sir.
all
You
right?
can't do
It's
that. You
insane.
can't
So,
murder
continue playing.
people. Murder's a crime.
For some reason, they arrested me instead.
Am I being arrested? Really?
All right. Allegedly hearsay.
All of the answers are in the
Potentially.
body cam footage. However, they redacted all the body cam footage. So this is where I think if we all come together,
I
as a
don't
community
recall.
and somehow convince the American
The
Fork
Hillary
Police
Clinton
Department
special.
to unredact this footage.
I do not
so we can
recall.
Find out why they arrested me.
Like, well, can you
not the
explain this
guy who threatened to
picture?
murder me. However,
I do
the
not
American Fork
recall.
Police does not want to unredact
Like,
the
is that
footage
you
right
in the
now.
picture?
Now
It
that they
appears
have
to
a
be,
new
but I do
excuse
not
of why
recall.
I was the one justified being arrested.
Officer Sumbot contacted the Marion County Circuit
Officer
Court in
Sumbitch.
Oregon to verify the legitimacy of the paperwork. The court confirmed that the case was indeed legitimate, but that papers had already been served and no hearing date had yet been scheduled.
The police department said the reason they arrested me and not Josh this day is because they called to confirm if this was a real court case, and they said it was real. However, the papers have already been served, and now I'm doing this solely to get YouTube content. And if that's true, I would like to see footage of it. They released all the raw footage, and that part doesn't seem to be in the raw footage.
It's already been to court, or are you allowed to tell me kind of where they're at with the case?
There is no hearing date set, and there hasn't been a hearing in the case yet. All I see is the claim that was filed. I don't see proof of service or anything. The hearing wouldn't be set until a response is filed by defendant.
Okay, so the defendant needs to be served with papers before the case will, I guess, start.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for your help. That's all for today. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, bye.
Right here, the police officer admits that it is March 10th.
On March 10th, 2026,
However, you can see here that Josh doesn't get served until 3 days later, March 13th. So how could Josh have already been served on March 10th if he didn't get served until March 13th? Unless Josh is a time traveler.
Okay, pause.
Unless Josh is a
Ben does this
time
in such a
traveler.
good way where he's able to troll without getting like hurtful necessarily. Like it's so funny.
Yeah. And so you see there, you have the body cam footage of the policeman calling the district court, verifying if it is an actual lawsuit that's been filed. Finds out that it is, but there's no proof of service. And for it to go forward and get a date, the papers need to be served. And then you have the police chief coming out and saying, look, the officer Sumbot verified it, but verified that papers were already served.
Oh my gosh.
And you have there on the body cam that's just a blatant alleged lie.
Alleged
So what's so
hearsay.
troubling to me is you have these
Objection.
all these sides that are giving their side of the story, but what you're seeing here is only from the policeman's side and those bricks and minifigs people. They're the ones caught in the alleged blatant lies. Okay, and so it's just so troubling,
dude. If you're an American Fork resident, like you actually employ these people. You're the ones who employ
No. Fuck you. Because Utah gets fucking federal money, which goes to their police departments. So actually, 330, well, not 330 million, but like 170 million people are being fucked for their tax contributions by the members of the American Fork Police Department. Because police departments get federal grants, they get federal funding. Utah gets a big slush fund from the feds, and then they get to squirt a little bit on all the police departments. So yeah, no, some of your federal dollars have been squirted over their way, and they're using them to harass normal people. So yeah, everybody should be pissed. Not just the people who live there, but fucking everybody should be pissed.
So you need to figure something out, because that's insane. They have the body cam footage. They know exactly what the truth is, and they specifically denied it. That is insane. And if I was in American Fork, like, I don't even know what you do to get these people fired, but you should not be employing them.
Yeah. And so it's very troubling because there's other body camera footage that he displays throughout that kind of just show that they're looking for any straws to grasp at to arrest these guys. And so if you click on, I don't know if it's the next one. Yeah. So this is where then Ben is like, look, if I can't serve him papers, I'm just going to create a GoFundMe. And to promote this GoFundMe, I'm going to print out a little poster of Josh's face on it that says, I steal from old people. And then put it on public land across from his house.
The cardinal sin of Mormons.
Yeah.
The cardinal sin of Mormons.
Then he does that. And look, it's like a political attack ad. Is Phil Lyman going to be bothered if the Cox campaign pays for an attack ad to be put up on the internet or something? Yeah, he's probably going to be upset with it and prefer that it's not up there, right?
Not going to arrest Governor Cox, though.
Exactly. As long as he's not, using defamation and saying false things, right? Which, yeah. So then he has his friend put up this sign, and then the police get called, and they're like, what, should we just take it down and give it back to him? And then this is the interaction that ensues between the police officers.
Is it an information on crime? Is it disorderly conduct? Why? Is he upset about it? I mean, I guess, but that's not.
Yeah, this police officer is right. Just because this might make Josh upset does not make this poster illegal. So I decided to let the police department know that some of the redactions they made aren't.
See, that was more my position. That cop there, he was like, do I really want to gamble my whole ass career and potential retirement and all that kind of stuff? Which, I mean, I know they don't have the best fucking careers, but obviously he's committed some time to joining the force and probably intends to pursue it as a career. So, there's some level of commitment required to get there. You don't just like, I want to be a cop, and they're like, here's your badge, get on out there, Skippy. Like, yeah, see, that's what I was saying at one point. I'd have been like, before it even like left Oregon, just go to the local news people and be like, yeah, he this, I pick a fucking anything to identify as, because you can identify as whatever you want. I guess that's how it works. So just like pick a thing, pick whatever thing you think is going to make people the most mad. And then, yeah, just go to all the local like Salem Kaiser news outlets and be like, Bricks and Minifigs did all of this stuff, and I'm a alternative LGBT fucking whatever thing, and boom, bro, you'll have another summer of love. They'll like probably burn down half of Portland. Like, no, you'll probably get some movement on that because it's Oregon, and like you'd get better movement. But like, regardless though, that one cop is fucking like, you could see the gears kind of turning. He's like, okay, but is he mad about it? Like, but that's not like you can be mad all you want. Something making you mad isn't a crime if the statement's factual. So he was like, do I really want to like throw away all the effort I've put in to get to this moment here over some weird Lego bullshit? Like, that's what I mean. That would have been the thought I would have assumed any logical police officer would have come to at the very beginning. Is like, okay, but is he doing anything illegal? Well, then I can't really, like, why would they put their neck out on the line for a person they don't know? But they all seem to be of the same church. That's the only outwardly visible connection between them currently, which is what makes it look even worse, and then like fall into a like even deeper civil rights violation of like discriminatory things, like theological discriminations, right?
Exactly what they're claiming they are.
I think you guys might have accidentally forgot to redact another clip.
And then this is the funniest one. He got the body cam footage from multiple cameras from the same incident, and like they redacted stuff in one but they missed it in the other one, so he just like overlaid the two videos together, and then like tons of like, well, why did you redact this? Well, we didn't redact that. Like,
that was at the same time, and when I synced the two clips together, I was able to see what they were saying, like what the redaction was. And he was talking about how what we're doing actually isn't illegal and how the police officer might be wrong. And so it wasn't about protecting a victim. It wasn't any personal information. And so I was wondering, it seems like there might be a lot of stuff like that that got redacted, maybe to protect the police officers, not to protect the victims, if that makes sense. And so
yeah, we don't do that. So like I said,
but he has proof that you did, because you fucked up and missed parts.
See that that's what the redaction.
Like, do you get that? Like, she's so dumb she doesn't even get that. Two recordings taking place at the same time. In one recording, you redacted it, but you missed it in the other recording. You claim it was redacted to protect the victim and blah, 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 but the unredacted version just shows that the one cop was actually talking about how what they're doing isn't actually illegal. Well, that's what I mean. That's like the normal stuff, like nudity, under 18, victim names, which is what the lady on the phone is basically claiming that is what is redacted. Like, oh, we only redacted stuff to protect victim names and like identities and stuff like that. And he's like, okay, but you missed part of this video, and what you redacted from that video that is audible in this video is not a victim's name, is not someone's personal information, is not anything that would be pursuant to Utah statutory codes to be redactable. In fact, if you look, when you actually hear the stuff, the only real logical option to take is it was redacted to save face for the department, because even you realize how bad the thing is and everybody's running interference every step along the way. Like, that's what it looks like. And then see her doubling down, going, nope, I wouldn't do that.
Was.
Okay, well, that didn't happen.
That didn't happen. He's literally got the two files. Like, you know what I mean? How can you say that didn't happen? That didn't happen. Like, okay, well, I have the files here. Like, I literally have them. He possesses them. They were released from the department per request, and they fucked up and missed parts. You're really gonna double down? Like, the fucking, just the insane retard confidence of it all. And then see, what they're also glossing over is when you do something like that, that brings into question every arrest that department has conducted while those particular people were employed. So, like, yeah, I don't get why cops would gamble their career, the credibility of their entire department. And I mean, let's be real, it trickles up even further, because like they got judges to issue slop warrants and fucking shit like that. So like, yeah, why would you go through all these extensive nonsense maneuvers to try and protect some random company that stole some Legos from a dude? Like, why would you not just be like, dang, that's a $200 grand theft caller, like, let's just clink that up? That's like an open and shut. Like, hey, big dog, you got the Legos? We're the police. You got the Legos? Like, oh, you do? Okay, we've got some bracelets for you. You're coming with us. Like, bro, that's open shut. So like, yeah, the station's totally corrupt. And you can argue it goes higher than just the station and up into the localized municipal legal system. And the only connection that people through all of this corrupt trickle share is the Church of Latter-day Saints. They're all Mormons. That's the only outwardly visible connection between them.
It didn't happen.
But again, it's not saying all Mormons are like tribalistic weirdo cult people. Like, no, but they really need to like be getting out in front of it and like, that ain't got shit to do with us. And then, you know, maybe when those people's fucking religion's like, hey, you can't come to the ward. You're not allowed here. Like, yeah, when they start getting pushed out of their like theological spaces by their fellow parishioners, that has some weight to it. And that's what you should be doing, because if you're not going to shepherd your brother, then you should probably exile him, lest the sins of your brother make you look bad. Brother.
No, I don't do that, Ben. I follow the Utah State Code, like I just said.
Bro, why would you say that? I don't do that. I follow the state code. Bro, he literally... He's physically... Okay. Like, bro, how... As a normal person, what are you supposed to do with that? Like, he's literally got the two files side by side and can see that it was done. And you're going to be like, I didn't do that. I don't do that. And like, look, like you could tell he's literally looking at it on his computer. Like, oh, the gaslighting is fucking insane. It's like, I don't know. I don't do that. Like, I have video of it. Nope. Nope. Like, would you like me to play it for you over the phone? Like, I didn't do it. I don't do that. I did it right. Like, but you didn't. Like, what the fuck, bro?
I don't know.
Okay, pause there.
It's like the
Okay, so what he's referring to, I should have gave context to this. He tries to figure out what they were saying, but in the video, the audio is redacted on that. But then he gets the body cam footage from the other guy where the video is redacted, but the audio isn't. And so then he syncs them up and finds out that these cops are having a conversation where one is like, is it disorderly conduct? He's like, I mean, is he upset about it? He's like, yeah, but that doesn't make it a crime. Like, what are we talking about here? And so even one of the cops is trying to do the right thing, and they're just trying to find any reason to arrest them.
Wow.
Okay. And then we haven't touched much on what the CEO has said. I don't anticipate this is the last video that we do talking about this, but
dude, especially when we get Reckless Ben on here to help galvanize the Latter-day Saints.
Yeah.
In support of this Lego.
And find the truth.
Yeah.
Again, this is just because some plastic bricks were not given back to people with sentimental value, and they're worth tens of thousands of dollars. Okay?
Yeah, that part.
And so one of the things
grand
that I just want to address
theft part
is
of
that
it.
one of the reasons that Ben is coming out with all this right now is because they are threatening, or they are trying to accuse him of committing felonies. Okay, and he went into the corporate office, talked to the CEO. The CEO immediately refused to talk about anything of the situation. And
the CEO's response was like totally sketch too.
Kind of recounts this here.
That's the thing, bro. Is like everybody just like just shit the bed, like for real, bro. All anybody needed to do at any point along this line was just like maintain the simple reaction of like, oh, that's interesting. Well, you'll need to speak with my lawyer about that because I don't know. Bro, that's all anybody on the fucking bricks and minifig side of it needed to do at like any fucking point of it, and then just like not fucking talk after that. Like, as funny as it is, the only dude who had the right fucking idea was the Joshua Johnson guy's like partner and co-owner of the location. I forget his fucking name. But yeah, that dude, when he went to try and like make the good faith contact with him before the lawsuit, the guy just like came out his front door and just sat there. Didn't say a single fucking word. That was the only smart person on the side of badness here. And he wasn't super smart because why even come out of your house? You're just calling the cops on him anyways. I wouldn't have called the cops on him. I'd have just not answered the door. But you know, he like walked out and like the Ben starts asking him questions and he's just like, but like, you know, as stupid as he looked and weird, like just weirdo vibe it gave, you don't see any recordings of him on here saying some dumb shit like, oh, I got them. Yeah, they're in the cabinet. I promise I'll give them all back. Like, nah, you've got his name as a co-owner of a location and a video where he comes out of the fucking door and doesn't say a word and quietly, arguably politely, kind of in a aggressive posturing, but just stood there while Ben like asked him questions and he didn't answer any of them. And then the police showed up and then he was formally trespassed and that was it. Still a super dick move, but at least you didn't create some mountain of like video footage that can now just be played back to make you look like an idiot. And that's what everyone at every step should have done. CEO of Bricks and Minifigs should have been like, huh, that's strange. This is the first I'm hearing about it, but I don't know. You'll have to talk to legal, I think. Have a good day. Like, bro, yeah. Yeah, because you're on the side that did the crime, bro. Everything you say can potentially be used against you if it's decided that what you're doing constituted a crime. You shouldn't be saying shit to anybody about anything. You should absolutely be stonewalling. And if someone thinks they're going to fucking press any kind of answer out of you, the only thing you say is, I won't speak without my lawyer present. Does it look good? Absolutely not. But the long and short is, neither does anything this dude has fucking said in his dumb pursuit of thinking he can navigate his way through it without a lawyer. Because again, he's on the side in possession of the aforementioned stolen Legos, and possession is 9/10 of the law. See, that's one of the really important parts is if something is stolen, the person currently holding it has a really hard time arguing that they aren't the one who stole it. And buying stolen property is not an excuse for possessing stolen property, because possession is 9/10 of the law. Technically, they hold a stolen set that was stolen from a legal Oregon lottery, which is a crime. That's like a legitimate crime. It's not a civil dispute. It's a criminal offense. So, yeah, maybe just like don't say anything to anybody other than like, oh, wow, that's crazy. I haven't heard nothing about it. I'll look into it. Here's the number for legal.
The police.
He knew about it.
Yeah, so he knows about it.
He wasn't like, tell me about this. What happened?
Yeah,
I'm so concerned.
Basically, after I asked him about the situation, he called the police saying I went inside the company and said that I was going to burn the whole place down and shoot everyone inside. Now I'm facing 20 years in jail. Even after they watched the whole footage of me not making that claim, they're still sending me to court.
Moving forward, making these videos, you need a lawyer.
Yeah, probably. The CEO is definitely covering.
Dude. So he had that whole interaction recorded, and even showing the police is like, I did not say that. They're still taking him to court and making him prove his innocence. Okay, so curious to see what that judge does with that. But all this to show that this does not look good. And especially, I'll be honest, it does not look good from an outsider perspective on the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and its members' conduct. Okay, when Ben is coming in and he's just trying to get Brian's Legos back,
Yeah,
of
for
his
your
dying
brother,
father, and he finds out that all these people that are causing issues for him to do this are members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Yeah, I would definitely, he did kind of lean into the conspiratorial route that they're all kind of in on it together, and then he's kind of saying, look, he's going against everything that members of the church actually believe in, and so we need to let them know that this is happening so that we can hopefully get this brought to justice. Okay. And this is one thing I'll also add to this. Actually, let's go into that statistics page that I pulled up. Okay. So this is a map of financial crime reports per state per 10,000 people that live there. Okay.
This is like tax fraud, tax evasion. Things like that,
Yeah, this is basically just suspicious activity report when it comes to financial crimes. Okay. And you see there, the ones in red are the ones that are at the top.
Oof.
Okay. So Delaware is actually at the top, which was surprising, but I guess a lot of companies are based out of Delaware. So
where the Biden family's from.
What's the Biden family's from? That's wild.
The Biden family and their Ukrainian deal. And then second is South Dakota, which was strange. Okay, I guess a lot of people are like, oh, let's just put it out in a place where no one goes to. Let's register our business in South Dakota. But then number 3rd on the list is Silicon Slopes, Utah. Okay, number 3 on the list, which is alarming because coincidentally, it's also the highest concentration of members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And I wouldn't be throwing this out here to, and I'm not doing this to like bring dirt on the church and being like, oh, members of the church are so shady and stuff. I'm saying they are directly acting contrary to our beliefs and everything that's written in Scripture. Okay?
Yep.
They're not good examples of members of the church.
Yep.
And so are they doing this because they are members of the church, or are they doing this and they're members of the church and they should be reprehended?
In spite of being members of the church.
In spite of. But I say this because we ourselves, we have been on the receiving end of people using very unethical business practice to try to steal money from us, to steal our company property and use it for their own benefit. And after being caught red-handed, then still trying to take advantage of us. And I'm like, bro, what's going on here? Like, what am I missing? How are you rationally reasoning this behavior with the beliefs that we hold to as members of the church? How? And it just reminds me of Doctrine and Covenants, section 121. It's just so good. It's so good. And so going to what Ben was saying, Mormons should hate this guy, Josh. Josh, we don't hate you. We hate what you're doing because the act itself is very unethical and bringing a bad light to the church. And also, it's not going to work out very good for you in the end.
Incoming
and in
break.
verse 36, we kind of read a little bit about what's happening here. It says, the rights of the priesthood are inseparably connected with the powers of heaven, and that the powers of heaven cannot be controlled nor handled they can only be controlled and handled upon the principles of righteousness, that they may be conferred upon us, it is true, but when we undertake to cover up our sins, or to gratify our pride, our vain ambitions, or to exercise control or dominion or compulsion upon the souls of the children of men in any degree of unrighteousness. Behold, the heavens withdraw themselves, the Spirit of the Lord is grieved, and the priesthood, and when it is withdrawn, amen to the priesthood authority of that man. Behold, ere he is aware, he is left unto himself to kick against the pricks, to persecute the saints, and to fight against God. And so when you are not only doing these bad actions, but then making every effort to cover up your bad actions, what a tangle web we weave when first we practice to deceive. That's a good rhyme.
It is.
Isn't it? And so, bro, just come clean. Just give the Legos back. That's all I'm saying.
They've probably sold. The truth is, they've probably sold the Legos or something. Like that's probably gone. And so they feel like the only way is to dig in, dig in, dig in. And it's not going to happen. Like, this is what you need to understand, is it's not going to go away. This Reckless Ben guy has been through some crazy stuff and done some crazy investigative journalism, and he's not going to stop until the Legos are done or until something's figured out. And it just reminds me of this verse. This is 3 Nephi 27:27. This is Jesus Christ talking to the people. And he asks this question. He says, "What manner of men ought ye to be?" And then he answers it with, "Verily I say unto you, even as I am." And you have to remember, if you are someone who wears the garment of the holy priesthood, that wears Christ on you 24/7, and maybe you've forsaken that. We don't know what your religious life is, but there is serious implications when you are a representative of Jesus Christ and you're representing to the world, and look at the damage that has been done so far. And so at the end of the day, your best path forward is to rectify that and show what a disciple of Jesus Christ does, which is admits when they're wrong, repents, and takes whatever the consequence is. The classic song that you sing in every elder's quorum, because it's the only song people know: choose what is right, let the consequence follow. And that's what you have not been doing, and that's what you need to do, and it's the only way forward.
So again, what I'll add to this is where the Legos are at. We don't know what exactly the wrongdoing has been done to not have the Legos be returned to Brian. We have no idea. Hopefully they'll figure that out in court. But hopefully you've seen just from the conduct of Josh saying, look, yeah, I want you to get your Legos back, man. I swear on everything, you'll get them back. I'm not going to screw you. To then going, you stole the Legos, sue me. Like cussing him out and all this crazy stuff that has ensued after. That alone, regardless of the Legos, is not good behavior. And is not being a good representative of someone that allegedly is an active member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And so, like I said, this is definitely not going to be the last video that we do on this, but hopefully that some rectification happens with what has ensued here. Again, that was a very short summary of 4 hours worth of insane content that has been produced about
Make sure you
this.
link it because it's fun watch. Reckless Ben, the way he does stuff, it's super fun and entertaining to watch. And
Like other little tidbits and videos that he's done, he got a hold of an internal memo that was sent out to all the franchise owners from the backlash of his first video.
Yeah.
And they're talking about how, look, in crisis, public PR crisis is like this. Usually 3 to 7 days is the most backlash, and then it slowly starts to go away. And so we don't anticipate this lasting too much longer. And he reads that whole thing on one of his videos, and he's like, yeah, you're wrong. And a bunch of other stuff. The CEO goes on a podcast and Ben says, look, if you can answer my 3 questions, I'll delete my entire YouTube channel and donate all the money that we've gained from the GoFundMe to Bricks and Minifigs.
Yeah.
And which is over $250,000 has been donated, by the way, on the GoFundMe to get Brian's Legos back.
Wow.
And yeah, it's crazy. And so there's a lot of other things that are involved with this, but hopefully that gives you a picture of how the Latter-day Saints are intertwined in this, unfortunately, and how, yeah, I want this bad behavior shouted amongst the upon the rooftops. And what is most disturbing to me is that clip where we saw a direct contradiction with the actual video footage that we have of the body cams of the cop confirming papers have not been served. And he even says, oh, so for it to actually continue, he needs to serve the papers. And then he gets arrested. And then the police chief says, yeah, papers had already been served. This was just for YouTube content. That's not true. It's not true, bro. So anyways, if you have any personal connection to this, reach out to us. We'd love to talk about this more in detail, and we just want the truth to come out. And so I appreciate Ben for going out and being like, hey, look, I don't want this to be a hit job on the church, but you got a lot of members out there that aren't behaving very well, and we need to call that out. So
this is the best episode of Latter-day Saints, in my opinion. It's been so much fun. Like, this story is crazy.
It is
I
crazy.
feel bad for the guy, though.
It is crazy. But again, we'll slap a whole allegedly sticker on it as to not get wrapped up
And
legally in
allegedly.
Still
Moving on to
staying up late
LUS.
gaming solo? With Hacko AI, get the ultimate companion for your
Shut
playtime.
up. I don't need something talking to me while I game. I'm already talking to me, and that's bad
One
enough.
of the main questions, why did I get swatted for stealing the Legos when this wasn't a mystery to the police officers and they knew that I didn't steal the Legos, that Josh stole the Legos.
Even if there were stolen Legos at his home, which there wasn't even like a single Lego. So you go to his home,
Sprinkle some
you think
Legos
they're
on.
stolen Legos. You got like 7 dudes with guns, like, right? You got a dude pointing the gun at your like genitalia for whatever reason. That's what lethal means. It means pointing your gun. That's what lethal force means for the Fork Police Department, is that they point a rifle, probably on like with no safety on, at your genitalia. That is the definition of lethal force, according to the American Fork Police. But anyway, back to this. They didn't find a single Lego. This is so bizarre, because so the warrant is for like Legos, okay? So they go into the house, find no Legos, and they still arrest the guy? Like, think about this. We said that there's heroin in your car. We send the whole police department to look at your car for 2 hours. We can't find heroin, right? The thing is, we have to let you go. We sent our whole police department guns a-blazing because the Airbnb host said there were stolen Lego that he heard. The Airbnb host didn't even see a Lego. He heard somehow
He didn't even
that there
see a
were
Lego.
disgusting stolen Lego. That was the only evidence they had, was the Airbnb. Again, we should go to this Airbnb host and figure out who he is, or she, because holy shit, that it sounds like they're spying on their, like, Airbnb needs to figure out who this host is and really investigate this guy, because it looks like he's like secretly recording the guest. And if he's going to secretly record a guest, why not put a camera in somebody's, bathroom, bedroom? You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying about this type of guy, right? If he's going to put microphones and cameras and secretly record, and not only did he secretly record you, as soon as he heard the word stolen Legos, he called the police. The judge had a warrant out for lethal force. And then the guy, so like, again, this is very, so I think there is some credibility to the Mormon Mafia, because this stuff it's not this fast. If you ever called the police before, you know they're slow as hell. You know it takes them half an hour just to get off their butts, enter their cars. So if you ever had an emergency and called the police before, like, look how fast this happened. Just think about how fast this happened. And then how fast it normally happens. Okay, stolen Legos. Okay, let me call the police. Then the police go to the prosecution. The prosecution goes to the judge, and they sign a warrant. And the warrant is for like lethal. That allows them to bring guns and point up guns at people's genitalia for whatever reason. That's what they want to do. Nothing in life is that fast, guys. Like, nothing in life is this. The police is not that. The judge is not that fast. The prosecution is not that fast. You're talking about multiple parts of the government. You're talking about the judicial system, the police system, the prosecution's office, all being synced up within like an hour to get guns over there for stolen Lego. Look, so if I'm the police, my question would be, oh, have you seen any Legos there? So, you heard them talk about stolen Legos. Have you witnessed any Legos coming in or out of the home? No. Well, hey, we believe you. That sounds good to us. I mean, you just heard that they were talking about stolen Legos. Wow, amazing. Oh, and then the police say, okay, good. Thank you, witness. So that's not enough evidence to send the police department after you, okay? Stolen Legos. It's just not, with guns. So now you go to the prosecution office and says, hey, we need a warrant right now. There are stolen Legos. And the prosecutor's like, oh, damn, stolen Legos. Send everybody. Send the whole police department. We definitely don't have anything better to do. So the prosecution now agrees that these stolen Legos are, like, the stolen Legos of our utmost importance, right? So number one, an Airbnb host thinks that they're talking about stolen Legos. He has not seen any stolen Legos move.
Hold on, just a moment before that. In that moment, stolen Legos, super important. Send everyone. When the Legos were reported stolen, when it was explained that he was doing stuff to try and get back stolen Legos. They didn't matter. It didn't matter that Legos were stolen then, when Ben and the Mansell family were the ones whose Legos were stolen. But now, that day, three tiers of the government were able to mobilize within an hour because stolen Legos were so vitally important. They needed a lethal force raid. Are we serious right now, y'all? Like, are we serious? We're just gonna act like that's normal? That's just normal. And then the police chief lying about it afterward.
Move in or out, he's only briefly heard that sentence, stolen Legos. And he thought that was good enough to report somebody to the police, that there was a conversation about stolen Legos. Okay, so now the police, who already know, because they stopped Reckless Ben, and Reckless Ben has explained it to him like 1,000 times before, that the stolen Legos are not Ben stealing the Legos, but Josh stealing the Legos. Now the police is like, oh man, we got some murder one, a dude got aped, a woman got SA'd. What? Stolen Legos? Whoa, 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 call the prosecutor, stop everything, everyone get on your phones, we gotta call the prosecutor. Okay, now the prosecutor, who is in charge of determining the importance of what crimes to get warrants and so on, decides, like, unless there's literally no crime happening this week, the prosecutor now decides that, hey, what we really need to do is we need to go to a judge and get a warrant. We need to go to the judge and get a warrant. Are you kidding me? And the judge signs off. And the judge is asking the prosecutor, hey, what is this about? Is it a murder? Is there a, SA happening? No. We think. So the judge, again, this is a judge. Think about this from a judge's perspective, right? The judge now asks the prosecutor, what evidence do you have? Well, the police told me that this Airbnb host overheard a conversation about stolen Legos. And the judge is like, okay, what type of warrant do you want? Oh, we want to come up with all of our guns pointed. Okay, that sounds reasonable to me. Lethal force, stand. Just think about this for a moment. If you think the police is corrupt, a prosecutor signed off on it. A judge signed off on the warrants. The Airbnb host is spying on them, So, like, look, I think there is something to be said about Mormons supporting Mormons. That's normal, right? But just think about what they're doing from the Airbnb host to, like, the entire police department to the entire prosecution. So, like, when a judge signs up on it and it allows lethal force, somebody could die. I'm not joking. The way this guy has the gun pointed, somebody could die, like, at every point. So the reason we have a judge sign off on it, because we don't want people to do we don't want stupid warrants to go out, right? Are there drugs? I bet you the judge, like, are there drugs? No drugs, just Legos. Are there, are there people being abused? Nope, just Legos. Are there any SA happen? Nope, just Legos. Kidnapping? Nope, just Legos. All right, that sounds good to me. So like I said, like, the reason I believe there is something to be said about the Mormon Mafia is no reasonable judge is going to approve lethal force for a warrant about Legos. Just none. Like, zero. A judge is a lawyer. The prosecutor is a lawyer. I could make the argument that this is a bunch of police officers and they have no idea what they're doing. And they're pretending to be like pseudo lawyers. And then you could make the argument, oh, they're not lawyers. Okay, so they don't understand what's going on. You cannot make that same argument for the prosecutor. The prosecutor understands the law. So the prosecutor, there's no excuse for his behavior. The judge, there is no, like, does anyone have a reasonable excuse for the judge? Why you would possibly approve lethal force if all you thought was happening was Legos were stolen, right? Number one, you don't really have evidence Lego was stolen. Number one, there's really no evidence outside of hearsay. So your witness is kind of unreliable, right? Your witness may have to get the information. It's called fruit of the poisonous tree. The witness, the Airbnb host, to get the information to report to the police, to report to the prosecutor, to report to the judge, may have himself done something illegal, like illegally recording his residence. A prosecutor's going to ask, why didn't the prosecutor ask that? Hey, how did you guys get this information? Okay, that sounds like we should arrest the Airbnb host for illegally recording people, right? When they have a expectation of privacy, right? But no, like the reason I think there is corruption is I cannot imagine any judge signing off on this over Legos. What other judge would sign lethal force over Legos? This was sending a message. This was intimidating. Like, this company doesn't actually sue people because none of them they're not lawyers. This company, does not sue people, guys. This company sends a message. This company sends a message. And a message was sent to Ben that day.
For stealing the Legos when there's an overwhelming amount of evidence that Josh stole the Legos. When I requested the body cam footage of this to try to find the answers myself, they redacted everything, and they claimed it was to protect the victims.
Okay, had there actually been a Lego, so again, they went there, they searched it, there was no Legos. Imagine if there actually was a Lego, what they would do. Imagine if there actually was a Lego, what they would do. But they literally searched his car for heroin, couldn't find any heroin. Then they searched his home, the Airbnb
Legos is
for
street
Legos,
slang for heroin.
and couldn't find any Legos. If they had stepped on a Lego, an accident might have happened and they would have shot everyone up, right? They didn't even find a single Lego, correct? They didn't even find a single Lego.
However, one of my friends set up a GoPro as we were getting swatted, and we caught the entire conversation on camera.
Oh shit, here we go. Here we go. This is new evidence, guys.
Included in the warrant are Legos.
For 3 months, the police department's answer has been, this redaction is important because it protects Josh, the victim of this case. However, we can clearly see that the police are looking for Legos and they saw no Legos.
Yes, so the police are looking for Legos. They saw no Legos and they arrest everybody and they put Ben in jail without bail? How does this make any sense? It makes zero sense. The police are looking for Legos. There are no Legos to be found, and they still make the arrest.
So he will
God,
feed me.
it's crazy, right? It's crazy. Look, here's what I would say about Airbnb. If Airbnb allows its host to secretly record people, no one would ever use Airbnb ever again. That cannot be right. So even if it's legally allowed in whatever state or wherever you live, right, to secretly record people, which I don't think it is, you still have the argument that Airbnb probably has policies against that. There's no way Airbnb can operate on the premise that its users are secretly recording audio or fucking video about you, right? I have never seen the police act this efficiently before, right? Based on an Airbnb host's claims and allegations, and I mean, the question would be like, hey, have you seen any Legos there? Number one, he may or may not be illegally recording. We have to look at Utah law. So it's called fruit of a poisonous tree. So then you couldn't even use that as evidence. Number two, the Airbnb host has definitely not seen Legos come in or out. So, this is their evidence. And in fact, when they come guns a-blazing, there's not a single Lego to be found. There is not a single Lego to be found. It's very strange. But but it's not like, oh, we didn't find a Lego, let's let everyone go, right? No, it's like, we didn't find a Lego, everyone's going to jail now, and we're going to send our detective to force a confession out of you.
And they redacted this because they were embarrassed that they made such a stupid decision to swat the wrong person. They were so embarrassed of swatting my house for stealing the Legos that in all of the police reports, it is completely redacted. The police department wants this information hidden so bad that they're willing to break the law to hide this from everyone.
Yes. So a lot of people are saying, okay, did they break the law? Let me show you where they, let me show you who's breaking the law. And once you understand this, it'll blow your mind. So you guys think the police department, so the Mormon Mafia. Okay, so again, I don't know enough about this to say for sure it exists, but I can tell you that the prosecution's office is also breaking the law. I'm going to explain this to you in layman terms, but as a lawyer, this is a huge red flag. certain portions of the camera footage involving Joshua, the reported victim, have been redacted. Some of it has been redacted and doesn't even involve Joshua. While we normally don't redact, the Utah County's Attorney's Office, which is a prosecution's office, asked us to do so. So the police is not allowed to redact camera footage that they redacted, but they're getting a request from higher up, which is the Utah County's Attorney's Office, which is the prosecution, right? These are the people who get the judge warrant and so on. This is the middleman. So you guys understand there's somebody in the middle here between the police and the judge, and that would be the Utah County's Attorney's Office. And not only did they ask the judge to sign a warrant for lethal force over stolen Legos, they have now redacted all relevant content. No, it's not just the police department acting on its own, okay? They're being told from higher up. Hey, you gotta redact this, guys. The police is being told by the prosecution's office, right? From higher up, hey, I'm never going to go to Utah. I believe in American freedoms, and I have no reason to ever go to Utah. So everyone could like saying, Mormons are awesome, they're amazing. I don't give a damn, I'm never going to go to Utah. Utah seems like a shitty place to go to. I live in fucking Texas.
Fuck yeah, it does.
Never leave Texas, by the way. Texas is the best. None of this looks good for the Mormons, you idiots. So if you're a Mormon, why would you think this looks good for you? And the worst thing you can do as a Mormon is like, oh, you see, this is not true. We're literally watching video camera footage. We literally have signed papers, warrants from the judge, who's also a Mormon. Like, dude, like the worst thing you can do as a Mormon is protect this type of behavior, because then everyone else will be like, oh, you see, all the Mormons do this. The best thing you can do is say, hey, you know what? This does look kind of sus. Maybe we should investigate this. But no. Everyone's getting in their little bubble. Hey, you hate Mormons. Oh, this is hate. It's like, it's right in front of you, man. Yeah, correct. So, Hemopie, if you are a Mormon, you gotta be embarrassed by this shit.
The only reason I know about it is because of the receipt I got the night I was released from jail and my friend's GoPro that was recording. So even though I've been asking them for 3 months why I got swatted, they finally came up with an answer, which is the Airbnb host told them that I stole the Legos.
During contact with the Airbnb owner, the owner reported overhearing conversations about possible...
Oh, no, I live in the great state of Texas. Everyone's got guns here. Trust me, the Texas police are not going to let the Mormons get away with their shit. That's for Utah guys. I live in the great state of Texas. We're not going to let the Mormons come in and arrest everybody for their Legos, okay? That's not going to happen. That just happens in Utah. So, like, what happens in Utah stays in Utah. But I can promise you this. If these idiots come to Texas, I actually know the DA. I know the former DA of Texas, Kim Ogg. I ran her campaign. The first call I would make is to Kim Ogg, because he still knows the police. He was the DA of Harris County, which is Houston. And these dudes were being arrested so fast, they would be trying to steal all my Legos, you know? I'm like, Kim, you never believe what happened. They're trying to steal my Legos. And they're like, oh, not in Texas, baby. Not in fucking Texas. We have freedoms in Texas, you know? And if you ever seen how Texas deals with cults, have you guys seen like these like movies? You know, like what was that cult in Texas that like then like there was like a shootout or something and everyone poisoned themselves or something? Like it was like a very big cult in Texas. And they'd say, oh, I'm innocent. Oh, Waco. Duh, Waco. So cults in Texas generally don't do so well. Okay? Especially if they're trying to steal our Legos. That would be very bad.
Possible stolen Legos. Specifically, officers wrote in the search warrant affidavit, the homeowner also disclosed that he could hear multiple individuals inside the residence speaking about possibly stolen Lego toys.
Possibly. So this guy
could hear him in there playing with the fucking Legos. They got him. Like, bro, what the fuck? They were in there talking about Legos. I think I even heard a couple Legos click together. Dispatch, SWAT, get the helicopter. Where's the Bearcat?
Holy shit, man. So this was about Lego toys the whole time.
They had taken. Based on that information, officers added a request within the search warrant affidavit seeking authorization to also search for and seize possible stolen property, including Lego merchandise. 4th District Judge Roger W.
What was the original reason?
The search warrant.
You
I
can't
always
just
like giving
add an
people the
extra
benefit of the
to
doubt,
nothing.
and I will take the police officer's word on this. Something
video?
fishy is going on here.
Hold
and
on.
Everything can just be cleared up if you unredact the audio and let everyone see the truth. Also, after we got raided and the police officers found no Legos, all of this footage has been redacted too. And my guess is if the police unredact this footage, we will find out the answers once and for all.
Oh, no.
While we were getting swatted, one of the police officers decided to injure me for no reason. He claims it's because I was trying to make a fast movement.
Don't move like that. You understand me? Don't move like that. Don't move quick. Everybody just chill.
But when we replay the footage, you can clearly see I was not making any fast movements. However, the police department has an answer to this.
During Snyder's detention,
They tried to make sure he couldn't run away, but there's a gun pointed at his blank this entire time. So, like, how is he going to run away? He's just going to get shot in the blank.
Don't move or we'll shoot you in the peanut.
This entire time, there's a dude pointing guns at people's genitalias, including Ben's. So, like, Ben's going to run away, right? How? How is Ben going to run away when there's a guy who's approved to use lethal force? I don't get it.
that he felt Snyder tense his arm, at which point Adamson moved Snyder's right arm behind his back to place him into custody.
The police department has made it clear I did not, in fact, make any quick movements like the police officer claims I did. So the police officer was lying, but not fully, because I did tense my arm. However, he lunges at me extremely fast before he even touches me. So how could he even know that I was tensing my arm before he even grabs me? That doesn't make any sense. There's only one solution. This police officer has psychic powers, and he could tell that my arm was tensing up before grabbing me. However,
no, this is called police. Okay, let me. Like one of my favorite movies is about. It's a John Grisham book. It's like a John Grisham book about a black man whose daughter was assaulted by white men. What was the book? Time to Kill. We can't play the movie. Even the movie is very good. And at the very end, so this is kind of why I've always wanted to be a lawyer, was Time to Kill was a very great movie. I love the movie. What if Ben was black? Everyone close your eyes. Close your eyes, guys. What if Ben was black? Would this make a big difference? No, imagine everything that happened to Ben, but Ben was black. And you have literally a bunch of white people, Mormons, storm this guy's Airbnb, break his arm. Like, if he was black, what would they do to him? And they can also redact. Also, they have proven they could redact any camera footage. So we have cameras on them. The taxpayers have paid for cameras on them. So we can see what they're doing. Oh yeah, I have no doubt this thing would like be 100 times as big. And I have no doubt they might have shot Ben. No. I think this is an interesting thing. I mean, that's the Time to Kill, right? the ending thing is like the lawyer is like, guys, imagine, and he's telling the story of what happened to his daughters, and then at the very end, he's like, see, everyone close your eyes, and then he says, what if she was white? And then the juror's like, oh, they went from, oh no, this guy's guilty, we got to put him in jail, to oh shit. It makes sense.
We're the thieves. So this can't be the case either. I'm trying to have an open mind with these different possibilities of what this could be, but literally the only outcome left is that this police officer injured me for no reason. However, the police have another response to this of why I must be lying.
In the X-ray image displayed by Mr. Snyder in that video, a small L is visible in the upper right-hand corner of the X-ray. The L indicates the image is that.
This is like the only time the police have done any investigation ever.
Of the left shoulder. The video shows Lieutenant Adamson handling Schneider's right arm during the arrest.
Yes, the stock footage I used to show what a dislocated shoulder is, an image that's clearly not mine because I didn't go to the hospital, I went to jail, so how could I...
Yes, he went to jail. So their argument is a moot point, right?
How could I have taken this picture?
Yes, the police located an L and they knew what it meant, right?
Sure, but anyways, the stock image I used is of a left shoulder when my shoulder that got injured was my right shoulder. When I was editing this, I like to think highly of my audience that they would have known that this was a stock image and I wouldn't have to spoon feed every tiny detail to my audience. But now I realize that there's another portion of my audience called the American Fork Police Department.
Yes.
Maybe I do.
Guys, it is a very common stock footage. Have you not seen it before? Can you not do like a reverse image search? You can like reverse tin or something like that. There's a lot of like Like, I think this does it, reverse 10i or something. I don't know, I've used it before one time. And yeah, you can like do like a stock image search. And it'll tell you, oh, this is stock image, and if you want to buy it. I agree with Ben, like he went to jail, you guys. Like, he didn't go to hospital. Then from jail, he went to Mexico.
Yeah, I do have to spoon feed in every single piece of information too. So I'm going to use this as constructive criticism, and in every single episode going forward now that I know that the American Fork Police Department's watching, I will be forced to spoon feed every single detail. As a professional slackliner, dislocating my shoulder.
So I do agree that there might be some people who don't like Mormons, and they're using this opportunity to like spread hate against the Mormons. So I understand that there could be individuals, even in our chat today, who are trying to cause trouble, right?
Shoulder is almost a monthly thing for me.
The whole weight of my arm is just on this bone.
Boon. 3 days before I got arrested, I had a really bad ski accident where I had a really bad dislocation of my shoulder, and any movement at all would have dislocated it. So I will say here, I don't think that the police officer was purposely trying to injure me. I think to a normal person, this would have been fine. But for me in particular, this was not good, but it was still unjustified, and the police officer was just making up an excuse.
So this is called the eggshell victim. So if you guys know the law, I'm gonna try to teach you stuff, the law, right? This is called the eggshell victim. So like if I'm driving a car and I hit an 18-year-old in peak physical condition and they don't get injured, that's interesting. If I'm driving a car and I violate traffic rules and I hit a 90-year-old nanny and I kill her because she's old and her bones or I break like every bone in her body, I don't have control over my victims. Therefore, I should be incredibly. So this actually goes to personal injury and tort law. So if Ben wanted to sue that police officer, it doesn't matter he was injured before. It's called the eggshell plaintiff. It states that a defendant must, so that would be the police officer, must take the victim as they find them. Okay? So the police cannot just say, oh, we didn't know Ben was previously injured. If he has been injured before and you aggravate that previous injury that happened 3 days ago, it does not hurt his case. In fact, this is like and let's logically think. You drive past a stop sign, you hit an elderly woman, you kill her, you go into jail. You drive through a stop sign, you hit like a peak athlete, and it's just a scratch. You're not going to jail. So you gotta be careful and not drive through that stoplight or stop sign or whatever it is, right? So maybe the police don't know Ben has previous injuries, but it's not.
You know, maybe you shouldn't be roughly handling people who on your body cam didn't do anything to merit being roughly handled. I needed a water. Sorry.
Not going to protect them. It will not protect them under the law. And if Ben sues that police officer cannot say, oh, I didn't know he was injured 3 days ago. I would have been more careful. No. That's not how the law works, right?
And now they're making up an excuse to defend it. Another thing I find shocking is the chief of police, even after reviewing the dash cam footage, says that we ran a stop sign.
Richardson initiated a traffic.
My dog is barking at something. I gotta check it. All right. All is
Traffic
well.
stop on the vehicle for failing to stop before the stop line at a stop sign and failing to stop completely at that stop sign.
The chief of police looked at this video and said, "We ran a stop sign."
Yeah, I looked at this video last night. This is a full stop, right? Who's in danger? There's like no walkers. I mean, in my neighborhood, people don't stop at stop signs and no police arrest them. Now, I wish they did, but they don't. Like, here's the thing. Like, I don't know. Is the police like super active in this community? Like, because the police that like live in my community, they don't do shit. They see people run a stop sign.
But no, like that all aside, if the police are super active in the community, then they should be looking into the alleged stolen Legos that were allegedly stolen from Ben and the Mansell family. Especially when there's a contract and court cases that defaulted in another state, like theft from a lottery, you know, that stuff.
In front of elementary school, they don't give a damn. So I'm very confused, like how they can spend all this time targeting one individual. Because the police and where I live, they have like more important things to do: murders, essays, robberies, so on. Right? We got him.
He's using.
Could you imagine looking at that video? Like the police are, we got him, and then your police chief, yeah, we got him. great state of Texas. And Texas, this shit doesn't happen, guys. And Texas, it does not happen like this.
Using that to say, this was a legal traffic stop. The police officers did nothing wrong. At this point, we thought the best thing to do was to take Josh to court so he can be legally accountable for the crimes he committed. However, to do that, we are first required to serve him court papers. So we did what the law told us to do. I got a process server, and we went to his house to do this.
A process server, just like if you guys follow the Ethan Klein stuff, is a individual. Let me just show it to you. Like, I know what it is, right? In Texas, a court approved. The court approves of every process server, and they're certified under the judicial branch. This isn't like a random dude. This is a person who's been approved to specifically serve paper. So if I wanted to like hire up, this is a professional, essentially, okay? This is a professional.
Do this the legal way. However, Josh did not want to do this the legal way, but instead called the police on us.
Joshua Johnson contacted police and reported he was going to shoot someone as a result of the ongoing harassment.
Wait. Joshua Johnson reported he was going to shoot Ben? Hold on a second. Hold on. Unless they arrested Ben? Oh, no. I gotta... Wait, whoa. This can't be right. Okay, let's play this again.
Called the police on us.
Joshua Johnson contacted police and reported he was going to shoot someone as a result of the ongoing harassment. Multiple officers immediately responded to the area.
Josh was so scared of going to court that he would rather shoot us than accept these court papers. Josh's logic here is that if he can murder the process server and if he can murder me, then he can get...
Yeah, okay, so you heard that right. Yeah, I couldn't believe that's right. So Josh calls the cops, right? I'm going to shoot Ben unless you arrest him right now. No. Come on, I gotta like, wait, I gotta like rehear that. No, this gotta be clipped out. This is crazy. Wait, so Josh calls his cop friends. Joshua Johnston contacted police and he said he was going to shoot somebody. But wait, we don't arrest Joshua Johnson? We're going to arrest the person he's going to attempt to shoot? Whoa, this is crazy. Let's repeat it again. Like, you gotta... I'm trying to see if, like, there's another way to, like, do this, but it doesn't make sense. It has to be Josh, right?
Called the police on us.
Joshua Johnson contacted police and reported he was going to shoot someone as a result of the ongoing harassment. Multiple officers...
Yeah, that's just Josh. Joshua Johnson said, I, Joshua, am going to shoot somebody because of the ongoing harassment I have received. So what I need you to do is, I need you to go to this guy's home, arrest them for stolen Legos, and then put him in jail without bail. Dude, I don't know, man. Like, if somebody calls the police in Houston and says, I'm going to shoot my neighbor, would they arrest my neighbor or would they arrest me? They would arrest me, right? And I'd be like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah,
that makes sense.
That is crazy shit.
He responded to the area.
Josh was so scared of going to court that he would rather shoot us than accept these court papers. Josh's logic here is that if he can murder the process server and if he can murder me, then he can get away with his crimes because there'll be no one to sue him in court.
Yes, guys, these guys own a company called Legally Mine, and they are so deathly afraid of being sued. I don't understand. They literally own a company that is, the first thing that you see when they get Googled is that they're like unauthorized practicing the law, and they're like so scared about being sued, they would rather have the police shoot you.
However, sadly for Josh, murder is illegal. And now he just admitted his plans to the police officers. The American Fork Police should at least be arresting Josh for trying to use murder as a way to get out of court.
Yeah, this doesn't make any sense. Let's say I have an argument with my backyard neighbor, and I called, for whatever reason, I'm an idiot, and I called the police saying, I'm going to shoot my backyard neighbor because he's harassing me unless you arrest him right now. It seems like this could easily be abused in the future, right?
Court. But sadly, for some reason, they arrested me instead.
We're gonna find you back. Am I being arrested? Really?
Something about this seems off. And all of the answers are in the body cam footage. However, they redacted all the body cam footage. So this is where I think if we all come together as a community, we can somehow convince the American Fork Police Department to unredact this footage so we can find out why they arrested me.
Yeah, unredacted footage. Unredacted footage. If literally the footage is Josh saying he's going to shoot Ben, and that's why it's redacted, You telling me the prosecution's office, the judge, the police, how are they not corrupt? Like, come on, like, show the footage.
And not the guy who threatened to murder me. However,
Yes, where's the footage? The police are like, where?
the American Fork Police does not want to unredact the footage right now, and now have made up a new excuse of why I was the one justified being arrested.
Officer Sumbot contacted the Marion County Circuit Court in Oregon to verify the legitimacy of the paperwork. The court confirmed that the
Whoa.
case was indeed legitimate, but that papers had already been served and no hearing date had yet been scheduled.
The police department said the reason they arrested me and not Josh this day is because they called to confirm if this was a real court case, and they said it was real. However, the papers have already been served, and now I'm doing this solely to get YouTube content. And if that's true, I would like to see footage of it. They released all the raw footage, and that part doesn't seem to be in the raw footage.
It's already been to court, or are you allowed to tell me kind of where they're at with the case?
There is no hearing date set, and there hasn't been a hearing in the case yet. All I see is the claim that was filed. I don't see.
Yeah, they don't know that it's already been served. They don't know this from the audio. They don't know that. This is like after the fact, they started digging to like try to find excuses.
Service or anything. The hearing wouldn't be set until a response.
No. When you call the police, every single phone call to the police, unless it's like to his personal cell phone, if you call the police, they have audio footage, or they have audio recording of that. Where's that audio?
Okay, so the defendant needs to be served with papers before the case will, I guess, start?
Yes.
Okay.
So he says the defendant needs to be served with papers before the case can start. But according to the police chief, the defendant has already been served papers, and they were just doing this for YouTube content. Another clear lie from the police chief.
Okay, thank you for your help. That's all for today. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, bye.
Right here, the police officer admits that it is March 10th.
On March 10th, 2026.
However, you can see here that Josh doesn't get served until 3 days later.
That is weird. Ben with the receipts.
March 13th. So how could Josh have already been served on March 10th if he didn't get served until March 13th?
Yes, how is that possible?
Josh is a time traveler. There's only one way to clear this all up. American Fork Police Department, show me the time machine. So now they say that I have done all the check marks which constitute stalking. Let's go through them.
Individual commits stalking if the individual intentionally or knowingly engages in a course of conduct directed at a specific individual.
So yes, I did do an action that was targeted at a specific individual, but that's what's required by the court if I want to take someone to court. If someone steals your stuff and you go through the legal process to take them to court, it is not considered stalking. I have a right as an American to sue him.
Is reckless as to whether that course of conduct would cause a reasonable person to fear for the individual's own safety or the safety of another.
The second check mark is that if a reasonable person would be scared. The police are claiming that since this action made Josh scared, this check mark is complete. However, they've completely forgotten about the term reasonable. As we can see, Josh is not a reasonable person. This is someone who multiple times has tried to silence someone by accusing them of being on heroin.
Here's the crazy thing. They told me that they took over that location because the owners were using the location to fund their heroin addiction.
What?
Yeah, and that's how they took it over.
So this is how they're abusing the criminal legal system. This is clearly abuse of the criminal legal system. Because, like, yeah, the term that is reasonable, right? Reasonable.
And saying they had like a pigeon in there that was crapping all over the Legos and it smelled bad, all this stuff.
This is someone who threatened to murder me just for trying to serve him papers. This is not a reasonable person. It is not reasonable to threaten to murder someone just for serving papers. A reasonable person would accept the papers. So that second checkbox does not meet the requirements.
I think at this point, so on H3 Podcast, I think on Friday, Legal Eagle, like he's in touch with Legal Eagle. I think Ben has an attorney now. Previously, I told you Ben didn't have an attorney. I was right. A lot of people said he did have one. No, I knew he didn't have one based on his behavior. I think he has an attorney right now. And yeah, because what his definition of reasonable is the legal definition of reasonable.
I even tried explaining this to one of the police officers early on. What the law says is if the average person would feel unsafe by our behaviors, so I think he's feeling unreasonably unsafe. A reasonable person would not feel unsafe in the situation. Well, I can say the same thing. I feel unsafe trying to conduct business with him, and he calls the...
Imagine if everyone was served papers, thought that it was unsafe. Then the legal system would cease to operate. You have to serve them papers, okay? Imagine if the defense of like Noah Sampson or Frogan or Dennons was, I didn't feel safe when you served me those papers. Therefore, you can't sue me. There would literally be no lawsuits at all because every single person who was being sued would say, I didn't feel safe when you gave me those papers.
Calls the police on me to hide. I feel unsafe because of that. Because we had a 3-hour search in our car. He said we had heroin in our car yesterday. We had a 3-hour search in our car. That makes me feel unsafe. I think that's reasonable for me to feel unsafe. It's not reasonable for him to feel unsafe. So Josh is actually the one who said he was going to murder me if I take him to court. But now I'm the one that's being looked into.
Yeah, it's so crazy, right? So Josh says, I'm going to kill you, Ben. And then the police department, the prosecution office, as well as the Utah judiciary system say, you know what? He's the victim here. He doesn't feel safe. Like what? Like, you know, Joshua is the victim. Like the guy who threatened to kill other people is somehow the victim now.
For threatening to murder Josh. How does this make any sense?
Mr. Johnson alleged that Mansell had hired Benjamin Snyder to harass, stalk, vandalize the store, threaten to murder the manager of the store.
Now, let's go to the heroin claim. We got pulled over by the police, and they claimed that we had heroin on us. Most of this footage is redacted, so again, there's a big mystery of what happened.
So, let me tell you, the police are redacting footage because it doesn't look good. That is the only reason they're redacting footage, guys. Because in this case, there is no Joshua, right? Confessing that he's going to kill Ben.
Can we all come together and convince the American Fork Police Department to unredact this so we can find out the truth? However, what the police is claiming now is that they did not get a call saying that we had heroin on us. Instead, they could just tell from the second we pulled over that our eyes were glossy.
During the interaction...
Oh, geez. Like, this guy's lying. No wonder the audio was like, you know, if I had to lie like this, I would put the audio down to, like, low levels, too. Like, the original audio, this is, like, unhearable. You can't even hear it.
Officer Fraughton indicated he believed Shaw's eyes appeared glossy and expressed concern regarding...
Whoa. So how could you pull him over from how could you see that from a car with black tinted windows? So then why did you pull him over? So this, again, this is another lie. Let me basically break the logic down. They pull Ben over. So this isn't the stop sign. This is another attempt to pull him over. And initially, the belief was they pulled him over because somebody reported, probably Josh, that Ben had heroin in his car. That's why they had the police dogs and so on. Already on route, right? Already there. Now, this guy is saying, we didn't pull Josh over because we got a report about heroin, but we pulled over because his eyes were glossy. Well, how do you know his eyes were glossy when you, like, from the car? Like, I don't know. Like, is this making sense to anyone? Am I going crazy? If they pulled him over because his eyes were glossy, how could they tell that from, like, their car to another car, right? Like, and they have tinted black windows. So, like, how are they making the determination that there's potentially drugs or heroin in your car? They can't look into your eyes. It doesn't make any sense, right? Like, if you look at Ben's car, there's tinted windows. But even if there wasn't tinted windows, like, how would they know that his eyes look glossy, and then they pulled him over, and then they began their drug investigation? No, somebody had to tip him off, yes? I don't even know why they're lying about this, because it's so obvious. It's so obvious, right?
Impairment.
If we look back on the raw footage, this is what the police officer said his first interaction with us was like.
Good with these guys being able to drive?
Yeah, I think so. I didn't see anything clear as day with Tyler that I noticed.
What's the goal of...
Right now?
Look at the tinted windows. It's really tinted. Wow, these police are amazing. They have like superhuman powers. They can just see through the tinted window, through the back of your head. Hey, thank you for the 5. I don't know what currency that is, but thank you. Yes, police, I stole 200K of Lego from a dying man, and now they want it back. I feel unsafe. Yes, please, with sirens if possible. Yeah, correct. Thank you, Cooley Worst.
Yeah, I was gonna scare him a little bit and let him go is all I really was.
No, look, this is classic behavior Classic Amon behavior. I'm just gonna send a message. I'm gonna scare him a little bit. We're gonna waste 3 hours of his time pretending there's some drugs. Classic behavior. We are gonna use the police, who are paid by taxpayers, to send a message, to send a strong message to Ben. Get out of Utah.
Do we have charges, or are we just tired of them being annoying?
Look, this guy is literally saying, do we have charges? Or are they just annoying? Why are they annoying? It's because, like, somebody told you to monitor them or something.
It's hard to take what the chief of police is saying seriously because so far, almost everything he said is a lie. So the only way we can actually find out the truth is if we unredact everything. We already know the victim's name is Joshua Johnson. Why do we have to keep that protected? His name is already out there. None of these redactions are protecting anything except for the police. And now I want to acknowledge my friend Sheldon's arrest.
The group stated they were supporting a GoFundMe campaign for a dying man. One of the individuals later identified as Sheldon Norcross. Officer Richardson then decided to seize Norcross's phone, pending the approval of a search warrant, in order to preserve potential evidence and prevent.
Again, there's no search warrant, and they're just taking your phone. Like, does any of this sound like reasonable to you?
The deletion or alteration of any data. According to Officer Richardson's report, when Norcross was informed that the phone was going to be seized, Norcross immediately began manipulating the device.
The police officer claims that Sheldon was arrested because he opened his phone to start deleting evidence. However, we can clearly see in the footage Sheldon's thumb is heading towards that.
Yeah,
lock
it's
button
blank.
to
It's
lock
blank.
his phone.
Look at the police.
His phone was open when he pulled it out.
Guys, do you want this to happen to you in Utah? Utah sucks, my guys. Like, imagine like if this happened to you in the street. Like, how would you feel, right? How would you feel about this? You wouldn't like it.
And the phone was transitioning from on to off, not from off to on. From this response, it almost seems like the police officers didn't even watch the video. So American Fork Police Department, if I'm your teacher, here's your homework. First off, learn the facts of what actually happened. Second off, stop lying about the facts. No one's believing it. The third thing is unredact the audio that makes the police look bad. Some of the best lawyers in the United States are reaching out to me right now, so eventually this is going to get released. Wouldn't you just like to get this over with sooner rather than dragging this out? The more we drag this out, the more content we get, so this only benefits me to drag this out. It doesn't benefit you. If you unredact the illegally redacted parts now, you'll win over audience support much faster. It's kind of funny because a lot of you guys probably think I'm like trying to like make fun of this other cop by how he was talking.
Brother, you mind turning up the volume? Holy, it's actual AS.
Yeah, Moist Critical. Shout out to Moist Critical, like, for covering this. Yeah, the volume is like crazy low. It's you cannot hear what he's saying, even at like top volume, right?
Wow, I cannot really hear him. Why is he whispering?
No, I'm actually just like super sick right now. I haven't been sleeping because I'm trying to get out part 3 as fast as I can. And that's caused me just to like stay up all night, every night and not sleep. And now I'm sick and have no voice.
Remember, these people have federal grants. So you might be like, oh, I don't live in Utah, so I'm not paying taxes to them. You are paying taxes to them. If you are a United States citizen, you're paying taxes to the police department because they're federal grants. I can pull them up. I can find them later. So you as a taxpayer, especially if you live in Utah and you're paying even more taxes, right? You should be talking to your attorney general. Let me give you his name. Eventually, he has to run for re-election. So this is the head honcho. This is the big one. Attorney general. This is the guy who needs to investigate them. This is the office. This is the guy, I think. Tip lines, victim service, file request. Yeah, you guys can do everything here. You guys can do everything here. This is his phone number. This is the big honcho in Utah. So maybe send him some Legos, right? Maybe it's all been about Legos, right? And we can bribe the Attorney General, Derek Brown, with even more Legos. This is the guy. Like, in terms of who can investigate a police department, who can investigate the judge, that's hard to do. Who can investigate the prosecution's office, it would be Derek Brown. And he has to run for re-election. So, again, this guy does care. Like, out of all the people who may care.
Good care.
Some, like, the police don't have to run for re-election. They don't give a shit. they're just still going to do whatever they're going to do. The prosecutor may have to run for re-election. We'll have to take a look at that. I don't know if he is Mormon. I guess we'll have to look at this. But yeah, this is the guy. This is the guy. This is the guy who can help. Now, if he doesn't help, I mean, again, you got to give him a chance, right? You got to, even if he is Mormon, maybe he helps because he realizes the situation is not great. But I did want to play you another. Okay, so this is the video. I want to play one more video.
But yeah, I guess it kind of, I don't know why that police officer was talking with such a low, quiet voice, but that's why I am, at least. I wasn't making fun of him. I literally am just genuinely sick. But if you want to see part 3, subscribe to my Patreon.
Yeah, subscribe. Shout out to the Patreon.
Thank you to our 1 month and older members: Lecat, Ristic Siphon, Meme Hoarder, B6, 404.
Still staying up late gaming solo? With Hacko AI, get the ultimate companion for your playtime. I know.
Daughter's flipping out. My wife is scared. What am I supposed to do? I'm trying to work. I'm on a call. She's like, I think they're coming in. All right. What the hell are we going to do? Because he tried coming in the door yesterday. What do I do?
Again,
What do I do?
I'm not sure what to do on your end. I don't know the full story, but we're going to look into some of these previous cases and see what we can do on our end just to hopefully resolve this for you.
Will you call the Sandy Police Department, and I don't know if you guys can coordinate? And maybe they've got some statues that they're working on?
Well, that's going to be a different city, so we'll deal with what we can right here. But again, I'm going to look into those previous cases, and I'll be back with you, okay?
The officer. So I've been this first officer, Officer Tonga, I've been sending him all the things because he's like, just send it here. They've got a case in Provo that they're working on because they've gone to businesses in Provo and harassed them. So they're getting them on, I don't know, on the agenda, but some kind of interruption of commerce. Does that sound like a crime? That's what Provo's working on.
Interruption of commerce or
because they keep going to that business and harassing employees.
Interfering with the business.
And that's what they've done with our business.
Commercial obstruction.
Commercial obstruction. I mean, I got calls I'm supposed to be on, work I got to do with. I'm out here ignoring work.
With this. So how'd you get your address?
You just Google my phone number and my wife's information and everything about her. So he got my phone number from one of the employees or somebody up there. And so he just Googled it. He's from California. Lives in California. Yeah. He flew out here to get YouTube content. Because we closed the store, we put the store out of business, so now he's got no more YouTube content. You know what I mean? I'll show you the kinds of things he does at the store.
Does he have anything that he's recorded here that he's put on YouTube?
I don't know. I don't follow him. I don't think we've given him anything because they keep coming up and they only get police. I just call the police.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm not going to come out and
make a show and
give him what he wants. He just wants YouTube stuff, right? So I'll show you what he looks like.
So I was going to say you could put your house into a trust and then not have your information on the trust.
Yeah.
It's a hassle to do, but it'll also possibly buy you some privacy, right?
It could, yeah.
How long have you lived here?
6 years.
Yeah.
So let me see if I can find the one where. Maybe it's easier this way. Man, I'm cold, man. 3-6. Okay, so check it out. He comes up. He just wants YouTube content. So they come up to the business. Look, he's wearing his underwear. So check this out. This is the kind of stuff they're trying to do and do at my house, right? So that's him. And
where does he live?
He lives in California. But this guy in Oregon that thinks that this business stole his Lego hired him to destroy us in the eyes of the public view because they don't have a civil case. They'll lose it.
Yeah.
I'm not responsible for a contract that you signed. It's that simple. And they hung that sign up. But they're just, this is who I'm dealing with. This is who's freaking taking pictures of my house, man. Would you be comfortable with this guy coming to your house and bugging your wife? Would you like that? No, I wouldn't. And I know that's not your jurisdiction, but I'm just giving you an idea of...
And that was in Oregon then?
Yeah, this is on the state.
So he had to have drove up then from California.
Or flew out, and then he flew out here to get more content for his show.
So they did make contact with him?
Who?
The police, they made contact with him?
So the police up there are...
No, here.
What do you mean?
You said he flew out here.
Yeah, so he flew out, he was here on Sunday. So he's come to my house Sunday, Monday, now Tuesday. So he keeps sending people to my house, right? Driving by, taking pictures of the windows, knocking on the door. That kid's probably part of it. I get his info maybe. My wife thinks he's not, but I just don't trust anybody. Maybe he's not. I mean, what would you do?
I would put my house into a...
Trust? Alright, I can do that. I'll do that tomorrow.
And then they can't access it. Make sure that your name isn't tied. Like, you're not using your names in the trust at all. It just... Because that completely makes all your stuff confidential.
So I work for a law firm, so we can do a trust instantly.
Yeah, and then so there's like a free people search as well.
Yeah, free people search. How do I delete off of there?
So there's a thing in free people search. You can go in and request that your information be removed.
Oh, really?
I would go in there and make.
And then I'll change my phone number.
That's what I would do. And then whoever you change your phone number to, request the carrier not list it anywhere. You know that you're wanting it to remain private.
I thought I'd done that, but I didn't know about the people search thing.
Because free people search, I mean that's tools that just anybody can use.
Anybody, and that's how we got it. And he got my sister, sorry I'm sick.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to get you sick. But he got my sister's address in Pleasant Grove and went and pounded on her door and tried to get YouTube content from her. And she's like, dude, I get nothing from you. You know what I mean? She don't know anything about it.
Yeah.
He's just trying to harass me. Like that's all it is YouTube content and then harassment. Care if I get a jacket?
No, yeah. I just went inside to get a jacket really quick. It's like Tonga's been the one that was handling the case.
Tonga, I think Jacqueline,
Hawkins. Yeah. I think Hawkins was the most recent.
Yeah, Hawkins was yesterday.
Um,
I'm just gonna see if he wants to go trespass, then we'll leave.
Hold on.
All right. What are you wanting done today? Besides, obviously, talk to...
As much as you humanly possibly can.
You want her trespass?
No. I want them for stalking.
Okay. That's something I can work through, but for right now, you want her trespassed?
Yes. That's all you can do.
right now I can screen charges, but with them saying they're trying to serve papers, kind of puts me in a little bit of a bind. I understand you have a history with.
They're fake.
I understand you have a history with him.
Not fake. The
But for
police
right
literally
now, again,
confirmed they're
I'm
not fake.
open to screening charges through our attorney.
That's what Ammon, the CEO of Bricks and Minifigs, said stalking was. So he sent that to me. 2 or more incidences.
Good for suspend. Yeah, that's something I'm more than willing to screen.
Yeah,
Okay.
would cause a reasonable person to fear for their safety or suffer significant emotional distress.
So for right now, you want her trespassed?
I want them all trespassed,
Okay.
yes.
I'm going to go talk with him, give him his paper back, since you do not want this,
Can I
correct?
just peek at it?
What was that?
Can I peek at it?
It kind of puts me in a little bit
All
of a
right, never
bind.
mind. It's fake. There's no lawsuit anyways.
Okay. So anyway, I'm going to give this back to him.
See, so the papers were delivered and there's footage of it.
Think about this logically. Do you think a process server would show up with a guy that's been harassing a YouTuber to serve papers in Utah?
Again, I don't know the whole situation.
Think about logic. This guy's come to my house 3 days in a row. He's harassing people, and he's just going to be in the same car with a process server? No.
Is he in the car right now?
Yeah. It's just not, that's fake. It is a lie. She's impersonating a process server. That is not a real lawsuit. If it was, it would go to a law firm, and then the law firm would send out a process server. And see, that process server is not going to be friends with the guy that's been harassing me.
I agree. I'll talk to her some more about that. But for right now, you want her trespass. You don't want him anywhere near the property, and I'll start looking at charges for stalking.
Yes, stalking.
And this all stems from the store in
Oregon. Yeah, I showed him a video. He
You
shows
don't-
up in his underwear and breaks
you
things.
own this store, or you just work for Bricks and
So
Minifigs?
when we first took it over, we were just employees. We're there to rescue it. Then, like 4 months into it, we said, sure, we'll sign a franchise agreement. So like April or May, we signed a franchise agreement for it, not knowing how big of a mess this is. And then we operated it until this last month. We closed the doors, and it's closed forever.
Okay. And
Because of them.
How was he associated with the store?
He's not. He's a YouTuber that this guy hired to harass us because they know they don't have a civil case.
Investigative
So they said,
journalist.
"We can't sue you, we will lose. So we're going to take this in the eyes of the public and just defame and make you guys look like jerks in the public's eye."
Okay.
That's their whole thing. He's a YouTuber.
He has nothing to do with the store.
He's a YouTuber. He lives in California. He has nothing to do with the store. He is just exclusively trying to get content.
He's got a video of him vandalizing the store kind of in Oregon, right?
Yeah, he's hanging signs. They sent a lady in, and the lady's like, "Oh, I'm gonna murder you," to Amanda, the manager. And Amanda is she's a tough lady. And Amanda's like, "All right, get to it." And the lady, got scared. Obviously, she didn't kill her, right? They fake signed Amanda's signature, and they said, "Oh, well, you said you
Oh,
signed
this
my
was
stuff. You
leaked.
owe us money, so we're at the church, blah, blah,
Oh,
blah."
snit.
That's forgery, vandalism. They helped. This kid went to the park and he set up a little table. He printed a tablecloth that says Bricks and Minifigs, and he had a fake raffle. So people started coming into the store and they're like, "I won the raffle at the park."
Nice to
We don't
meet
want raffle.
you.
We don't want to do a
I'm
raffle. Yeah,
Perk60
we got a
Wolf.
table
Don't
set
forget
up.
to follow.
He sold shirts out on the corner. He hung signs. He called the store 1 billion times.
None of which are crimes. Well, that might
Now
be,
they're
but
coming to our houses.
you'd have to show proof
And
of
they went
that.
to corporate headquarters on Monday. So Provo's working on a case too for whatever we said.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, that makes things a little more clear. He has no association.
He's a
with the store.
YouTuber. He's just trying to get content.
Okay, I'm gonna go talk to them. I'll be right back.
Yep. Yeah, process server's really gonna ride with the YouTuber. I mean, how stupid does he think I am?
We can all see that you're
Like,
basically
the kid
retarded.
delivered The fake UPS, the fake package to me. I'm looking at him. I'm like, "You look like you're 16." I'm like, "You work for?" You look at his hat, UPS. He's like, "Yeah. Sign here." Man, I'm like, what the heck? And I was sitting there just thinking about it. I went to church and came back. I'm like, oh, I bet this is that scammer, you know?
He
So I
does
called
go
the
to church.
police. I'm like, dude, I want you to come look at this fake package. And
Interesting.
then they started, 2 cars pulled up, and then the cop showed up on Sunday. And then yesterday, the kid tried to come in the house in the door. And then today, they're taking pictures. I'm just done. I'm done with it. There's got to be something you can do, right?
That's where screening charges, that immediately gets the attorneys involved in looking at the case, right? It's not having to be further investigated or, you know, it's going to go right to the attorneys and they'll,
let me see my schedule. I'm missing a call. Okay, if I call Ammon, the CEO.
No, go ahead. You're not in trouble or anything right now. We're just kind of wanting to know what you want done on this. You know,
As much as we humanly possibly can. What I really want. I want them to go to Brandon's house. Hey, what's up, man? Just here with the police again. They sent another. They have fake service papers. And the girl is like, she's like, oh no, I got to serve him these papers. Like they printed up a fake lawsuit, you know? And I'm like, oh yeah, do you think the process server would really be riding with the YouTube guy to deliver papers to a guy that he's been harassing? I'm like,
And the police confirm that it's a legit lawsuit. So
but what were, I don't know.
nice try.
You know, the girl came up to the house, and then I was working. I was on call. So Kaylee's like, oh, she's coming back because Ben told her to come back and take pictures inside the windows. So then she's taking pictures in the windows. And yesterday they tried to come in the door, and then Sunday they delivered the fake package. I don't know what to do, man.
So did you call the police again?
Yeah, they're here. He's standing here. You're on speaker.
Okay.
I just don't know what to do, man. I'm done with these guys.
So, sorry, officer, what's your name?
Oh,
what's that?
He just saying hi. Officer.
Oh, Pitt.
Pitt.
Officer Pitt. So I'm assuming Josh has kind of explained what's been going on and what's happening. They're using, you know, like electronic communications to stalk and harass our staff pretty aggressively. Obviously trying to take pictures inside, you know, like somebody's home. They tried to come into our office.
That's an interesting. They're using electronic communications.
We've now had multiple agencies across multiple cities and multiple states dealing with these individuals. And the Sandy police yesterday were ready and willing to arrest these individuals for Utah statutes for cyberbullying and digital stalking because they're using electronic means for communication and coordinating their stalking habits.
Oh, it's digital stalking, not stalking.
It's all of the above.
Okay, got it.
But because they're continuing to use additional tactics and other things like that, thinking that they're being cute and whatnot. The reality is they are causing financial, physical, and emotional harm. The harm that they're creating, going after the individuals, their families are afraid to leave the house.
Yeah.
Because they're doxing people, they're doing things to try and generate hate and online, so they're actively spreading falsehoods online. They're doing all sorts of things just to extort money out of us. So we've got a pending extortion, case that the Provo Police Department's working on us with. And there's lots of things, but they're ramping things up and they're continuing to send people, and they just won't leave people alone.
Yeah.
This can't continue. So somebody has to be arrested to show that they can't continue to do this, because it's not just harmless, knocking on somebody's door. This is stalking. This is harassment. And I've already looked up the laws. The laws in the state of Utah aren't trained just to threats of physical violence when it comes to harassment. So there's other forms of harassment that absolutely qualify in this case. And we need the police to take action to get these people to stop causing harm to individuals and their families.
Yep. And that's the case officer, like he was saying, he's going to submit, have it screened for charges with our prosecutors, right, with our city prosecutors. They're going to review everything, and then ultimately arresting someone for an offense. They go to jail, they get booked, they get let out. It's going to go through that whole same process. What's going to happen is, if he's got multiple incidents with multiple agencies, it's all going to go through our district court. But then they can kind of combine everything, from what I understand. And,
but also, I mean, like, again, adding to the charges, impersonating an officer of the court, that carries some pretty significant, you know, like...
Yeah, you can't pretend to be a process server. Sorry. Yeah, you can't. That's got to be illegal.
And that's, like I say, he's getting combining charges. He's going to submit impersonate.
So yeah, and like again, there's additional fraud that they're conducting. I don't know, like obviously we're working with the police up in Salem, Oregon, but up there they actually forged somebody's signature on a fake contract just to try and and it's all just for clicks and for views and everything else online. They don't actually care about any of the things that they're going after. They just well, other than also the extortion. So they're continuing to also press this issue of extortion. When the party that actually owes the money, they're in on it with that person. They've been actively coordinating, trying to shift the blame to our company. And obviously, so like I know that you're not the attorney, you're not the one that's going to be looking at that kind of stuff, but I think it needs to be documented the actions that they are continuing to take. You know, so them pretending to be UPS drivers and getting a signature is probably going to be used for, you know, like more additional fraud that they're going to be pushing for, and that I think also is a crime to, you know, pretend to be, you know, like a delivery driver to obtain signature. Like there's so much that they're doing right now that is like part of a coordinated, you know, like just scheme to go after, you know, like people's lives.
She's been trespassed.
Hold on. Officer Somebot is back.
Okay. She's been trespassed. Talking with him, he's telling me a different story. Again, I don't know all the specifics of your case. He is very adamant that he wants to serve you with papers. Okay.
That's fake. That's illegal. You can't pretend to be a process server.
So,
It's illegal.
I've explained to him that you don't want to be served papers. He's got to figure something out. If it's, again, I don't know if there's an actual case right now in Oregon.
It's a Class A misdemeanor to impersonate a process server in the state of Utah.
So right now,
I want her arrested for impersonating a process server.
So right now, I've explained that to them and explained that he needs to go a whole different route about this.
It'd be funny because she ended up being a legal process server.
How? I can't just go and pretend. I can't go print up fake documents and go try to process server.
And they're not fake documents.
Have you two been to court before?
No, he can't. No, he's a YouTuber.
Okay, you've never been to court with him.
No.
So these papers that he printed up are fake.
Yes, 1 billion, trillion, gazillion %.
Okay, never been to court with him or
Never
anyone
been to court.
associated with
Nobody's ever been to court. Okay. He's a YouTuber.
Okay.
Well, no, he is. He's not lying. He didn't go to court. He didn't show up, so he defaulted.
Okay. So on your own accord, you guys.
On my own accord, yes.
Okay. I've explained that to him. Right now, I'll look into.
Did you take pictures of those things?
Right. Yes, I got the case number that he's referring to, and I'll check with the court, see if it's a valid civil case that he's trying to push through, and we'll go about it that way. Okay. Again, I don't know all the specifics. I don't know why this whole thing has been happening between the two of you. I'm getting two different stories from each one.
What is he possibly saying?
He's saying that he had $200,000 worth of Star Wars Legos.
He didn't. No, he did not.
Right.
Never had that.
So officer, again, this is Ammon. I'm with the corporate office.
He's the CEO.
Oh, hi.
So what's happened is we had a former franchisee that entered into an invalid consignment agreement with a completely separate person. That person sold their Lego sets and didn't pay the person that they entered in. And this has nothing to do with Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider is just a YouTuber that got a hold of the story and then went to this guy and said, hey, if I can harass these guys and if I can do some stuff and get some money out of them, will you pay me some of that money? And that's what they're trying to do, is the individual who actually owes the money left the United States. They were one of our franchisees. They were terminated as a franchisee for violating all sorts of rules. They then fled to Europe somewhere. And so we've been trying to deal with this situation. We've been trying to help the person up in Oregon, but because we found out later that they've been all working together to try and force some money out of us. So we've had our attorneys working on it. We've been in contact with the Marion County Sheriff's Department, the Marion County District Attorney, the Kaiser. This is all up in Oregon. And then they started flying down here, coming to our corporate offices, and now they're heading to our staff and other individuals' personal residences to just harass and continue to try and extort money out of them. And so there's already a case in Provo because they've been passing fraudulent documents up in Oregon. They created a fake contract, forged a manager's signature up there, threatened to kill her. All sorts
They
of things.
didn't forge her signature. They did trick her into signing something, though, so the contract is void.
Glasses today? Yeah, he's wearing the glasses. Yeah, so you're on YouTube.
So he's filming you guys, he's filming everything, and he's trying to put all this stuff together to put together an additional extortion attempt on us. Okay. So that's what they're doing, and he like, if you go to his channel, Reckless Ben, that's what he does. He just goes around and he does stupid things, and he harasses people, and he chops and screws up all of this footage, and that's all he's trying to do is get footage right now. He's just trying to get more footage to put more videos out there to get more clicks and likes. He has nothing to do with this case other than he just, and he was the one who vandalized the store over the weekend, along with Mr. Mansell, who's the original person consigned to a completely different entity. So they just know that
He slipped up and said consigned.
that other party, they went bankrupt and don't have any money. They're just going after somebody else that they think they can just extort money out of.
Gotcha. Okay. Have you had, I guess the store had any sort of lawsuit filed against them by this Ben Schneider or the Mansell?
So again, going on the fraud that the Marion County District Attorney's office is looking into, they filed multiple small claims court claims against a completely separate entity, and they used fictitious names to do so. All of the cases were then dropped because of it. And but none of them were
The plot thickens, interestingly enough.
They weren't filed against Josh or his entity. They weren't filed against us and our entity. They were filed against completely either fictitious entities or otherwise. But they're fraudulently filing things with the state in order to make it look legitimate when he puts his videos out online. And he's done this at least, I think, in 2 other instances with individuals who ended up, like filing lawsuits against him.
Okay.
So that's what we're working on right now with our own attorneys, is going after him and his stuff. But no lawsuits have been filed against us, against Josh and his entity, or against any of the parties that he's claiming. But we're working on our lawsuit to file against him and all individuals that associate with him, including the former franchisees and Mr. Mansell, who are all colluding together to try and extort money out of us.
Okay, I got you. Okay. Let me make some phone calls and I'll be back with you. Okay, just 1 moment.
I didn't sign no agreement. I'm not beholden to somebody else's stupid agreement. Thanks, Emma. I'm losing my voice. So.
You can be not holding to the agreement, or beholden to the agreement, but you're not entitled to another person's property, which was not store property, so like that doesn't change anything.
Yeah, sir. Okay. Is there anything else you guys need from us, or like from me right now?
Do you have any written statements that you filled out as to, like, kind of what's going on?
Yeah. In fact, again, like with the Provo Police Department, I actually just went through and did a lineup, a double-blind digital lineup to pick out Mr. Schneider of that lineup because of the aggravated. I think that Utah County Prosecutor's Office is looking at aggravated economic interference or something along those lines. Something of a felony that they're looking to push.
Okay.
At least that's what we were told previously. So I've been coordinating, working with the Provo Police Department. So I'm sure you can. Do you want me to give you the case number?
Yeah, let me pull up my notes here. What's that Provo case number?
Hold on a second.
Kaylee thought they were coming in the house today. They tried to come in yesterday.
Okay. Provo case 25 PR 26279.
What did you say they were pushing? Aggravated what?
It's like I can't remember exactly, but if I remember, it's very similar to aggravated economic interference or aggravated business interference or something along those lines. Though they, yeah.
Do you have Detective Detective Dore or
Dore, yeah, Dore.
Detective Dore. I like how he can just lie to you guys, just straight face. Oh no, he owes me $200,000.
That's the thing is, we're on our side of things. We have to.
Yeah, I mean you don't know Adam. You don't know it from Adam. You know what I mean?
Trying to determine everything based on both sides of the story and.
Oh, I'm trying to serve him papers. Yeah, I bet you are. With a YouTuber. If I were a reputable law firm, that's it. Like, oh yeah, let the people that are.
If they're trying to serve papers, they're deputies from the sheriff's department, right? So you should be able to, like, the police should very easily be able to determine whether or not that's truthful, because if they're deputies, they have records, they have like.
It says Oregon on it, so they don't have access to the Oregon records.
Right, but you don't bring somebody down as a service processor from Oregon. It doesn't matter, like.
Yeah.
They have to, like, the service processor has to be hired in the state of service.
So that's where I think he's making some phone calls on that right now.
He's making some phone calls. He's gonna find out it's a valid case that requires serving, as his body cam has shown, as we've all seen. That's funny.
Those guys aren't playing.
Well, Sandy's got charges. Do they have charges on him?
Yeah, so she said, Brandon didn't dive into it, but she said, we've been trying to get this guy. He's we got other businesses and things that he's been. So they would love to get him.
Well, I'd like to see.
It might be worth calling Sandy if they want us to take him and hold him.
Oh, you should. I'll show you a picture from last night. So, they sat around my partner's house, and it's on this other channel. Because they had undercovers and everything. They waited for him to show up, and then a kid came to buy. This isn't a bad guy. This kid came to buy an auto part from my partner's father-in-law, and then the police, they just pounced because they were thinking it was Ben and his team, right? So they pounced that kid, scared the crap out of him. Because they had set up, they're like, we're just waiting, because they came here, so they're like, we're waiting for them to come there, because that's been their MO.
What a absolute clown show of a department.
Fully expecting him to be there. And
we got undercovers out
just last night.
for a guy serving process paperwork. Oh, we can get him. Oh, why is your body cam silent? That's not good. I don't think anybody trusts the American Fork Police Department's redactions at this point. This isn't a full body cam. You can't have redacted silent and pretend it's a full body cam. 34, 35, 37, 38, 40, 42. Hey, I know the rest of this is basically meaningless. I assume this is the portion where he called and confirmed it, because that's what it looks like. That looks to match the. Can we see what he's googling? What are you googling, sir? Is it the phone number for the Marion County Justice Department? Yeah, doesn't it's not looking good for him. Let's go to the comment. You does not look good. Not look good. Dang. Excuse me a moment. I need to use the restroom, and since we're between videos, I figure now is a great time. I always forget to use it.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform.
Before we begin, I want to be transparent about our intentions with this episode. To preface, we have two former Bricks and Minifigs employees sitting right here with me. We have reached out to Bricks and Minifigs corporate to request an interview with the CEO or another member of the executive team, and we have also reached out to Reckless Ben himself. We plan to continue contacting other individuals connected to the story as well, such as Crystal, the former owner of the Oregon Bricks and Minifigs store, and even potentially Brian if he's willing to do so. Our goal is simple: to hear directly from the people involved and provide a platform where viewers can hear multiple perspectives, and we promise not to beat around the bush or dodge the uncomfortable questions or discussions with any guest.
Guys, because we're a smaller channel, we'd appreciate your help in getting this video in front of the people involved. If you'd like to see these interviews happen, the more visibility this discussion gets, the more likely it is that those involved will receive the invitation and participate.
We're going to be breaking this episode down into a few different segments. Segment number one is going to be what we actually know about this situation. Segment number two is going to be the biggest questions that are still unanswered. Segment number three, the credibility meter, where we are going to rank the believability and the evidence strength of Bricks and Minifigs and Reckless Ben. We're going to put them on a scale. Segment number four, the psychology corner, where I'm going to break down and give some psychoeducation on some of the situations that could be occurring. I'm not saying they are, but they could be. I also just want to note that I am a PhD student in clinical psychology, and we are going to have a segment in this episode where I'm going to provide some general psychoeducation about some of the responses and events related to high pressure situations.
Got to try and milk some value out of that student loan debt, huh?
However, I do have to disclose nothing in this video should be interpreted as professional psychological advice, a clinical opinion, a diagnosis, or an assessment of anyone involved. I have never evaluated any of these individuals, and I will not be attempting to diagnose or clinically analyze anyone in particular. Any comments I make regarding psychology will be limited to general concepts and observations, aka I'm covering my ass. Segment number five, we're going to do a devil's advocate round. Segment number six, we are going to figure out what we would like to ask these people if we are able to get them on the podcast, and what you, the viewers, would like to ask as well in the comments below. And then segment number seven, we're going to have a bit of a community verdict.
In about 60 seconds, we're going to give a brief recap of the Bricks and Minifigs situation. But if you'd like to get the full story, obviously watch Reckless Ben's documentary series or other various videos on YouTube regarding the topic. We're not going to ramble or spend unnecessary time explaining it because it's all out there to the public. But for those who may not be familiar with the story, the controversy centers around Brian Mansell and his family's Lego Star Wars collection, reportedly valued at approximately $200,000. Brian alleges that the collection was placed on consignment with a Bricks and Minifigs store in Oregon and was not properly returned following changes in store ownership. Bricks and Minifigs has disputed aspects of those claims and denied responsibility for certain events surrounding this dispute.
The story gained a lot of attention online after YouTuber Reckless Ben began investigating the matter, publishing videos, interviews, and a lot of documentation that brought the situation closer to the LEGO community. Since then, the controversy has grown to include public statements, competing claims, legal disputes, and ongoing debates about what is actually going on.
Our goal in this episode is not to declare a winner or pretend we know everything that has happened. Instead, we'll be looking at the publicly available information, discussing the evidence and claims that have been presented, and encouraging open dialogue from all parties involved. And on top of all of that, we will be honest. Let's start by giving our general thoughts on this situation. We have remained unspoken regarding the Bricks and Minifigs controversy that is happening right now. As two former Bricks and Minifigs employees, I would be curious to hear your guys' general thoughts on this matter.
Okay, so one thing I do kind of want to preface, and this kind of looks like I'm coming from the angle of defending them. I'm not, but I do want to say this. Bricks and Minifigs is, yes, it's a big corporation, but also every store is family owned. Most of them are family owned. So they all are run differently. They all have different ways that they do things. And especially at our store that me and Rami worked at, one thing that we were
where we met, by the way.
Which is where we met. That's right. One thing that I do want to get out there is that even the store that me and Rami worked at, we tried to keep things as honest as possible. I know Bricks and Minifigs, even before the 200,000.
So I watched a collectible minifig YouTuber trust audit 4 locations with $800 of value in minifigs at the first one and $1,600 or more at the remaining 3. Neither one offered him. No, only the last one, only the 4th one offered him reasonable values for what the minifigs were. The other ones tried convincing him that they were the non-rare versions and things like that. He even called them out on it. It was a interesting take. I don't think they're a very trustworthy company. They're basically GameStop for collectibles. We've all been to GameStop.
$1,000 controversy has already had a bad rap for some stores, taking people's items and, just lying to them. Of course, that will put a bad image on bricks and minifigs as a whole. This controversy, as well as other things that I've seen regarding bricks and minifigs, has kind of soured my taste. And even going back to the original store I worked at, just because of all of this stuff, you know what I mean? I've seen people online going to their local bricks and minifigs and harassing the workers about the $200,000 controversy. Please do not do that, because most of the stores that you're going to go and harass are not involved in this whatsoever. It's literally this Oregon store having this problem, and it's such a big problem that the CEO is involved, and he's being a chotch about it. So
he's being a chotch about it. That's why people are coming and nagging the stores, bro, because the CEO's a chot.
I've been following this situation very closely since I've watched Reckless Ben's videos, and I'm really sad to be hearing about this. I mean, this is like the most tragic thing that could happen to any Lego collector ever, is you get your entire collection robbed from you. And it leaves me questioning everything. I mean, it really does. I worked for Bricks and Minifigs, but that kind of piggybacks off what Matthew was saying. It's like, it's not every store that's like this. Majority of the stores.
It's not every store. It's just quite a few of them, and the corporate office.
Especially the one that me and Matt worked for. Some of the best ownership you'd probably ever see at a Bricks and Minifigs store.
Now, we also can't just go out and, say things like that, because it will look like we're on the side of Bricks and Minifigs corporate. What I will say is, as a store that, like the store that we worked at personally, we can only give experience on the one store we worked at personally. There were certain things that we would disagree with, yes, but it was never to the point where it was completely dishonest, especially with customers.
Exactly. I mean, I don't defend these actions whatsoever. I don't know anyone who could, but I think it is absolutely insane what has happened to Ben in this scenario. I mean, he has been absolutely put through it with law enforcement, with poor ownership, with poor accountability. It's just poor action taken all around.
Legal mindset touched on it too. That'll be an interesting
I don't agree
take.
with it. I think it's awful. And I feel so bad for Brian. I really, really do, man. I have supported the cause. I have donated to the Patreon that Ben has. I've donated to the GoFundMe for Brian. I bought a t-shirt.
A couple of things that stand out to me personally, as someone who is not
cool.
tied to
We
Bricks
steal
and
from old
Minifigs
people
whatsoever.
t-shirt. That's cool.
I've shopped there.
You should wear
and
it.
I know some people
at Bricks and
personally who work
Minifig.
at my local location. I will say this based on the evidence that we have so far. With all of the information, I have watched every single video, every single documentary, every single piece of content from the police department, their public statement on this matter. I've listened to the interview with the CEO of Bricks and Minifigs. Again, we want to have him on the show. We want to talk to him. They have, in my opinion, placed their franchisees in a terrible position because, like Matthew and Rami are saying, there are some great store owners who came into this company with the love of Lego, the love of family, the love of kids, and the hobby in general. And little did they know there would be this, scandal that is going on. And as far as the evidence so far is concerned, Bricks and Minifigs and the CEO have painted a really terrible image of themselves and of their company. And so that's where I stand. You have Brian and his father, who is ill, who were selling their collection through this consignment and were promised a deal. Corporate seemingly comes in, takes over the store. The consignment all of a sudden is out of the question. In the beginning, they should have just given him the money or given him his collection back. And we're obviously going to talk more about that. But as of right now, and I'm happy to be proven wrong. I'm always happy to be proven wrong if there's evidence that suggests that I am wrong. I have, we generally have enough humility to state something like that. But as of right now, Bricks and Minifigs is clearly in the wrong. Clearly 100%. In the wrong.
100%.
And I would love to talk to the CEO or anyone from corporate and try to get them to answer honestly about why we're wrong, about why the community of the Lego Star Wars community is wrong.
But also, why are they taking this route? Why are they doubling down so hard on the fact that like this is their these are their Legos when we've seen the contract and everything? Like it doesn't make sense why they're going this extra mile to try to not only cover things up but like sweep it under the rug, as if it's not $200,000 on the line.
They're continuing to dig a hole. I don't like what's going on with what I've seen with the police department. I think the Bricks and Minifigs side of this thing is corrupt based on the evidence. I'm not saying that that's the case. I'm saying that's what I think. That's my personal opinion, my freedom of speech. I'm saying I think that's what's going on. I feel like the police department is corrupt as well. And I think anyone who is advocating for the side of the Utah police or whatever police department this is that's causing all of these things to happen, it all seems super sketch, and I think that's the general consensus of this entire argument.
Right.
And so,
I think a few opinions that do need to be said that I feel like the whole kind of community kind of shares is Bricks and Minifigs is in the wrong. The old owners that made the consignment deal maybe didn't know exactly what they were getting into. Maybe. Third thing for sure is that the CEO is really not the CEO. Josh, the guy who took over the store, is a piece of shit. Right. So and that is my opinion. Like I said. But hearing the way, even in the first part of the documentary, hearing the way that he spoke to Ben about the situation is completely inappropriate, especially as a business
unprofessional,
and just completely
degrading. What are you?
Disrespectful.
What are you, an idiot?
Disgusting.
Are you stupid?
Yeah. Are you a moron? You stole.
What are you young? What are you young?
It's disgusting. It's
like
disgusting.
That,
It's absolutely disgusting.
It is disgusting.
I think Josh definitely should have some sort of pushback in that for sure, because not only is he blatantly using a legal loophole to take these $200,000 worth of sets, but he's being an asshole about it.
I think he looks the worst in this whole
situation.
I
think so too, 100%, 100%. And I don't think there's not enough people talking, especially Reckless Ben. He has been very good.
There's
Reckless
not enough
Ben has
people
been very good about keeping his holding his tongue when it comes to Josh, because Josh is a piece of shit. Like, let's just let that out of the way. The way that he communicates and the way that he's obviously trying to do this is just disgusting.
Yeah, no,
his behavior is very disgusting. Yeah,
and the fact that the CEO can sit there and just like be okay with it,
and defend everything that they're doing. Yeah, that's a
comparatively like working for Bricks and Minifigs. If my boss or the owner ever acts like that, if our owner ever acts like that, I would be out. Like that is.
Oh,
that
never.
Is insane.
Our owner would never. So it's easy to compare these sort of stories, right? Because we worked at a Bricks and Minifigs that would never even. I mean, I don't even think they would even try to do the consignment deal or whatever. But on the other hand of it, if they did, it wouldn't they would not be this rude or blatantly disrespectful to the guy that's trying to fix it.
All right, well let's move into the segments here. The first segment we have is what we know. This is the factual information we have. There's not really any debate about these few things. What we know is that the collection existed, right? Brian, the owner, his father owned this collection of Lego Star Wars sets that is roughly valued at $200,000 apparently. We don't know that for certain, but the collection existed, regardless of how much it's worth, and regardless of
what I will say about this is the $200,000. Brian, I know you guys probably saw in the first one. Brian has a document full of every single set that he has and their worth. That's why he was able to sell them to, those 10 of Ben's friends, because he knows exactly what he has.
Yeah, so we know the collection existed. We don't know where it's at right now. We don't know how much the store sold before the new owners came in. When Crystal was there, we don't know how much she sold with this consignment deal with this collection, which basically a consignment is someone brings in their collection to sell, and they legally own it until it is sold, and then they get a percentage of it and the store gets a percentage of it. But until that happens, they technically still own the sets. So that's why everyone is saying the collection stolen, etc. We know the collection existed. That is one thing that is factual information that has been expressed by Ben, by Brian, and by Bricks and Minifigs at this point.
There's footage from Crystal from the previous location and videos.
And I think moving forward in this video, we're assuming everyone has seen the documentary, everyone has seen all of the footage, all of the information. We're not going to show any of that here. We're just kind of giving our thoughts on it. What we know, another thing that we know, is that the consignment existed. That has also been expressed by Reckless Ben, by Brian, and by Bricks and Minifigs. There are differing, pieces of information about, well, should they do a consignment, should they not? We're not exactly 1,000% clear on that yet. There's back and forth information, but the consignment did exist. The third thing we know is that store ownership was changed. We have footage of that. We have documentation from Crystal, the previous owner. We have documentation from Bricks and Minifigs, from Reckless Ben, from Brian. That's another thing that we know for certain, is that the store ownership shifted and changed. Beyond that, there's some things up in the air. The collection has not and was not returned to Brian. We know that for a fact, okay? Unless something happened in the last 24 hours, we know that this has not happened, and we don't know where the collection is. That's one thing we know. Where's the collection? How much of it got sold? All of that is all up in the air right now. The fifth thing that we know is that lawsuits have happened and there were disputes that followed. The sixth thing that we know is that public statements were made by Brian, by Ben, by Bricks and Minifigs, by the police department. Official statements have been made. All right, here's some still unanswered questions, and we can discuss these briefly. The first unanswered question is, where is Brian's collection? We don't know. Does anyone know where Brian's collection is? I'm sure Bricks and Minifigs probably does.
I think this is very interesting because of the fact that in the first part of the docu-series, we see the employees are being directly lied to by the owners about where the collection is. The employee literally admits that that the owner told them that they don't have the sets anymore. He had a few of the sets there and now they're gone. But when Reckless Ben showed them images of the sets, the employee confirmed, yes, we do still have some of those. So what I'm trying to really understand is how much of the collection was sold not under the consignment deal, right? Because after ownership changed, there's no way to keep track of what was actually sold of Brian's.
I think what's interesting to note is one thing I took from the video was like Bricks and Minifigs did post a lot of
they were advertising it.
They were definitely advertising it.
And as those photos were still uploaded, Josh was directly saying, no, we don't have them.
And Josh on the phone with Reckless Ben was saying, oh, if you apologize to the store or the manager, then we'll give you the sets back. So he was admitting that they had the sets because that was dialogue between the two of them. So there's that piece of information that we don't want to overlook as well. But also I watched M&R did like an Ask M&R thing. He gave his whole spiel. He's been researching.
I mean, yeah, probably, but like it sucks to suck. There's a consignment contract. And like at this point now it's just being done out of principle because after all the bullshit, I believe the GoFundMe has raised $250,000. So the GoFundMe has raised more than the sets were worth to begin with. So at this point, I think it's just a matter of principle that it's being seen all the way through.
The topic, and he had the entire list of inventory. I don't know if you guys saw this or not, but he had the whole inventory list from Brian's collection. He went back and traced. He uploaded it publicly on YouTube yesterday.
I saw it, but I didn't.
But they also did confirm that some of the sets were literally still in the store, like in the first video, when like they brainwashed the employee to tell them stuff. She was like, "Oh yeah, we don't have any of these sets anymore, blah blah blah, like there's not any of it." And one of the guys that was like an undercover guy who went in to like identify them beforehand was like, "Yes, you do. You literally showed me one of them earlier today." And she's like, "Oh, did I?"
Watch it.
He uploaded, he has a list of all the sets. He went back and traced down all of the images that Bricks and Minifigs location had posted of their inventory when they were advertising this. He saw the list that Brian had of all the sets they gave. He found images that had a huge section of that list posted on their socials that are no longer posted, I believe, but they have a yellow sticker, which apparently is how they attributed, these are Brian's sets. If they have this yellow sticker beneath the price tag, that's how they identified that these are part of the consignment. And so those images are on the internet. Go watch the Ask M&R video and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. And so that even gave more proof to me, as far as they had the collection and they just willingly did not pay Brian for it. So we don't know where Brian's collection is.
We don't know. What I will say is we know that the store probably still has them, but we don't know if all of it is still there. Like,
oh yeah, 100%.
That's the whole
I bet a
point.
lot of it's gone. I'd be willing.
I guarantee that they sold a lot of it.
A lot of it, yeah. Another unanswered question we have is who was responsible after the ownership changed? Like, responsible as in who was responsible for the direct, like, sabotaging, corrupt nature of the way that they moved forward? Was it Josh? Was it the CEO? Was it someone else from corporate? We don't really have like a specific answer to that question.
I would, at least in my head, the way that the evidence is being presented, I would say that there's two answers to this question, and it is Bricks and Minifigs corporate, as well as Josh, the new owner, and whoever the other guy was, who was the other owner, the co-owner or whatever. I think it's directly their responsibility, especially since in the first part of the docuseries, it is shown to us that when the old owner was getting kicked out of the store, they blatantly admitted that the new owners will take over the consignment.
Yeah, that's on camera too. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the CEO is basically saying, well, this was a low-level employee. He doesn't have a right to say this. Like, that was the way it was spun whenever.
Right. The CEO said, but also Bricks and Minifigs let out a statement that said, we don't do consignments.
Yeah.
But we saw the contract, which said that they're going to do it.
Yeah. So if you don't do consignments, a previous owner made a slip up, made a mistake, and you have the collection that legally is still Brian's collection. You come in, oh, hey, sorry, we apologize. Like, our previous owner made a slip up. We don't actually do consignments. We understand you signed this documentation and that legally, this is a legally binding contract between you and the previous owner, that you still own the sets until they're sold. Here's your sets back. That would have prevented all of this. That would have prevented literally all of this. And that would have been the ethical, moral thing to do. If they don't really do consignments, then it was never their collection to sell in the first place. I think we can all agree on that, right?
Yeah.
If that's really
Yeah,
what happened.
100%.
If that's really what happened. Another thing that's still unanswered is what did corporate know and when? So these are things that we can assume to know, but we don't know factually what happened. It's like there are a lot of discrepancies between when Crystal, the previous owner, was there, when the new ownership came in. Were the higher ups at corporate aware of what Josh was doing? Did Josh check in with them? Was that okayed? There's so much like deflection from the CEO onto the franchise owners, where it's like, well, they get to make their own decisions. They get to do X, Y, and Z. So I am curious to know, like, were they in cahoots? Were they not? How much of this was responsible for the corporate office, and how much of this was the responsibility of Josh or whoever else came in to manage that store?
Well,
It's really hard.
One thing I think about is that Ben kind of throughout the series, he kind of had the every time he would present the footage of Crystal being kicked out of the shop, and it was not Josh, but it was the other co-owner. He made it, at least in from when I was watching it, he made it seem like corporate very much was involved in her Crystal getting kicked out and them completely taking over the store. He made it very he very much hinted towards that being the case.
Well, that makes a really solid point. Is if it was all to do with the previous franchise holder, why does she have footage of her saying like, okay, well, I need to get this inventory out of the store, and the dude basically like rushes her out the door and makes sure she doesn't remove the inventory from the store? Like, her case doesn't hold a lot of water, a lot of holes.
Yeah,
a lot of hard
that's
to
just one of the
explain
things
holes.
we don't really have proof of yet.
Right.
But I would assume that to be the case based on the evidence we have. But Rami, go ahead. Sorry.
I think it's very interesting how the blame was shifted around so much, and it almost feels intentional that it's set up that way, because it is a really big problem. $200,000 from someone's life is taken away. So they're shifting blame here, shifting blame there, shifting blame everywhere. And it just seems like all the parties involved are to blame. That's
I
what I
mean,
think.
it's not even just like $200,000 is owed to this guy. It's $200,000 is owed to a sick, dying old man. Like, and the
This is
CEO,
someone's life
and the
saving.
CEO Josh, this is someone's life. Like, this is someone's life in the hands of Bricks and Minifigs right now, and they are actively saying no to giving them what they need to help save this guy's life.
Not to mention the emotional and mental toll and distress that Brian has had to go through this whole situation. And I would imagine if you have one of the largest Lego Star Wars collections of all time in your grasp, you own it, you've collected it for years, and you need money, right? A medical emergency comes up, you need to sell it. Like, most people's go-to would probably be to sell it to another collector or sell it gradually. For like, going to Bricks and Minifigs of all stores, they don't give you the most bang for your buck as far as like who you could sell it to. That's just my opinion, my experience there. And so
when I worked there, we were giving shit offers. Let me just let that out of the way.
Their decision to take it there, to me, is communicating they needed the money and they needed it quick. That's how I view that situation, which makes sense. If I had a family member who had a medical emergency, I needed some money, I would go to the first, the most accessible location or place that I could take the sets to and potentially get the quickest return on selling the sets. And so that's what I think happened, and I think Bricks and Minifigs knows that. So that's a still unanswered question. All right, we're going to do a little segment called the credibility meter, okay? We're going to rank these on a scale of 1 to 10 on the credibility and also evidence strength, okay? We have Bam's claim and we have Reckless Ben's claim. On Bricks and Minifigs claim first, let's rank their believability on the claims that they're making on a scale of 1 to 10. Where are you guys at with that? And this is our opinion. This is our opinion.
I think I'd like to go first. I think what I've seen from like the interview is that there's a lot of, which I completely understand, a lot of script reading and, corporate stuff. I think there's a little bit of truth to it, but there's a lot of lies mixed in. It's like a good solid 2 in their claims. And it's so far-fetched and almost seems hard to believe when you have evidence contradicting that and video evidence showing that. It's just like, it doesn't make any sense and it doesn't shift my focus at all. So it would be very interesting to hear a contradiction to that.
Honestly, in terms of believability, Bam's claim is literally a 1. Like there is no, I mean, maybe even a 0. Like I am completely against this whole thing that they're doing. Even the big statement that they let out, saying they could completely contradict themselves by saying they don't do consignments. In the video, he shows the contract. So like I don't understand what they're even trying to do, like by making statements like that, or even in the interview where they like tiptoed around all the good hard-hitting questions. It very much so seems like that they are trying as hard as they can to sweep this under the rug and make it something that it's not. And obviously, we could say that Ben's editing could be,
misleading or something
misleading or something. But I mean, seeing what the route he's actually going through, like how far he's willing to take this, like getting arrested and like several times and going to the stores to try to make this right, it very much seems so that would not be the case.
Yeah.
So no, I'm probably like a 0, 10 on Ben's.
I'm probably on Bam's claims. Right now, I'm at a 1. I'm like, some of it could be accurate, but the second credibility meter that we have is based on evidence strength, and my 1 is tied to my meter on the evidence strength, which to me is 0. Like Reckless Ben has shown lots of evidence. The police cam footage, the footage he's taken, there is so much backing his claims up that it's like almost irrefutable in my opinion. The CEO of Bricks and Minifigs went on to a podcast recently. They asked him some questions. He responded. A lot of it didn't make sense or add up, but also he didn't bring any form of proof. There was 0 evidence involved in any of his claims. And
yeah, see, that's the part that I don't get, bro. How are you gonna just like be saying all kinds of whatever, especially like, bro, oh, they got heroin in the car. Police searched the car. There's no heroin. Like, what are we talking about here? Like, for real? Like, dude.
And so on the evidence strength, I'm at a 0. I'm at a complete 0. 0 dud, don't.
Yeah, Bam has like no evidence. In fact, they even have internal stuff that is evidence against them. Like, at most, you have a guy showed up at your store in a Speedo, which It's Oregon. Is that even a big deal? I don't think it is. Like, and again, you're talking like Portland, Salem, Kaiser area. I'm pretty sure there's worse going on there right now as we talk about it than a guy in a Speedo like showing up outside your store with a piggy bank.
Not for bricks and minifigs on the evidence meter. What about you guys?
I don't even think there's an argument to be made here. I think it across the board should be 0-10.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, across the board for believability and evidence strength, because the thing that really keeps me up with the believability is that Crystal, the old owner, is directly saying the opposite of what Bam is.
Show up in a pair of assless chaps on backwards with your genitals face painted to look like an elephant. And then tell people to tug its trunk. I'll put a clown costume on it. Well, like, no, like, for real, bro. Like, seriously, let's be intellectually honest here. You're talking about the Kaiser Salem area, which is literally right next to Portland. What month is it right now? It's June, yeah? I think June. Yeah, what month is June? What celebration? Oh, it's yeah. Yeah, I guarantee you probably right now, tomorrow, and arguably the entire rest of this month, you probably have a lot more going on than just a guy in a Speedo. So yeah, no, I don't think that's abnormal. I mean, maybe for the guy from Utah, because you know he's like a assumedly kind of a button-up Mormon, maybe a prude, but like you're talking about the man in the Speedo. That is like deep MMIP WLPC Q9 helicopter horse donkey taco square. Like you're deep in that territory. So yeah, no, I bet you money right now you probably just have people walking around with, yeah, arguably their wiener dressed up in a clown costume and just a dangle, operating on the guise of, well, you technically can't see the skin of my phallus, so it is not exposed. Granted, it is in nothing more than a coating of glue and like blown on felt dust, but you can't technically see the skin of the phallus. So it's not like, bro, yeah. I don't think you're really gonna sell. Oh my God, he's a crazy person. He's showing up in Speedos in Kaiser, Oregon. Like, bro, the moment I heard Speedos in Kaiser, Oregon, it's like, okay, yeah. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, that sounds like Kaiser. Like, so like what? It's normal everyday shit like any other time they do it, but the moment like someone comes to your store, it's some sort of crazy thing. Like, no, contextually, that's like totally normal in Kaiser. So that's kind of my point. How could you like say, oh my God, it's some abnormal insanity harassment campaign? Like, bro, it was a dude in a Speedo. That's probably super normal. I don't even live anywhere near Kaiser. There's a weird ass person who just like rides around on one of those weird standing bikes in a full Bigfoot costume, fucking waving at people. So like, yeah, I don't think a dude in a Speedo is like harassment. Like I'd wish he had more clothes on, but like the long and short of it, his parts are covered, and that's basically what the law says he has to do. We can all agree that his outfit is heinous, sure. But a heinous outfit that is legal is not somehow harassment. Like, he came to my store dressed weird. This is stalking. This is economical assault or interference of business. I don't know what this is, but he was in really small undergarment like things, and like my pecker tingled, and I don't like how that made me feel. Like, maybe that was it. Maybe that was it. Ben showed up with that pink piggy bank in them tight Spanx, and old Joshy Boy's Dingler did a little weeboo waboo. And, you know, as a Mormon, that probably threw him like wildly into confusion, because like the Mormons are all about like numerous wives. So maybe that was it. I'm totally being a facetious asshole, but like, I just think it would be funny as fuck. Like, how was he assaulting you? It made my wiener dingle. And I didn't like that. I felt sexually assaulted. Like, what? You mean aroused? Like, I don't know how to I don't know how to describe it. You know what I mean? Like, all the claims are so stupid. The only way you could even try to make them even vaguely make sense just involves like delineating to even stupider.
The BAM corporate and the CEO are saying.
Everyone is.
Everyone is. And she literally was the old owner. So there's no believability there, because I obviously I would believe Crystal before believing that BAM corporate or the CEO, or, you know, so that's kind of where I'm at.
Reckless Ben's claims they match his evidence, and I would put his evidence at like, probably, honestly, dude, he's got so much evidence. I would put his evidence at like an 8 or 9. There are some things that look like they could potentially slightly be doctored or altered. I don't know that for a fact, but there is so much footage that he has and so many documentations that he has that it's very hard to believe that he is not right.
I would probably say 10. I would probably say 10. You know, I mean, as much as I mean, I've seen a few Reckless Ben videos before this, and his approach for these types of videos is always just
for the most part, he seems to go out of his way to basically do as much as humanly possible within like the confines of the law. He at least makes a conscious effort to like look into the laws and, you know, try to not like break the law. Like, you know, he had his whole claim splitting scheme, and the claim splitting scheme doesn't work for one person to do, but when the title possessor of the sets sold the sets to 10 different people, and then the sets weren't yielded, then yeah, that you now have 10 people who've been affected. So it's 10 different cases. Doesn't look good, but pretty sure it holds water. And, you know, there were a lot of like legal people along the way. Like, there was a notary public, and So I honestly feel like Ben probably put more effort into seeing, like, checking if his actions were legal or not legal than anybody on the other side did.
100%. He's giving 100% do it. Like, think about the raffle that he made so that he would try to get sued by Bricks and Minifigs, or that he could sue them. He went through every single, like,
it's true.
He crossed every list off to make that a legitimate raffle so that he could make, squeeze his way in there. And I think, I mean, it's so believable to me that yeah, no, it's a 10 for evidence on reckless.
I agree.
I will say
think,
something. Sorry, go ahead.
I think evidence for reckless Ben is 100% like a 10.
Incoming ad break.
There's like every bit of information. It's on his Patreon. It's on like any source that you can find it. It's there. And I've also seen some of his videos in the past, and I've never seen him put out this much concrete evidence in a video before.
That's so true. That's so true. I haven't seen him put as much into it. Like I said before, with Crystal and the BAM employee, they're directly on Ben's side, whether they want to or not. And their evidence that they have talked about in Ben's video directly helps Ben's case and hurts BAM's case. So it's a complete 0 for BAM's side.
Yeah,
100%. I agree. I think that's fair as well. All right, we're going to go into the psychology corner for a moment, if you guys don't mind. So here is a bit of some psychoeducation insight. Again, I got to cover my butt here a little.
Again, I gotta try and at least somewhat monetize, so like I get something out of these student debt. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know if he has student debt. It just seems funny. Because he's like, I'm not a licensed psychologist. Well, I don't know. He might be a licensed psychologist. But he's like, I can't diagnose any of these people. I haven't actually spoken to any of them. So like, I'm kind of just speculating and talking about like psychological concepts. Which kind of to me feels like, dang, I got all these student debts. I might as well at least like try to employ what I accrued them for.
A little bit, okay? I am not making this a statement that this is what is happening with this specific instance, with this specific situation. I am just giving some general psychoeducation based on knowledge that you can take it or leave it. It's not meant to be professional advice to you or your decision-making process. Okay, I got to preface that.
You're basically just making assumptions based on
my research and knowledge and understanding.
You're
in
the
psychological field of research. Okay, that's
right. You're
what
the
it
teacher.
is.
We're the students.
So one thing that you often will see in large public controversies is that people divide into camps. Right? We can see that in the political world. We can see that in the business world. We can see that in many different facets, aspects of daily living. Once someone identifies with a side, they tend to notice information that supports their position and dismisses information that goes against it. You guys have seen that in the world, right? You guys have seen that. When you pick a side, you go to that side, and you almost develop sometimes even a subconscious confirmation bias regarding your side. You want to find information that proves your beliefs, okay? That is something that happens in the political world, in the business world, in the freaking entertainment world. That's something that happens. This doesn't necessarily mean that people are being dishonest. It means humans naturally want to interpret evidence through the lens of their own existing beliefs that they have, okay? That's one reason online communities can become very divided even when looking at the same information, okay? That's just general knowledge that I think most people know, but I'm just throwing it out there, okay? Moving on to the next section here in the psychology corner, reputation, threat, and organization response. So this one's somewhat interesting. So when individuals or organizations feel that their reputation is under attack, they often shift their focus from solving a problem to managing the public perception, if that makes sense. This doesn't tell us whether someone is right or whether someone is wrong. It's simply a human response. People become more cautious. They become more defensive, like we've seen, I think, on the BAM side of things, and they become more strategic in what information they release because they know that other people are watching. That is what I believe has happened with this Reckless Ben situation. It all of a sudden like has been blown out of the water, and now all of a sudden the CEO is willing to have somewhat reasonable conversations in the public eye about potentially giving the collection back, giving the money back. There was a shift that happened with Bricks and Minifigs corporate attitude after these documentaries came out. Can we agree on that? Do you guys see that?
100%.
Okay.
Yeah.
100%.
Moving on to the next thing. Why two people can remember an event differently. And I think this one is important. One thing that we have discovered in the psychological field of research is that our memory is very fleeting and our memory is just not great. It's not near as great as we think it is, okay? Especially in high stress situations. So your memory is not a video recording, okay? We remember events and situations, and like two people can experience the same situation and have a very different version of a memory on that situation. Okay. When conflicts occur, when there's high stress, people are often remember events very differently, traumatic events, etc., especially if they experience those events from different perspectives or under any kind of emotional stress. Over time, memories can become influenced by conversations. They can become influenced by media that you digest, by videos that you watch, assumptions, new information. This doesn't automatically mean that a person is lying. That's just a part of it. So when Reckless Ben is saying the X, Y, and Z happened, it could have been what happened. It could be a slightly altered version.
Yeah, we know, and people could forget that they said some things, and like, yeah, that's kind of all a given. That's why, like, Reckless Ben operates with video. You know what I mean? You can forget what you said, but the camera doesn't. That's, I think, kind of the point. But at the same time, like, oh, I have no, they never sued me or the location before you lost 10 cases in small claims court. Like, you were served 10 times with small claims court paperwork and then defaulted on the cases. Like, so saying that they never like sued the location and things like that, like he did say in the newer body cam footage video, that's inaccurate. That's a lot. Granted, these guys might not know about that. That was only 3 hours old, and this is 11 hours old.
Version of it, but what gives him
that
the
would
benefit
explain
of the
that.
doubt in that context is that he has so much footage. He has so much recorded audio and footage of what happened. And so that's a truth about memory, but it's like memory is not a video recording, but you don't need memory when you have the video recording. You know,
It's not a video recording, but a video recording is.
Regarding those things. I'll move on here. I'll try to be a bit briefer. Humans naturally are looking for stories with, like, you know, dramatic heroes, villains, endings. That's another reason I think this has taken off, is because it seems that there's a clear hero in this case, is like Brian and Reckless Ben. And there's also seems to be a clear villain, which is Bricks and Minifigs. And again, I'm happy to be proven wrong on that. But the problem is that, like, real life situations are more complicated than that. It's not ever this guy's good, this guy's bad. There's so much mixed in into all of that. The next one is why people become emotionally invested. Many LEGO fans have been following this for months, this story for months. This has been going on since 2023, this entire situation. It's in the public eye now, more so than it was a couple of years ago. But at a certain point, it becomes more than just a dispute and people aligning with one side. When that happens, like, criticism of that side can begin to feel personal. So if someone is defending bricks and minifigs, it can feel like they're against you. They're against your side because they're going with the side that you disagree with. And the stronger someone's emotional investment is in these things, the harder it can be to change their mind, right? And so it's like, as much as I'm emotionally invested and we are aligning with Reckless Ben on all of this, if proof came out that he was wrong or that bricks and minifigs was right in some cases, the mature thing to do would be to acknowledge that and to address that. So that's kind of my point there. And the last thing is that social media rewards certainty. Okay, this is blown up. It's all over the internet. It's on the news now. I saw news articles on this. I saw news like recordings of this. One challenge with online controversies from a psychological front is that uncertainty does not perform well. Okay, statements like I'm not sure what happened, or we're going to need more information, like those things don't perform well. People want to have proof and they want to have evidence and they want to side, like I was talking about earlier. They want to pick a side. And there's also a community aspect that's on it. When you agree with something and you open up the comments and everyone is agreeing with your perspective, with what you think about the case or the situation that's going on, right? You get kind of dopamine hits when you comment something and someone likes your comment and it was like, totally agree, bro, whatever it is. Okay, so there's that element of it too. So those are just a few things to keep in mind on the psychological front that I just wanted to throw out there that I think could potentially tie to this entire situation. Okay, I think it's always good to have a balanced perspective, to look at the facts, to look at the information. And with all that being said, there's one side that has a lot of facts and that has a lot of information, and there's one side that doesn't, that have blanketed claims that are not backed up by facts, that are not backed up by evidence, that are not backed up by proof. Okay, so
let's take a second to just give Jake a round of applause. That was well spoken, well said.
Thank you. I went into Professor Jake psychology mode there for a minute, which I don't ever do on the podcast, but that is what I'm trained in. That is my profession, and so I just wanted to throw those things out there. And
he put the psych in Psych Walker Studios, baby.
for one of the first times. All right, we're gonna move into a devil's advocate section. Okay?
Oh no.
All right, we're going to attempt to play devil's advocate here and defend the side of bricks and minifigs.
Called steel manning. Trying to concoct a situation in which their position is
so these are
irrefutable.
For Ben and for bricks and minifigs that we would like to ask. If we somehow get them onto the podcast, what questions would you guys want to ask Ben? Or what questions would you like to ask bricks and minifigs? By the way, if you're watching this video, leave your questions in the comments and let us know who they're directed towards. That way, if we get someone from BAM or Reckless Ben onto the podcast, let us know in the comments below. But Rami, Matthew, what are some questions you guys have?
I want to start out by kind of extending what you said. Guys, reach out. Let's get these guys on. Like, we have some burning questions for them. And my question mainly would be for BAM. And I would just want to kind of go through the funnel. I would ask them, what is the funnel for Brian's collection? Okay, let's follow it. So Brian brought his collection to the store. Then what? And then what? And then what? Like, let's get it down to what actually happened, what is going on, and like what should happen moving forward. Because at the end of the day, the one thing that's confusing to me about how Bricks and Minifigs is handling it, there's a lot of people to blame, right? If we can figure out where it all went wrong, and we can help Brian or we can help whoever figure out, like, maybe it is a corporate issue that y'all need to figure out, that's another thing too. If this wasn't supposed to happen, that's not on the person, that's on you, right? So how can we address it to not only help your collection, but also help, not only help your corporation and making mistakes like this in the future? But also, how would you help Brian get his collection back? It's his collection legally. So how that would be the best question I'd have
And
for Bam.
I
think
hate to tell Bam too, but they're obviously not going to do this because there's probably pride involved and they need to save face. But what would help your case is a lot of us are assuming you messed up. Either come on the podcast, talk to us about why we're wrong, give us proof about why we're wrong, or the only other option that I think has any chance of saving your company is to take accountability. If you messed up, if you did something wrong, come out and make a public statement addressing that. And I think that would save so much trouble.
You're right, and you're right. It would. But I also have the question of why, like, if you know you're in the wrong, why not just give the Legos back and just make a public statement saying that Josh,
We
the
did
guy
it.
that was
We
taking
gave it back. Yeah.
Yeah, why don't they just make a public statement regarding the fact that Josh is a terrible owner and he didn't do what he said he was going to do and follow the consignment? Why don't they just why is it so hard for them to give the Legos back? That's my question. Are they being so difficult? Because it's one thing when Josh sees $200,000 worth of inventory at this one BAM store and wants to buy it because he wants to make that money. That makes sense, right? What doesn't make sense is why corporate is getting so involved to the point where it feels like they're in on it. They're in on trying to make the $200,000, which for a giant company like Bricks and Minifigs doesn't make any sense. So that's a question I would really
why
like
was
to
it
have
worth
answered.
going through all of this is my
Exactly.
question. Like,
Why was it worth that? Another question that I do have, and it has, I know I've seen it around the community for Ben. I understand what he's doing, and he's doing a great thing here, but I also have a little bit of a weird feeling about every time him plugging the Patreon and, making an exclusive part 3 that's going to be out for a few weeks before the public sees it. I think that's a little shoddy. I honestly, I understand it. He's a creator and he would like to, we have a Patreon ourselves. Makes sense. But I don't think pushing it as hard as he is that good of a move publicly, because it kind of makes it seems like he's doing this for monetary gain.
Like that. Yeah.
When at least from what I've seen, my opinion is that I really do think he's going to keep doing it until he gets the Legos back. I fully believe that. But the fact that he is promoting the Patreon as much as he has and making the part 3 and stuff private for the Patreon is very shoddy for me.
What about that is shoddy? Like, in the end of it, he doesn't get anything out of it. None of the sets are his. He's dedicated 2 years of his life, damn near at this point, hashing through this. Like, I'd argue, yeah, he should be able to turn it into monetizable content, seeing as he invested a significant amount of his time into this. And even if it all comes to a fail and the guy doesn't get his Legos back, he at least got him enough through a GoFundMe, as I understand, to be able to remediate the loss of value. So, like, yeah, no, he should be able to monetize it.
For me, I don't really like that aspect of it, but for the rest of it, I can't complain.
To against that point a bit, he did make a GoFundMe that I think has made like $250,000 or something like that he's going to give to Brian and his family, to my understanding. So that's something to point out as far as the financial side of things that he is doing.
Right. Good, and I'm not trying to discredit anything that he's done at all. I'm not trying to do that, because what he's doing is fantastic and it's great and it needs to be done. But I don't like the
hiding it behind a paywall.
Right, hiding it behind a paywall. I don't like that aspect of it.
I can understand that.
I guess my question to Ben would be, kind of like a background what got you involved with this case
Yeah.
and what makes
Willy
you like
Willy
so
Bum Bum.
incredibly
Exactly.
passionate about it. To my knowledge, it doesn't seem like he's a huge
You can
Lego-
tell.
Lego
You can
guy.
tell by
He's
the
not a
way
Lego
that he is going about the video. He's not a Lego. He's not a Lego guy. I mean, he's just not. Did you see what he was gonna name the video in the first episode? He was gonna name it, stealing from or like finding or it was like exposing the most evil Lego business ever or something. It was something along the lines of that. Don't take me for my quotes, but that it was something along the lines of that.
He called a Lego Star Wars Battle Pack, like one of the original ones, a Super Trooper.
Yeah,
or
Super
something.
Trooper.
Did you
Yeah,
hear that?
he's not really much Star Wars affiliated as much as he is.
But that's
I mean,
fine, you know,
Lego.
no-
This is
hop
true.
on, we can give you a little bit of lingo.
We can educate you.
Yeah, we'll show you how it is.
Sit here with us three for like 20 minutes before, and we'll get you up to speed. Battle packs.
You'll be a Lego guy for life.
Yep.
Maybe we'll send you one too.
Other than that, I don't really have many other questions. I think for Brian, as far as that goes, he's gone through enough. I think that it's awful what Bam has done to him, and in terms of stress and trauma. I think that it's honestly there needs to be some sort of payback for that. Of like more than the Legos, there needs to be some sort of payback for the distraught and trauma that Brian.
Real man of penis.
Agreed. All right. Community verdict. Let us know what you think about this entire situation. Let us know, what you think. What do you currently believe? What evidence would change your mind about your belief? Are you even willing to change your mind? Comment below. Let us know. Are you team bricks and minifigs? I would be shocked to see if anyone's team bricks and minifigs at this point. Are you undecided? Are you team Ben / team Brian? Do you need more evidence? Let us know in the comments below where you're at, and let us know questions that you would like to ask both Ben and Bricks and Minifigs corporate or CEO.
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44. Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible. Nina can't code. Interesting. Can it generate reports?
It can now.
Nice.
So you're saying we can all build apps now?
Yeah.
I'm on lunch.
I gotta make a call.
I'll be in my office.
Just built an inventory tracker.
Protein calculator.
Book sharing app.
A workflow manager that
Tracks who still owes for the group lunch.
Trash duty schedule.
Since no one seems to care.
Just built a
I just created a goal tracking system.
We built the same thing, didn't we?
Yep.
Can this thing manage content?
Is this SOC 2 compliant?
I want to animate this graph.
Create a party planner.
Profesor de Español.
An inter-office dating app. For dogs. For office dogs. You know what I mean?
Man, have I got a massive update for you on the Brick and Minifigs Mormon.
Have you tried smoking it? Because if you don't, this guy might.
Police controversy and cover up happening right now in Utah. And before we listen to the American Fork-Tongue Police Department Chief Cameron Paul fib through his missionary teeth, more on the Joey Jammy Smithite
Oh yeah, Marcus is
aspect of
great.
this in a moment. Let me very quickly get you up to speed. First, what the hell is Bricks and Minifigs? Until just a couple days ago, I didn't realize Bricks and Minifigs is a Lego resale franchise specializing in new and used Lego products. See, people can put their Legos on consignment with bricks and minifigs and make a little extra cash. In 2023, this guy, Brian Mansell, consigned his family's entire $200,000 Star Wars Lego collection to the Bricks and Minifigs franchise store in Salem, Kaiser, Oregon. This collection was over 20 years in the making and is alleged to be one of the most valuable single collections in the world. Brian signed a consignment agreement with then owner Crystal Law. The store would sell the sets and pay Mansell a commission. Per the contract, unsold sets remained Brian's property. And my understanding is that Brian's collection was so large that it made up more than half of Crystal's consignment inventory. Now enter this guy, Ammon McNeff. Ammon McNeff and his brother Matt own the BAM Franchising Corporation, which owns Bricks and Minifigs. In 2024, a year and a half or so after Brian consigned all of his Legos, BAM Franchising Corporation repossessed Crystal Law's store and terminated her franchising contract. New franchise owners, Joshua Johnson and Brandon Best, and BAM corporate muckety mucks refused to return the remaining collection or full payment, calling the consignment unauthorized. Brian Mansell says much of his property was kept or sold without payment. Now enter this guy, Ben Schneider. Major efforts have been made by Ben and his team through his YouTube channel, Reckless Ben, to bring justice and closure to Brian Mansell by getting BAM Corporation and Bricks and Minifigs to just do the right thing by making Brian whole. Now, while seemingly following every single legal option available, the American Fork Police Department in Utah has participated in what looks like a cover-up and a conspiracy against Ben and his friends' rights, as well as a conspiracy against Brian Mansell. And the American Fork Police Department looks like they're also protecting what a court has already deemed a criminal offense against Brian by Bricks and Minifigs. And they're doing this by seemingly protecting Joshua and Brandon. For the full educational and entertaining background on this, I'll leave all the links.
At this point, they'd have been better off to, just cough up payment, because this much bad publicity, like, they're going to get railed in court. All kinds of people, both the franchise, the corporation, probably other people along the way, exigent and adjacent, probably some police officers, some judges. Like, there's a lot of things that are going to get put under some serious scrutiny and really bad optics from all of this. And as far as Bricks and Minifigs is concerned, they're gonna take the brunt of it. The funny thing, they issued a bunch of like legal whatever bluffery trying to make Patreon cancel his channel and stuff. Hold on. No, they tried to legally pressure Patreon, which is worth a whole hell of a lot more, anywhere from roughly around 800 million to potentially up close to $2 billion. So a significantly larger company. They tried to pull their legal bully bullshit against Patreon, and the CEO wasn't having it and made a quite humorous public refusal.
29th, Patreon received an official takedown request filed by Bricks and Minifigs for media and accounts related to Reckless Ben and an ongoing dispute regarding a local Lego consignment issue. This is the verified complaint with exhibits. This is the request for immediate content removal pursuant to temporary restraining order. And this is the motion for for the temporary restraining order and preliminary injunction. So after an extensive review and investigation by Patreon's Trust and Safety team, we have in fact unfortunately determined that Bricks and Minifigs can stuff it. We're keeping Ben's page up. And if Bricks and Minifigs doesn't like that, they can sue us. Patreon out.
You're right. Tampering with evidence. Yeah. Suppression of a person's First Amendment rights. Possibly. Like, yeah, that all. Yeah, Patreon basically said, yeah, that. Said, you can stuff it. And if you don't like that, sue us. So basically playing the same game Bricks and Minifigs played of, you don't like what we're saying, sue us. And then when it all turns out that you're a douchebag and your whole claim is weak and baseless, you get to carry the brunt of all of it. And that means you'll get to carry the brunt of the legal team for a potentially $2 billion company who could probably afford to throw a lot more money down at a lawyer on the fly.
Links in the description to Ben's channel. And this brings us to the last 24 hours. The American Fork Police Department has now issued a statement through Cameron Paul, who's the police chief for the American Fork Police Department, about this apparent cover-up and frankly criminal violation of unalienable rights. Oh, and before we go on, I think it's only fair to mention, for no other reason than it's very interesting, but Joshua Johnson, he's a Mormon. Brandon Best is a Mormon. BAM corporate owners Ammon McNeff and his brother Matt are Mormons. And Ammon is even a graduate of Brigham Young, a top Mormon university. We should probably also mention that all of the police officers involved in harassing Ben and his crew are Mormon as well. And I'll leave you to guess what Cameron's religion.
And he's Mormon, and the Attorney General of the state is Mormon, and yeah, no, there's a lot of the weird Mormon connection that trickles through all kinds of levels of it. So it'll be interesting to see discovered out.
I always like to draw hints, so it's possible that there are some magic undies going on under that police costume. Okay, there's definitely magic undies going on. Let's go ahead and listen to this statement by American Fork Tongue Police Chief Cameron Paul.
My name is Cameron Paul, and I am the Chief of Police for the American Fork Police Department.
This is called using your Jesus loves you, this I know, but he loves me better voice.
I'd like to address the members of our American Fork and Cedar Hills community regarding some videos currently circulating on social media that have been presented in a way that calls into question some of the actions of our department. These videos are affiliated with an influencer on YouTube and other social media platforms and stem from a dispute involving Legos that originates in the state of Oregon. In this message, we will be presenting 4 different cases and police responses from our police department, and we'll provide a detailed overview as to...
Right? That's what I was saying, bro. I said, and never trust a man who can't come to the podium and deliver his message with some confidence. What the hell is that? Like, somebody needs to find this man's wife's purse and dig around and look for, I don't know, raisins stuck in a crevice somewhere, because this man needs his balls back. We need to start a GoFundMe to get this man his balls back.
To what happened and what our actions were. On March 8th, 2026, an American Fork resident, Joshua Johnson, requested phone contact from the American Fork Police Department regarding a suspicious individual who had earlier arrived at his home. Officer Tonga with the American Fork Police Department contacted Mr. Johnson by phone. Mr. Johnson reported that earlier that same day, a suspicious male had been at his residence. He stated the male was wearing a baseball cap with a UPS logo taped onto it. Mr. Johnson also reported that a suspicious package had been left at the residence. He explained that what appeared suspicious was that the shipping label did not look legitimate. The package was later determined to contain rubber ducks. Mr. Johnson reported to Officer Tonga that he believed the male was an individual named Benjamin Snyder, who, according to Johnson, operates a YouTube channel. Mr. Johnson further explained that civil proceedings were occurring in Oregon and stated that he believed Snyder was sending individuals to his home to harass him.
Ben was sending people to Joshua's home to get Joshua to do the right thing and to pay.
The UPS logo taped onto it. Mr. Johnson also reported that a suspicious package had been left at the residence. He explained that reported to Officer Tonga that he believed the mail was an individual named Benjamin Snyder, who, according to Johnson, operates a YouTube channel. Mr. Johnson further explained that civil proceedings were occurring in Oregon and stated that
That's another lie, because they're leaked body cam footage that got leaked a couple hours ago. Mr. Joshua says, no, I had no, they don't have any legal, I've never had any kind of legal issues with legal cases with them in Oregon, civil or anything against the company. And their case is, it's fraudulent. It's not a real case, was Mr. Joshua's claim. Then this man came out to make a public statement in which he just lies. Like, I would argue blatantly, but I guess allegedly lies, even though like we've seen the videos, and the videos seem to support the fact that a lot of what he says is not only a lie, but it's their own evidence collecting tools that disprove his claims and prove the points upon which he lies. Not smart.
Snyder was sending individuals to his home to harass him.
Ben was sending people to Joshua's home to get Joshua to do the right thing and to pay Brian back for the Legos that his franchise and his corporate owners stole.
Phone with Mr. Johnson. Johnson reported that two females had exited a vehicle and were walking toward his property. He also reported that a male driver remained in.
Two females are walking towards my house. I'm scared. I need the police.
Inside the vehicle. Officers Tonga and Richardson responded to the area. Officer Tonga contacted the driver, who identified himself as Benjamin Adams. Although Adams initially stated he was there for unrelated reasons, he later admitted he had been filming Mr. Johnson while Johnson was walking around the exterior of his residence. Adams told Officer Tonga that an individual named Benjamin Snyder had flown into Utah on March 7th, 2026, and had contacted Adams requesting assistance with filming, for which Adams would be compensated by Snyder. Adams reported that Snyder had left prior to officers' arrival and stated Snyder was driving a dark-colored Hyundai passenger car.
Please sub so he
Officer
will
Tonga
feed me.
issued Adams a trespass warning at Mr. Johnson's request and instructed him not to return to Mr. Johnson's residence. At approximately the same time, Officer Richardson arrived in the area and located a dark-colored Hyundai vehicle. Richardson initiated a traffic stop on the vehicle, failing to stop before the stop
That's what
line or
I
stop
said,
sign.
bro.
Oh, did he now?
Like,
now this is a lie. we
well,
can
I'm
verify.
afraid. Okay,
How do
well
we
then don't
verify
answer
it?
the door. What if
Reckless
they
Ben,
break in?
FOIA
What do you mean?
requested
Then
the
you do
dash
something
cam
about it.
and the
Like,
body
fuck?
cam
You live in
of the
Utah,
American Fork
and
Police
you told the
Department.
police at
And
one
this is
point
just
that you're
part
going to
of
shoot
what they
one of them.
discovered.
So I would assume you possess firearms. So yeah, if they burst through your door,
I thought I stopped.
you unsubscribe them.
Stopped. You said you ran a stop sign? Huh? You said you ran a stop sign?
I didn't see what happened.
Yeah, I was like, because we definitely stopped at the stop sign.
stopped.
Yeah.
I was so sure that we stopped at the stop sign that I actually requested all the police footage of this. And as you can see, we didn't even do a rolling stop. We fully stopped at the stop sign. So this is an illegal traffic stop.
It's illegal, unconstitutional, and immoral. And the police chief himself has access to this dash cam, showing that his officers lied, which puts anything that he says after this
Was there not a
into
stop
serious
sign there?
question. Because if police
I actually requested all the police footage of this. And as you can see, we didn't even do a rolling stop.
Yeah, there's a
we
stop
fully
sign.
stopped at the stop sign. So this is an illegal traffic stop.
It's illegal, unconstitutional, and immoral. And the police chief himself has access to this dash cam, showing that his officers lied, which puts anything that he says after this into serious question. Because if Police Chief Cameron Paul is willing to lie about a simple traffic stop that was recorded on camera, what else is he willing to lie about? Let's play it over again. Listen.
Officer Richardson arrived in the area and located a dark-colored Hyundai vehicle. Richardson initiated a traffic stop on the vehicle for failing to stop before the stop line at a stop sign and failing to stop completely at that stop sign. Richardson contacted the driver, who identified himself as Tyler Shaw. A rear passenger also identified himself as Benjamin Schneider.
In other words, this police chief allows and condones his officers to trample a person's Fourth Amendment right to be secure in their person, knowing full well that his officers lied about a traffic violation that never happened.
When Officer Tonga arrived at the scene of the traffic stop, he spoke with Schneider, who stated he was in Utah filming a series regarding civil proceedings originating out of Oregon. Both individuals denied any involvement in delivering the package. At that point, Officer Tonga determined that Adams, Shaw, and Schneider did not appear to have committed any violations of Utah's criminal code. Officer Tonga advised Shaw and Schneider that they were trespassed from Mr. Johnson's property and could not return. Both individuals acknowledged the trespass warning and were released. On March 9th, 2026, Joshua Johnson again contacted our department to report that a male was at his front door, ringing the doorbell and knocking. Mr. Johnson reported the male claimed to be part of a YouTube initiative, and Mr. Johnson stated that the male was harassing him. Johnson also reported that the male had pounded on the door, opened the screen door, attempted to open the front door, and had looked through some of the windows to the residence. Officer Hawkins with the American Fork Police Department responded and contacted the male.
By the way, this is all hearsay. It's a strong possibility that none of what he's saying is true, and that Joshua lied.
Who identified himself as Christian Morgan. Morgan told Officer Hawkins he was attempting to help his friend Benjamin Schneider contact Mr. Johnson regarding a dispute involving a business known as Bricks and Minifigs and some alleged money that was owed. Officer Hawkins asked Morgan how he became involved. Morgan stated that Schneider had posted on Instagram indicating he was coming to Utah and needed assistance from locals to get around town. Morgan offered to help and explained that at one point while he was in the vehicle with Schneider, Schneider requested help contacting Mr. Johnson. Morgan told Officer Hawkins that Schneider was likely nearby in a church parking lot.
Word to the wise, stop spilling your guts to and giving information to the police.
Officer Hawkins determined that Morgan had falsely represented himself to Mr. Johnson through his doorbell camera as belonging to a nearby church congregation that did not exist. Morgan had also told Mr. Johnson that he had been sent by Johnson's church leader. Morgan acknowledged to Officer Hawkins that these statements were false and that he had made them at the direction of Mr. Schneider. Officer Hawkins issued Morgan a trespass warning and instructed him not to return to the residence. As Officer Hawkins prepared to locate Schneider as part of the investigation, he observed Morgan walking toward a Hyundai passenger vehicle occupied by several individuals. Officer Hawkins believed Schneider may have been inside of the vehicle and intended to contact him as part of the investigation. Officer Hawkins initiated a traffic stop on the vehicle. As this occurred, Morgan turned away from the vehicle and ran away from officers.
Hey, Chief, why was the traffic stop initiated? Because if it wasn't under even your own corporate traffic law, then it was an illegitimate stop.
Officers did not pursue Morgan because he had not committed a crime, and Morgan was not observed again by our officers. Officer Hawkins discovered the vehicle was occupied by Tyler Shaw and Benjamin Schneider, both of whom had been trespassed from Mr. Johnson's residence the previous day. As Officer Hawkins spoke with Shaw and Schneider, they initially denied sending Morgan to the residence. Later in this conversation, Schneider admitted they had indeed sent Morgan and another unidentified individual to attempt to contact Mr. Johnson because, according to Schneider, their civil case could not proceed without an attempt at verbal reconciliation.
It was literally that. You have to make a good faith, you have to show the court you made a good faith effort to try and settle the situation like a civilized adult with words and rationality. Yeah. Something you have to do. Are you not aware of this? Are you retarded?
During the interaction, Officer Fraughton indicated he believed Shaw's eyes appeared glossy and expressed concern regarding possible impairment. Officer Hawkins asked Shaw if he would be willing to participate in field sobriety testing.
Guess what Police Chief Paul left out here? Somebody reported that those kids had heroin in their vehicle. Another false report, and 2 more cops operating under hearsay and illegally, unconstitutionally, and immorally stopping someone without probable cause.
To ensure he was safe to drive, Shaw agreed. Field sobriety tests were conducted and no signs of impairment were observed. During this same time, while Officer Hawkins was conducting his investigation, Officer Fraughton used his police service dog to conduct an open-air sniff around the vehicle.
And why would that be, Police Chief Paul? What was the foundational probable cause to give the officers reasonable articulable suspicion to run the dog in the first place?
Fraughton's police service dog alerted to the presence of the odor of a controlled substance.
And tell us about the hearsay report of heroin. Why are you leaving that out?
And the vehicle was subsequently searched. No illegal substances were located inside of the vehicle.
So if no illegal substances were found during the 2.5 hour search, who exactly was doing the harassing in this situation?
Snyder admitted to Officer Hawkins that he and Shaw had actually delivered a package of ducks to Mr. Johnson's residence with the intent to have Mr. Johnson sign a fake delivery confirmation on Snyder's phone so that Snyder could later use that signature to create a forged contract claiming Snyder could not be trespassed from the property for 5 years. Snyder indicated he did not believe there was anything wrong with this and believed that there was nothing wrong with his posing as a UPS delivery driver. Ultimately, Officer Hawkins warned Shaw and Snyder again that they were approaching conduct that could potentially constitute harassment or stalking if they continued to send individuals to Mr. Johnson's residence.
As the officers just completed their assignment of stalking and harassing.
On March 10th, 2026, Kaylee Johnson, the wife of Joshua Johnson, reported that a female was standing near the front door of her residence taking photographs of the home. The female was described as wearing long, fake, curly hair. Shortly afterward, Joshua Johnson contacted police and reported he was going to shoot someone as a result of the ongoing harassment. Multiple officers immediately responded to the area. While en route, Officer Sumbot with the American Fork Police Department contacted Mr. Johnson by phone. Mr. Johnson reported that Benjamin Snyder and several affiliates were outside of his residence and had approached the home, frightening his wife and his children. When Officer Sumbot arrived, he located a vehicle parked north of the Johnson residence, and that vehicle was occupied by Sierra Lautz and Benjamin Snyder. Officer Sumbot asked what they were doing in the area. Snyder stated that he was involved in a court case and needed to provide legal paperwork to Mr. Johnson. Snyder indicated he worked for himself and that Lautz was his process server. Officer Sumbot then contacted Mr. Johnson to gather additional information regarding the situation. Mr. Johnson explained there was an ongoing dispute involving a Bricks and Minifigs franchise located in Oregon. Mr. Johnson stated that the prior owner, Crystal Law, had reportedly abandoned the store and requested that corporate representatives take over the location. Mr. Johnson identified himself as an employee of Bricks and Minifigs and stated that he had been sent to the store to secure the franchise location and protect company assets. Mr. Johnson further explained that...
But they're not company assets, and the contract makes that blatantly clear. Like, you could argue that any inventory that was the physical property of the franchise holder prior to the transition, that those assets are transferable via the store, but you can't just claim, like, the corporation cannot transfer items that were never theirs to transfer. So, as they didn't hold title to any of the sets, I mean, yeah. Yeah, well, I think process serving has to be done by a process server.
Law had entered into a consignment agreement with an individual named Brian Mansell, but according to Johnson, Mansell had not been paid. Mr. Johnson stated that when he arrived at the Oregon franchise location, Mansell demanded payment from Johnson and his business partner. Johnson reported that corporate representatives advised him they would address the consignment issue directly. However, Johnson claimed that Mansell continued attempting to hold Johnson and his business partner personally responsible under the agreement. Mr. Johnson also reported there were Lego sets believed to belong to Mansell that remained at the store. According to Johnson,
how's that going?
They offered to return those items, but Mansell refused and continued demanding compensation.
I wonder if Johnson and his partner have proof of that interaction with Brian Mansell. If they have it, I have no doubt they would have already produced it.
Mr. Johnson alleged that Mansell had hired Benjamin Snyder to harass, stalk, vandalize the store, threaten to murder the manager of the store, and forge signatures. Mr. Johnson
I'd have hit him with the taxation is there.
Several incidences from the previous days allegedly involving Snyder and or Snyder's affiliates. Officer Sumbot informed Mr. Johnson that Snyder stated he was present with a process server to serve legal paperwork. Mr. Johnson claimed the paperwork was fraudulent. Officer Sumbot again contacted Snyder, who stated they needed to physically deliver.
He contacted the Marion County courthouse and they confirmed the case was legitimate. It's shown literally on your own body cam recordings. You moron.
Deliver copies of the paperwork to Mr. Johnson.
This claim that the legal court paperwork was fraudulent, this is a claim by Johnson, is proved a lie by the officers of the American Fork Tongue Police Department. And we're going to see that in a second.
Officer Sumbot's report states, Snyder told me he was following the government's instructions and that Johnson keeps calling the cops on him to avoid getting in trouble for his crimes. Snyder said this is the third time Johnson has called the cops because he thinks that if he keeps calling the cops on him, he can get away with it. But we are showing him that he's not going to get away with these crimes. Snyder allowed Officer Sumbot to take the paperwork to Mr. Johnson, which Officer Sumbot did in an attempt to help Mr. Snyder. Officer Sumbot advised Mr. Johnson that the paperwork appeared to be related to a claim and a case that originated in Oregon. Mr. Johnson stated that he had already contacted the Oregon Law Enforcement Agency with jurisdiction, which was the Kaiser Police Department.
That's proven even more of a lie by the new leaked body cam footage from earlier today, which half of that footage, the audio was redacted or mute, otherwise not there. Maybe not redacted, but not present.
And had been told that nothing had been filed.
Now, either the Kaiser Police Department in Salem was lying, or Johnson never had that conversation with the police department and Johnson's lying. But somebody's not telling the truth. And this officer with the American Fork Police Department is going to get to the bottom of it.
Mr. Johnson also stated he believed the situation was being created solely for YouTube content purposes and declined to accept service. Officer Sumbot contacted the Marion County Circuit Court in Oregon to verify the legitimacy of the paperwork. The court confirmed that the case was indeed legitimate, but that papers had already been served and no hearing date had yet been scheduled.
The case was indeed legitimate. But the police chief adds something here that is not in this officer's body cam footage. The police chief says that the cop called the courthouse verified that this case is legitimate, but the police chief went further to say that the court representative told the cop that the papers had already been served. Let's see if the body cam footage lends credence to this claim.
They think it's a false case? What the heck?
Thank you for holding. How can I help you?
Trying to speak with someone to verify if a case is just verify if the case is real.
Yeah, looks like a real small claims case in our court.
Okay, thank you for your help. That's all.
It's a real small claims case in our court. I'll just go a little further.
Thank you.
I think this...
Because at no time does the court representative say that the papers have already been served. Yet the police chief...
There's actually a segment where he asks what like the status of it is, and she says the claim's been submitted. There's not a date set yet. It looks like it's waiting for paperwork to be served, for the service to be completed.
We've added...
But that papers had already been served and no hearing date had yet been scheduled.
Now, either the police chief is lying or Ben edited that part out of his video. And I'm telling you right now, if Ben edited that part out of his video, that's not a good thing. Because if these papers have already been served, then there's no reason for Ben to make the attempt himself to serve them. So I would want to wait for the full unredacted body cam of this incident right here. Now, this body cam right here was included in this video statement by the American Fork Police Department.
Hello. You guys see those papers? Yeah. So this is what you're trying to serve them with? Yes. That's required by the court that we have. I wish we could just send them an email. I wish we could just send them a phone call, or the court could send it to them, but this is what we're required to do from the United States court. So we're just following the instructions of the government. Have you guys been here before? I have once. I came one time to have a good faith conversation with them before suing, which the government also requires us to have before. So are you Benjamin Schneider? Yes. Okay. So I'm just following basically the instructions of the government, and he keeps calling the cops on me to try to avoid getting in trouble for his crimes. So that's why he keeps calling. I think it's like the third time he's called the cops now on us, because he thinks if I just call the cops on me, he can get away with it. But we're showing him like we're not going to let him get away with his crimes. So. Okay. You okay if I give these papers to him? Yeah, for sure. Okay. Hang tight. We're going to finish up some things on our end when we chose. Okay. We might need you to fill out some documents later then, as proof of service, if that's okay. But because whoever serves him has to fill out a proof of service and might have to fill out some court papers, but. That's just the legal way to do it. Okay, just give me 1 minute. Okay. What was that? He does not want the paper. So he does not want the papers? Here's that back for you. Okay. He wanted you trespassed.
So that's all the police department showed, and I'm fairly confident if there's body camera footage showing that the court representative said the papers were already served, the police chief would have included that in this video statement right here.
A sign was also located on a park strip across from Mr.
He's
Johnson's
like, oh shit, I'll have to sign my name on paper. I don't know how to do that.
Holding U.S. currency in both hands while standing in front of an elderly man lying in a hospital bed. The sign contained the statement, "I stole a dying man's life savings." Snyder admitted he had placed the sign earlier that day. Officer Sumbot advised Snyder that, based on the ongoing conduct being reported and observed, officers believed his actions were approaching the statutory elements of stalking under Utah law.
So let me get this straight, Police Chief Cameron Paul. You're equating the exercise of a First Amendment right to the breaking of a Utah statute? Is that what I'm hearing here? Because this is clearly the exercise of a right on public property.
Specifically, officers expressed concern regarding repeated appearances at the residence.
So the police chief is clearly conflating the
right?
exercise.
Like I'm gonna just walk over there and then I'm gonna walk back. Like, yeah, you don't want them. Like, even though that's not how any of this works, I'm just do that because like
the residence.
Specifically, officers expressed concern regarding repeated appearances at the residence.
Chief's gonna be at the party. I can't get there late. If I get there late, he won't wear me like a hat.
Public property, because that's two different things.
Already given Snyder earlier warnings. Snyder responded that he believed he was following court procedure. An individual commits stalking if the individual intentionally or knowingly engages in a course of conduct directed at a specific individual and knows or is reckless as to whether that course of conduct would cause a reasonable person to fear for the individual's own safety or the safety of another, or to suffer other emotional distress.
So let me get this straight. A known thief who's been decided by the courts to be a thief is experiencing severe fear and emotional distress because another guy wants him to do the right thing in regard to a guy that he just
Nobody
ripped off
eats it like
to the
cheap.
tune of $200,000.
Nobody beats it like
Based on the
cheap.
totality of the known facts at the time, officers established probable cause that Snyder
Chief, the
had
whole reason I
committed
joined the
offenses of
force
stalking and
for the after shift
targeted residential
shower.
picketing under Utah law.
Yeah.
Schneider was subsequently arrested and transported to the Utah County Jail.
I think he does. It might be more than that.
On March 11th, 2026,
It might
Joshua
be a
Johnson again
a
contacted the
film
American
of
Fork
some
Police
sort.
Department to report that Benjamin Snyder and several affiliates were again in the area. Mr. Johnson reported that the individual he believed had been stalking him was across the street from his residence, placing another sign containing Johnson's photograph.
Bro, like, let's be real here. In what world do the police give a fuck about stalking cases? Like, actual women being stalked by, like, violent men, they pretty much have to die before the police will actually, like, step in and do anything. And this is, like, a grown-ass man. Like, this young college-age kid is stalking me. Like, seriously? Now, it'd be funny if he cleared his throat and just coughed up a whole nut that just, like, caught the backside of the podium and just sort of slowly ran down it. Because, like, that I'd believe.
Johnson also reported that individuals involved were speaking with his neighbors. Officer Richardson with the American Fork Police Department responded to the area and observed 4 individuals hanging a sign directly across from Johnson's residence.
Just
the sign
freedom of
appeared to
speech.
be either the same sign or a replica of the sign that was referenced in case 26AF02033. Officer Richardson contacted the group and asked what they were doing. The group stated they were supporting a GoFundMe campaign for a dying man. One of the individuals, later identified as Sheldon Norcross, voluntarily showed Officer Richardson his phone to display the GoFundMe. While viewing the phone, Officer Richardson observed that Norcross was actively engaged in a FaceTime call.
You guys on Ben's team, you're showing cops too much information and you're talking way too much.
Oh, right? Like, you would know more than most what little the police do about, like, freaky-ass stalker shit. Right? So, yeah, why is it in just this one instance involving, 2 dudes, like, oh, it's a stalking, it's a harassment. My horse is agitated. Hold on. I gotta go see why she's barking. It was just the ducks doing grapes. Just the ducks out there graping.
Officer Richardson asked Norcross who it was he was speaking with, and specifically asked whether it was Benjamin Schneider. Norcross confirmed Schneider was on the FaceTime call. After reviewing the known facts and the elements of Utah's stalking statute, and taking into consideration the new actions from that day, Officer Richardson established probable cause to arrest Schneider for an additional count of stalking. Specifically, Richardson believed Schneider was coordinating conduct through third parties that constituted a continued course of conduct under the statute we reviewed. Officer Richardson then decided to seize Norcross's phone, pending the approval of a search warrant.
That's not how it works. You can't just
That's
seize
not how it
property.
works.
It's a violation of the prohibition on the government for searches and seizures. You have the right to be secure in your persons, houses, papers, and effects, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause. Probable cause of what? That a crime has been committed. You did not have probable cause that a crime had been committed. You did not have a warrant. Therefore, you could not legally or constitutionally or morally take another man's property. This is the admission of a clear violation, a willful violation of the Fourth Amendment by the American Fork Police Department. Let's take a look at this particular interaction that the police chief is talking about.
I think they're getting worse. I think people are getting worse.
Yeah. What we're doing is we're going to get a bunch of publicity to get basically all this money back for this family. Yeah. You know, we're
Exactly,
not going to do
bro. Fucking
the lawsuit
read.
anymore. We're just going to do this GoFundMe. We've already got it started.
It can run into some defamation stuff.
Again.
Stalking code. See if it's that. If it's not, we're going to look at disorderly. If it's not disorderly, then we're going to look.
Thinking of any technicality.
It can run into some defamation stuff.
Again, the police were thinking of any technicality they could think of to protect their Mormon friend.
Look at your stalking code. See if it's that. If it's not, we're going to look at disorderly. If it's not disorderly, then we're going to look at the city ordinance.
But after going through every law they could think of, it turns out that hanging this sign on a fence and then taking a picture of it for Instagram is not illegal. In fact, what the group is doing is actually protected under the First Amendment, freedom of speech. So one of the police officers let the group know that they were okay to keep doing this.
Right now, I don't think you guys break the law.
But this other police officer wasn't able to accept this reality.
We're going to take it down.
Well, we know who's got the small PP
on camera.
Small PP. Oh, he cut himself? Oh, no, he caught himself. I thought he cut himself. I was like, what? I didn't see him cut himself. How funny would that be? Just all dumb and mad.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but we're going to seize your phone right now.
Like, what happened to your head? I cut it. Like, what were you doing? Being a dick?
Do not do that. You understand me? Right now, you're attempting to destroy evidence. Okay? Put your hands behind your back. I was just locking my phone.
In other words, you're attempting to destroy evidence on your own property, which I right now am attempting to steal from you. You seized it without a warrant in violation of the Fourth Amendment. Again, I'll leave the link to this entire video in the description for you. It is absolutely fascinating what happens to these kids, and the lengths through which the American Fork Police Department will go through to frame them and protect a known criminal. So let's recap what the police chief approves of.
Officer Richardson then decided to seize Norcross's phone, pending the approval of a search warrant, in order to preserve potential evidence and prevent the deletion or alteration of any data. According to Officer Richardson's reports, when Norcross was informed that the phone was going to be seized, Norcross immediately began manipulating the device. Richardson wrote in his report, Norcross then immediately opened his phone and began manipulating it, which led myself and Lieutenant Adamson to believe he was attempting to destroy evidence
it's not
on
real.
his device.
You show it to me and prove it.
At
You
that
just like
point,
show him that.
Officer
I
Richardson
can't
and
read.
Lieutenant
Like,
Adamson forcibly removed the phone from Norcross's grasp.
Joke's on you,
after
boy.
what
I
Richardson
don't know what
describes in his
them
report
words
as
say.
a very brief altercation.
It is Utah.
Norcross was then detained in handcuffs as part of the stalking investigation.
Joke's
At this
on
time,
you. My
officers did
four
not know
mothers
where
never
Schneider
taught
was
me
located.
to read.
While still on scene, Officer Richardson received information from an American Fork resident stating that several YouTubers had been renting an Airbnb property from this citizen. Officers responded to the Airbnb with the intent to arrest Snyder for an additional count of stalking. Upon arrival,
now watch, they would press
including information
what's it called when you assault a police officer?
from the Airbnb.
Whatever, that's what they'd press. You attacked him. You attacked him with words. You pulled out words and attempted to cause his brain to cease function due to overload. That was a malicious attempt on his life.
Locate and arrest Snyder. During contact with the Airbnb owner, the owner reported overhearing conversations about possible stolen
ridiculous,
Legos.
But funny.
Specifically, officers wrote in the search
and
warrant
Cassius
affidavit,
Thundercock, I don't know, man. That guy looks like
disclosed that he could hear multiple individuals inside the residence speaking about possibly stolen Lego toys they had taken.
I don't know. He gives me the vibe that like he wouldn't violate your right, but like the moment you went the littlest bit too far, like you're getting just shattered right there.
Had stolen
maybe
Legos
jaw
themselves. Now let's look at this Airbnb structure. Who owns this Airbnb? And anytime you rent an Airbnb, just realize you're probably being spied on. A lot of them have ring cams on the outside, front and back. Some of them even have spy devices on the inside. But the bottom line is the owner of this Airbnb was spying on these kids, and whatever they said, they were passing that information along to a police department that looks like was already engaged in some kind of conspiracy and cover-up. Here's how some of that went down.
Don't move like that. You understand me?
That one was super fun to make.
Yeah.
Shut that fucking dog up. Where are the Legos? Shut that fucking dog up. I'll kill this fucking dog.
I want you to see something because the police
Circle
chief
some
is
Legos
going to
around.
make a big deal out of this. And I don't know, maybe it is a big deal. I hope that Ben is not lying to us. I like to keep a third-party perspective on this. I don't have a dog in the fight. I'm just looking for the truth. And if somebody's lying to me, I don't have any respect for him. But this X-ray image has an L. Does that L mean it was the left side? Because this is clearly his right shoulder that was grabbed by
it's
the
just
cop.
a generic
Listen to what
stock
the police
image.
chief says about this particular raid and the wrenching of.
It was just a generic stock image, and he knows his shoulder dislocated because from other parts of his life, he dislocates his shoulder regularly. And you could basically like give him a high five, and that shit'll fucking slop out of the joint.
Of Ben's arm right here.
Claims it's because I was attempting
Is his
to make an escape or
what he
something.
alleges.
Don't move like that.
First, let me play a more complete clip right here.
No. Don't move like that. You understand me? Don't move like that. Okay?
Yeah, this cop pulled my arm so far back, it dislocated my shoulder. He claims it's because I was attempting to make an escape or something.
Don't move like that. You understand me? Don't move like that. Don't move quick. Everybody just chill.
But if we go back a little bit, you can see I was being completely still when he grabbed me, and I actually made 0 quick movements. So this police officer is just straight up lying so he can give me a serious injury.
Included in the warrant are Legos.
Yes. The police department got an official warrant to search our house for stolen Legos.
And the reason they got that warrant, they claim, is because the Airbnb owner was saying, well, I heard something about they got stolen Legos in my Airbnb. You might want to check that out. I don't even know if that's true. The cops could be lying on the Airbnb owner. And if that's the case, hey, Airbnb owner, come forward with this. Or cops, you give us the transcript or the recording where the Airbnb owner actually said what you said they did. Here's what the police chief says about this.
Based on that information, officers added a request within the search warrant affidavit seeking authorization to also search for and seize possible stolen property, including Lego merchandise. 4th District Judge Roger W. Griffin reviewed and approved the search warrant.
How much do you want to bet that judge is a Mormon?
Officers executed the warrant.
No, man, could you imagine if they had actually had Legos in there and there had been Legos on the ground and one of the officers had like stepped on a Lego? I mean, it'd have probably been Waco 2.0. Or wait, Ruby Ridge is I guess somewhat applicable, but like I think they'd burn the whole fucking house down. Just like light off, grease everybody's shit smooth off right there in the house, and then like toss in flashbangs for the incendiary effect until the house burned down, and then they'd ram a tank into the house or whatever the hell they did in the Waco siege. Yeah, no, the shit's retarded. Like we need everybody. We need the whole department. There's kids. They might have Legos. Like, suit up. You need full plate carriers. M4. Obadiah, get the Bearcat.
As a knock and announce warrant.
Bro, but how funny would it have been if like the Airbnb host had like, I heard him talking about stolen Legos, and they just executed just a savage no-knock raid and just like absolutely just wrecked the house. That'd have been fun.
What this means is that our officers take the time to knock on the door, to present themselves as officers, and to inform anyone inside that they have a search warrant. As they were doing this, individuals came to the door. Ultimately, 5 individuals exited the residence. Those individuals were identified as Benjamin Snyder, Tyler Shaw, Stephen Allen, Sierra Lautz, and a male who was later identified as a 16-year-old juvenile. As the individuals exited the residence, they were placed in handcuffs while officers secured the scene. During Snyder's detention, Lieutenant Adamson took hold of Snyder's right arm. Lieutenant Adamson later reported that he felt Snyder tense his arm, at which point Adamson moved Snyder's right arm behind his back to place him into custody. Mr. Snyder later addressed this incident in one of his YouTube videos. In the X-ray image displayed by Mr. Snyder in that video, a small L is visible in the upper right-hand corner of the X-ray. The L indicates the image is that of the left shoulder. The video shows Lieutenant Adamson handling Snyder's right arm during the arrest.
But yeah, the retardation of it. Like, when would he have gotten an X-ray done? When he was in jail? Did you guys X-ray his shoulder while he was in jail? I don't think so. And then, as I understand, basically when he left jail, he pretty much like promptly fled to Mexico. So like, did he get an X-ray on the trip to Mexico? Maybe, but he even said he used a stock image, just like explaining what a dislocation is.
Additionally, officers documented no complaints of arm or shoulder pain by Mr. Snyder during his detention, transport, or booking process at the jail.
I do want to know what the truth is on that.
All 5 individuals were transported to the American Fork Police Department. Due to limited interview room availability, the individuals were placed in a combination of interview rooms and holding cells while interviews were conducted. The juvenile male was also immediately released to his parents upon arrival at the police department. The 4 adult individuals agreed to interviews with Detective Nicosia. The contents of those interviews are documented in the Associated Police reports, which will be made available through a link accompanying this video. Ultimately, Detective Nicosia determined that Shaw, Allen, and Lautz appeared to have been acting at the direction and encouragement of Mr. Snyder. These 3 individuals were ultimately released from the police department. Mr. Snyder was subsequently transported to the Utah County Jail, where he was booked for an additional charge of stalking. I understand that many people following this situation online have strong feelings regarding the underlying business dispute out of Oregon and allegations that individuals may have lost significant amounts of money. I recognize that people are frustrated, angry, and may feel that justice has not been served in relation to those allegations. Those concerns are understandable. I understand them and I'm empathetic to them. And nothing in the actions taken by the American Fork Police Department should be interpreted as validating, supporting, or defending anyone involved in that separate civil or criminal dispute. Our responsibility in Utah was not to determine who was morally right or wrong in a business disagreement originating in another state. Our responsibility was to respond to conduct reported here in our community, evaluate the facts available to our officers at the time, and enforce Utah law as officers established probable cause that a crime had occurred. The fact that someone may believe they have been wronged financially does not exempt any individual from the laws governing harassment, trespassing, stalking, or other conduct within our jurisdiction. We remain committed to enforcing the law fairly, objectively, and transparently, regardless of who is involved or what narrative may exist.
And that concludes the statement by the police chief for the American Fork Police Department. I'm going to end this here. What do you think? Leave your comments in the comments section below. If you like these videos, like this video, share this video, get this video to Ben, post it on the American Fork Facebook page. I'll leave all those links.
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44. Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible.
Nina can't code.
Interesting. Can it...
All right, hopefully my microphone works now. Let's see if this is working. I've been having issues all day, so I apologize for those of you that have been tuning in. It's been a rough one. Today, but hopefully we're going to get through this. So just bear with me. Getting everything set up as we speak so that we can finally do this. So we got some breaking news in this whole controversy that's happening. This whole Reckless Ben versus Bricks and Minifigs. There's been some leaked body cam footage from the American Fork Police Department that has our good buddy Josh Johnson in it, the owner of the Bricks and Minifigs location. The co-owner, one of the co-owners of the Bricks and Minifigs location that caused this whole debacle to begin with. So it's unredacted police footage as far as I can see. I don't know who's been uploading it. The situation, like I said, is just something new seems to be coming out every day regarding this entire situation. So it's going to be interesting to see where all this leads. But we're going to go over some of that footage here. And I'm going to try to go over as much of it as I can because I have a feeling there is going to be attempts to have this footage taken down. So we're going to get to it here shortly because I don't know how long it's going to last. I don't know how long it's going to be up here on the internet. Could end up getting taken down because as we know, the Bricks and Minifigs Corporation, they've gone out of their way to try to do everything they can to make sure that people feel threatened by trying to even talk about them, right? So we don't want to give them an opportunity here to get their way and get this stuff taken down. So hopefully we can get through a bit of it here and see what's going to happen. All right, just bear with me one moment here. I'm getting everything ready, so just please bear with me. Hopefully this stuff doesn't get taken down while we're in the middle of looking over all of it. That would be insane. But yeah, this situation, like I said, by the day, it seems to get crazier and crazier by the day. So nothing really surprises me with it. But here we go. All right, now we got everything set. Let's just go over this stuff, right? All right, here we go. All right, let's get this show on the road. All right, just bear with me here. Let's go ahead and bring up this first video here. All right. Here we go. Here we go. I think that's the second part. Actually, these parts, I was looking at them and it looks like a lot of them are out of order. So I'm going to be bouncing around between them because even though the person who uploaded them put them like, 1, 2, 3, whatever, it just, it seems like they're all still out of order. So we're just going to have to get through them as best we can here because they are all like kind of all over the place. So let's take a look here, shall we? Let's wait for more people to come in here. It looks like there's only one person in the chat here. I'm going to wait for a couple more people to come in before we can really go over this stuff. So just bear with me here. All right, let's see. Here we go. Let's see. All right, let's see. All right. There's a couple more people. Yeah, there's Reckless Ben is mentioned in this. We see Josh Johnson. We even hear our good pal, Eamon McNeff there, also comes up in these. He's actually called, so let's hold on, bear with me one moment here. What the heck is going on? What is happening right now? Uh-oh, is my video being throttled? Okay, here we go. All right. We have some more people in here.
Fucking Lego.
All right. Give me a sec, guys.
That's so good, bro. Like, I mean, it's horrible. It's horrible, and it shouldn't be happening. Like,
right.
from the outside watching it,
video
it
here.
is
So this
so
is one
stupid
of the
and
leaked
funny.
videos that we'll go ahead and start with here.
The better the case is going to go in your favor.
Yeah. And I'm I appreciate you guys, like coming out and obviously Josh is one of my employees, but he's also a friend, and like his family is being put through the ringer with these guys. It's not fair to them. Their mental health and their physical health is being affected.
So in case you guys are wondering, that is Eamon McNeff on the phone. Eamon McNeff, of course, is the CEO of the Bricks and Minifigs Corporation.
They can't sue all of us, bro. I mean, I would argue that none of it's even like false information. It's all been made fairly clear that they're just total chotches, bro.
To arrest them and send a message that this is not appropriate. This is not okay.
I'm in agreement with you.
And like, that's the thing. I think people are pissed off about this part of it. Like the fact that these shitty people are abusing taxpayer funded systems to skis. Like, I watched a video earlier that included employees of, like, ex-employees of fucking Brick and Minifigs. And they even confirmed, like, the majority of them are basically, like, shady. They're not this shady, but they're GameStop shady. Like, oh, you've got a brand new PS5 Pro and an unreleased proto copy of GTA 6? We'll give you $873 in store credit. If you want it in cash, $1.86.
And that's why we're kind of working through this right now and communicating with Sandy, getting this pattern. I'm going to talk with him regarding this sign. That is.
All right, so that's the first one. But like I said, they're kind of out of order. So just bear with me here. Because the person that uploaded them, and this is all happened today, by the way. This was all uploaded today within hours of each other, and it's kind of all scattered. There's no real order that they're in. So just got to bear with me one moment here as I pull these up one by one. So actually, you know what would probably be better? Let's just go to the channel. We'll just go to the BAM. Well, actually, no, that still won't work. So I'll still have to individually go to each video. So here we go. I'm going to open the next video up.
The hell was that now? I don't know what that noise was. I'm just gonna assume the ducks are still graping. Nasties.
Yeah, because either way, I'm gonna have to like go to each individual video. So this is the one that's labeled part 2, but like I said, this was probably actually part 1, but it's labeled as part 2 for some reason, or it might have been, you know. Let me see, Josh, here we go. This is the one that's labeled part 2, even though it's probably actually part 1. So let's go over it here real quick.
All right. She's been trespassed.
Right, hold on. Officer somebody's back.
Okay. She's been trespassed. Talking with him, he's telling me a different story. Again, I don't know all the specifics of your case. He is very adamant that he wants to serve you with papers. Okay.
That's fake. That's illegal. You can't pretend to be a process server.
So
you can't. That's illegal.
I've explained to him that you don't want to be served papers.
Incoming
He's got to
ad
figure
break.
something out. If it's, again, I don't know if there's an actual case right now in Oregon.
Oh, this is another part of it. I told him you don't want to be served papers. The one I watched earlier was the part where the cop's holding the papers, and the guy's like, "Oh, what's that?" And he's like, "Oh, it's the supposed like court documents." He's like, "Oh, can I take a peek at him?" And he's like, the cop's like, "Oh yeah, you know, I really can't on that, because like if I do, then like I gotta remember how to spell my last name and fill out paperwork." So and the cop basically like, yeah, he's like, I'm gonna go confirm them and whatever, and then the audio went dead. So this may be after that. I don't know. It does say part 2 down there.
State of Utah.
So right now,
So remember, in Reckless Ben's video, he said that the person he got to serve the papers was actually a legit process server. Now, could that be true? Is it possible they could be a fake process server? Sure, it's certainly a possibility.
I don't believe she was. I believe she was a legal Utah certified process server. I think he covered that in the video. I mean, I guess, yeah, you could totally lie about that. Like, oh, are you a normal process server? Yes. Like, so maybe, you know, I mean, I'm not familiar with her credentials or anything, but like, he like asked her on the stream and she seemed to confirm it. And like, she wasn't at any other part of the like entire video other than the Utah process serving segment. So, and realistically only really that one day. So I mean, that would kind of lend to the credibility of her claim of being an actual like certified process server.
Would risk that though? Does it make any sense? So this he's assuming that it's a fake process server. He doesn't know. He's just making that claim that, you know, oh well, that's it's bogus. Okay, well, how do you know? I mean, it's possible for sure, but we don't know.
Her arrested for impersonating the process server.
So right now, I've explained that to them and explained that he needs to go a whole different route about this and to not come onto your property as well as her.
No, I can't just go and pretend. I can't go print up fake documents and go try to process serve people. That's illegal.
Okay. Have you two been to court before?
No, he can't. No, he's a YouTuber.
Okay, you've never been to court.
He lost
no
a small claims
I don't know
case to him.
I don't know what that would have to do with being served papers. I don't know why that would somehow.
I mean, it has nothing realistically to do with being served papers, but like that is part of, if I remember right, that is part of what Ben like explains, is that like they already successfully sued him in small claims court, thereby adding even more credibility to their whole postulation that the Legos are stolen and blah blah blah. The court wanted him to make a good faith effort to communicate to him. He tried, they wouldn't talk to him. He got the court to finally accept like a formal trespass, and then like it literally required video to get the other one to like take that. Like, I can't make a good faith effort to talk to him if I he won't like all he does is just call the police on me. Like, so then he finally was able to get the case to submit, and then yeah, it required that the papers be served.
How negate him being served with papers? Oh, he's a YouTuber. It's like, no, I've never been to court before. That would somehow negate him being served with papers. Oh, he's a YouTuber. It's like, no, I've never been to court before. He's a YouTuber. Okay, like YouTubers haven't been to court before or something. There's never been any cases involving any legal cases involving YouTubers and other people. It's ridiculous.
Yes.
Well, he was saying, had the two of them ever been to court before?
Never been to court. Nobody's ever been to court.
Okay.
He's a YouTuber.
Okay. What was the reason
What does that
behind
matter?
the store closing?
Well, that's it meant like he's referring to the small claims losses, which are all valid in the state of Oregon. They're not like made up. Supposedly they're being investigated for potentially being fraudulent claim splitting, but all of the purchases are notarized by a notary public, and like the owner who possesses title per the contract is who like it was all handled by. So like you've got some other hurdles that you need to try and overcome in terms of that. Like you've got a lot of stuff like that just it's definitely not. Yeah, no, I've never been to court, but like you did sue you in small claims court, and you defaulted. So I mean, technically, yeah, you didn't go into court. You never went into court against him. No, you just accepted the default judgment and took the L.
This month.
But that was against the like franchise location, more so than I think him directly.
What relevance does that have? That's so ridiculous.
His harassment and vandalism. Yeah.
Okay. So on your own accord, you guys.
On my own accord. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I've explained that.
So ridiculous. All right. So that's the second part. We'll go to the third part now. So again, these are kind of all out of order the way that they've been uploaded. So we just got to kind of bear with the way that the Bam Sucks channel uploaded them. So here's actually one of Reckless Ben. This is Reckless Ben attempting to serve the papers. Remember, this came out from Ben's point of view in Ben's video. So we'll go ahead and watch this one next year. All right. Here we go.
Serve him. Got it. Did he call the cops because he doesn't want people to serve him, or? I don't know. I haven't talked to him at all. So yeah, my guess is he's usually pretty defensive. Like he does illegal things and then calls the cops on people. That's how he gets away with his crimes. You know, he has the police cover for him. So I'm assuming that's what's happening in this situation. He's like, if I call the cops on them and they can't serve me, and then I can win the court case. Is kind of like. So are you still living here in Queens Creek? Where'd you move to? Salem. Okay, here, I'll give that back to you. What's your address in Salem?
My address? I don't remember. Okay, it's right.
And that's a house?
Yes.
Okay. Gotcha. And then so you're saying you can't serve them because you're part of the whole. It has to be process? Someone over 18 and someone that's not involved in a court case. Okay. Okay. So and do you, but I'm not going on his property. Right. No, that's fine. Yeah. That's fine. Do you have an ID on you? That way I can just document that you were here with her and she was trying to serve. I can tell you I don't have my ID, but okay. I can tell you my name, date of birth, and address.
Oh, so remember this. There's something else that you got to remember that Ben mentioned in his video. And even though this guy, Josh, was saying it's illegal for a fake process server to serve papers, you got to remember that the papers that Ben is serving, the papers that he's trying to serve Ben, or that Ben is trying to serve Josh, are, I believe, from an Oregon court, which the process there is a little bit different. So maybe what Josh is saying, maybe in the state of Utah, doing that is illegal, but in regards to Utah cases, but remember in Oregon it's a little bit different. So I don't know, but maybe I don't know if crossing state line makes a difference in that law. That'd be really a question for a lawyer to answer. But remember that Ben in his video mentioned that the process for even filing, I believe, is a little bit different. They have to be served before a judge can sign off on it. So it's not like other states where maybe you just go ahead and you file it and then they go serve the actual paperwork. Apparently, they have to be served for, at least according to what Ben said in his video. And again, I'd have to look this up, but according to what he said in his video, they have to actually serve the papers first, and then the judge signs off on it, apparently, or something to that effect is what he mentioned. So just keep that in mind. All right, let's play this.
That's perfect. Are you living here in Utah too, or? I'm in Los Angeles. I came all the way here to serve these court papers. What's your name? Benjamin Schneider. He's home right now, did you say? Or? I don't know. Okay. So let me go talk to the case officers.
Okay, he just...
he's got.
All right.
And we'll go from there, okay?
I'm wondering if you just slide right there, if the cop just slide. But then again, this might be a different... Well, then again, this could be a different cop, so... Okay, so there's the audio is unredacted of what he's saying. So that's not me. That's just unredacted audio.
That's redacted audio.
So, man, this stuff is about to really pop off here. So, okay, so this must be from a different day, because there's Josh right there.
Just earlier that day.
Okay, so this footage is later. Not from the footage of Josh must have been from like the next day or something like that, or from a different day. And for whatever reason, this is redacted audio right here. Yeah, there's no audio here. So it's again the American Fork Police Department redacting the audio of this body cam footage. It's pretty interesting. Now this could be, this might be in order to protect Josh, like they say, in terms of, certain privacy and things like that. Who knows? But remember what Reckless Ben was saying in his video. There was other instances where there was stuff that was straight up redacted that probably was just stuff that just made the police look bad, right? That made them look dumb, especially when the police were talking about, well, what do we charge them with and stuff like that. Obviously, that made the police that makes the police look pretty incompetent and makes it look like they're just looking for a reason. Which, I mean, that's not how you go about trying to arrest people. Is just finding a reason, any little reason to arrest them that's not legitimate. You know what I mean? So let me fast forward through this a little. Well, no, actually, I don't want to fast forward through it, because if I fast forward through it, I'm afraid I might miss something. I'll speed up the actual video speed itself without actually like skimming through the video, just so that we can get along a little bit quicker here to any point that's more relevant here. So let's see. So I sped up the playback speed. Yeah. So the playback speed's at 2. I'll put it back to 1 once we get to a point where we can actually hear audio again. Because again, I don't want to just skim through it like this. Just skip ahead. Oh, here we go. Okay, let me go back right here. Let me change the playback speed, because now we're going to hear some talking from Ben here. So let's see what Ben has to say once this cop gets back to him.
We're showing him like you don't have to deal with these crimes. Okay.
Are you okay if I give these papers to him?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Hang tight. We're gonna finish up some things on our end.
Okay, we might need you to fill out some documents later then for proof of service. That's okay, but because whoever serves him has to fill out proof of service, and might have to fill out some court papers. So that's just the legal way to do it. Okay, just give me 1 minute.
All right, so here's more. All right, so this was All right, the audio is redacted again. So again, I'm going to forward through it. Just going to change its playback speed because obviously they're talking amongst themselves. I wonder what, makes you wonder what they're saying, of course. But yeah, we don't know what the police are saying here. And I'm wondering if I had to guess, because remember in Reckless Ben's video, this guy had looked at the paperwork and was like, I've never seen paperwork like this before, whatever. But remember what Reckless Ben said in his video. These are not, he's not filing it through Utah. He's going through Oregon to file these papers, which is obviously a different state. So the process is going to be a little bit different when it comes to serving the papers for those of you that are joining. So the process, I think what Reckless Ben mentioned in his video, again, for those of you that are joining, he said that they basically got to serve the papers first before the judge can sign off on them. Whereas, you could just file them beforehand and just, that's it, and then they go and get served or whatever. So I'm sure state per state is going to be different for every state, but apparently that's the differences, at least from what he mentioned, between Oregon and Utah. And again, probably a better question for a lawyer, but yeah, man, this feels long. There's a lot of unredacted audio here. I can see where this got really frustrating for Ben, because again, you want to know what's going on. Obviously, even if it's just them saying like, I've never seen paperwork like this before, or something like that, or, even them calling into question, I can see where the American Fork Police Department might look at it and be like, oh, well, we don't want our cops to seem stupid or seem uninformed. But it's just like, well, if they're dumb, they're fucking dumb. That's it.
Bro, your cops are super dumb.
Cops.
They look a fool.
They're not lawyers. Unless some of them have studied, the law like that. But obviously they're going to know like basic laws. But obviously they wouldn't be expected to know what the processes are for a state that they don't work in. So it's not that bad, right? If they're like ignorant to certain processes and things like that in regards to how it comes to serving legal paperwork. So it's just like, that's why I'm, man, I really, this is frustrating me just saying this. It's just like, see, now I'm sure, look, he takes the paperwork back. He's looking through it again. And remember, he was the one that questioned the paperwork, the legitimacy of the paperwork. But later on in the video, remember, I don't know if it was this guy specifically or the guy who just handed him the papers. In Reckless Ben's video, remember, the one guy actually called the court in Oregon to see if this case was legitimate. And then the clerk, presumably the clerk or whoever they talked to on the phone, did confirm that the case was a legitimate case. So, and that it was ongoing. So it's just like, just because the paperwork looks different from whatever it is they're used to, again, doesn't change the legitimacy of the case. The one clip he managed to put together, of course, 100, what you just said right here. Absolutely. Absolutely. The one that he put together, again, makes everything, does make everything questionable. Like what's going on here? What are they talking about with Josh Johnson? What's the powwow that they're having in regards to these, not just these documents, but just everything, this whole situation? Because as we saw, and we'll get back to the Josh Johnson footage where it's crazy, guys. There's a clip where Josh Johnson calls Eamon McNeff, the CEO of Bricks and Minifigs. He calls him on the phone, and Josh and Eamon McNeff are both talking to the police. He has Eamon on the speakerphone, and Eamon is saying a bunch of crazy stuff. He's making some really big accusations about not just Ben, but making really big accusations about Crystal, the former store owner of the Salem Kaiser Bricks and Minifig store, as well as Brian Mansell, whose father owns the vintage Lego Star Wars collection. He's making a bunch of really crazy claims about all of them. And I'm just like, whoa, man, this is going to be crazy when it goes to court, because it's going to be really fascinating to see the discovery, because I'm like, man, a lot of this sounds pretty insane. And I don't think that this guy is going to be able to back any of that stuff up with any kind of video evidence, any kind of documentation, any kind of audio evidence. I think that a lot of what he's claiming is really going to backfire, and you guys are going to see it once I play that clip. I'll try to play that one next, because again, all these clips are out of order.
Please follow the
channel
stream.
that uploaded them is this channel called Bam Sucks, and they've been uploading a lot of these body cam clips, you know, within hours, you know, within minutes of each other, and then some within hours of each other. And I'm sure there's going to be more that he ends up uploading. Okay, so this one's already done. So it's mostly redacted. So unfortunately, we didn't get a lot out of this one, but I'm going to go on to the next one that I have here for you guys to show you. And that is, let me see. Let me go ahead and pull this one up. So we saw part 2. We're going to see the part 3 one. And this is where stuff gets really, really kind of interesting. This is the one I was just talking to you guys about, wherein Eamon and Josh make some pretty crazy allegations against the other parties involved. So let me go ahead and share that screen with you guys, because this is going to be crazy when it goes to court, man. And I'm, you know, I love stuff like this. I love looking into stuff like this.
Right now.
Okay, so here we go. This is
I've
a clip.
explained that to him. Right now. Okay, I've explained that to him. Right now, I'll look into.
Did you take pictures of those things?
Yes, I got the case number that he's referring to, and I'll check with the court, see if it's a valid civil case that he's trying to push through, and we'll go about it that way, okay? Again, I don't know all the specifics. I don't know why this whole thing has been happening between the two of you. I'm getting 2 different stories from each one of you.
What is he possibly saying?
He's saying that...
Okay, before we go into that, I want to address something somebody said here in the chat. Yeah, I noticed that too, but there's more videos. So I'm not, maybe there was another instance where he did show him the papers, but I did notice in the videos that I've seen so far, yeah, he did not show Josh the papers. He didn't take them. It didn't look like he took them directly over to Josh, but to be fair, he might have mentioned the fact like, hey, I got some papers for you. And because the audio is redacted, you know, Josh could have been like, well, I don't want them. I'm not going to take them or something. You know what I mean? So even though, you know, he could have held them.
He does say, I don't want them.
And the point of view of the body cam that we were seeing from could have held them out of, you know, where they were out of sight. Again, I'm being very charitable
there's
here,
leaked footage
but,
where
you know,
you
we
can
don't
hear
know.
him
We
say,
don't know for
"Ooh,
sure. We'd have to
can
see
I
from a
take a
different point
peek
of view.
what's in there?"
It's possible that he did mention that he had them.
Because they're in the
but yeah,
net.
you are correct that at least so far, at least from that point of view, we didn't see him show him the papers, at least as insofar as what we could see in that footage. But it's not to say that they weren't at least mentioned or something like that. So we'll have to see. But let's watch this one though.
I'm not the one who raided someone's house about possibly Legos. Like,
So, officer, again, this is Ammon. I'm with the corporate office.
Okay, so this is the part that you guys really want to pay attention to. Here's Ammon McNeff, the CEO of Bricks and Minifix. Listen to the stuff he has to say here.
He's the CEO.
Oh, hi.
So what's happened is we had a former franchisee that entered into an invalid consignment agreement with a completely separate person. That person sold their Lego sets and didn't pay the person that they entered. And this has nothing to do with Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider is just a YouTuber that got a hold of the story and then went to this guy and said, hey, if I can harass these guys and if I can do some stuff and get some money out of them, will you pay me some of that money?
So you hear what he just said here, right, guys? So he just claimed that Crystal, the former owner, basically stiffed Brian Mansell and wasn't paying him the money for the sets that she was selling. So there's one claim that he's making. Now, mind you, Crystal and her husband right now are in litigation with Bricks and Minifigs. So there's going to be discovery that comes out on both ends there. We don't know it's going to be basically a he said, she said until we see what the discovery shows us in that particular case and what evidence comes out in that case. Now, he just also claimed that essentially Ben, you know, approached I guess, you know, Brian and was just kind of like, all right, how can we get money out of this situation? Let's hear that part again.
Give me some of that money. And that's what they're trying.
So listen to this.
You can do some stuff and get some money out of them. Will you pay me some of that money? And And that's what they're trying to do, is the individual who...
He's basically making the claim that Reckless Ben is in cahoots with Brian Mansell to be like, hey, if you're able to get the money from them, will you give me some? You know what I mean? That basically that he conspired with Ben, or with Brian, I should say. Ben conspired with Brian to basically blackmail these guys, or I should say extort them for money. Hey, if you're able to get the money from them, split it with me. What? Like, how are you going to be able to prove that in court, homeboy?
Yeah, how do you just like make that allegation loosely with no kind of fucking proof? And they're just like, good enough for me. Legos are in the nest.
They then fled to Europe somewhere.
Because we all know that that's what it accelerates to by the end, is raw insanity.
We found out later that they've been all working together.
Service weapons pointed at people's genitals.
So we've had our attorneys working on it. We've been in contact.
Judge signed warrants like there might be Legos in the house. Like,
he's basically
bro, yeah, it's
implicating
wild.
Crystal, former owner of the store, who's the former owner of the store, Brian Mansell, whose father's, whose father is the owner of the Lego Star Wars, right? The one that basically set up the deal with Crystal, the former owner, and also saying that that they're all in cahoots together just to blackmail these guys out of $200,000 worth of either merchandise or $200,000. That's what he's basically saying here.
Sheriff's Department, the Marion County District Attorney, the Kaiser, and this is all up in Oregon. And then they started flying down here, coming to our corporate offices, and now they're heading to our staff and other individuals' personal residences to just harass and continue to try and extort money out of them. And so there's already a case in Provo because they've been passing fraudulent documents up in Oregon. They created a fake contract, forged a manager's signature up there, threatened to kill her, all sorts of things. And
remember this, okay? Remember, this is something that Ben mentioned in his video, and he's perpetuating this claim, right? He's saying that they threatened to off the lady in the video. If you remember the manager in the video, the lady with the glasses, I forget her name. They're basically saying that he went up there, that Ben went up there and threatened to delete her. That's the claim he's making here. Mind you, remember, Ben recorded this stuff on his glasses, on his own glasses, right? His spy glasses. Why would he say that? Why would he record himself saying that? Even let's say he even said it like playing around. Like, why would he do that? Why would he do that? Especially if he's trying to make a good faith effort to get this guy's Lego sets back, right? To get Brian's Lego sets back. Why would he do something like that? Why would he even joke about something like that, knowing that it could cost him the opportunity to potentially get this guy's to get Brian's Legos back peaceably?
all of this while he's wearing glasses that have a camera in it. I don't know if you see the camera.
Is he wearing glasses today?
Think about what Eamon just said there. See? That sounds absolutely retarded. Like, why would Ben record himself, like I said, even joking around, saying something like that when he's seriously trying to get back this guy's Lego Star Wars collection, right? Why would he do that? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, he's wearing the glasses. Yeah, so you're on YouTube.
So he's filming you guys, he's filming everything, and he's trying to put all this stuff together to put together an additional extortion attempt on us. Okay. So that's what they're doing. And he like, if you go to his channel, Reckless Ben, that's what he does. He just goes around and he does stupid things, and he harasses people, and he chops and screws up all of this footage, and that's all he's trying to do is get footage right now. He's just trying to get more footage to put more videos out there to get more clicks and likes. He has nothing to do with this case other than he just, and he was the one who vandalized the store over the weekend, along with Mr. Mansell, who's the original person who consigned it to a completely different entity, a different party.
Along with Mr. Mansell. So now he's implicating Brian, right? And all the chicanery that happened in Ben's video, right? Now, I don't know about you guys. I saw Ben's videos, and not once did I ever see Brian out there when they even set up the little table with the merchandise and stuff like that. Did you guys see Brian in the video? Because I never saw him in the video. You know, I never saw him on top of the roof putting the sign, you know, the sign over the store, you know, the little sign over the store and stuff like that. Now, is it possible that Brian was present? Maybe. It's certainly a possibility. Did he engage in any of that stuff? Good luck proving it. I mean, I didn't see him actively partaking in any of that stuff. I could be wrong. Maybe I missed it. But like I said, at best, maybe it's possible that he was present when all this stuff was happening. But it, he's saying that he was directly involved, though. That's the claim that Amon is making here. All right, let's go back.
So they just know that, like, because that other person.
I mean, it's right. Like that. He's just like throwing a wild claim out. And like, how does that wild like how does some guy just on the phone? Oh yeah, no, this is like what he's doing. Like, bro, that's entirely hearsay. Like. You got to have some sort of proof, like, don't you? Like, the other guy's got video footage and all kinds of things, and these people are just like, yeah, but no, he's like doing all this crazy stuff. Like, then why hasn't like any of the proof of that like
ad break
trickled out? All I hear is someone making claims and nothing that supports those claims, where the other side makes claims and then has like videos that like clearly support their claim.
Gotcha.
Bad optics. Bad optics.
Has the store had any sort of lawsuit filed against them by this Ben Schneider or the Mansell?
So again, going on the fraud that the Marion County District Attorney's office is looking into, they filed multiple small claims court claims against a completely separate entity, and they used fictitious names to do so. All of the cases were then dropped because of it, and but none of them were filed against the actual individuals. Okay. They weren't filed against Josh or his entity. They weren't filed against us and our entity. They were filed against completely either fictitious entities or otherwise, but they're fraudulently filing things with the state in order to make it look legitimate when he puts his videos out online. Gotcha. And he's done this at least, I think, in 2 other instances with individuals who ended up, filing lawsuits against him.
Okay.
So that's what we're working on right now with our own attorneys is going after him and his stuff. But no lawsuits have been filed against us, against Josh and his entity, or against any of the parties that he's claiming. But we're working on our lawsuit to file against him and all individuals that associated with him, including the former franchisees and Mr. Mansell, who are all colluding together to try and extort money out of us.
Okay, I got you.
Again,
okay,
making the claim that this is all one big conspiracy against him and good old boy Josh here. That this is just some extortion scheme by Ben, Brian, and Crystal to just get money from them. He's basically they're the victims, guys.
Let me make
So that's the end of this video. So here I'm gonna pull up another one, but that's the claim that Amon was making there. Now he made a lot of pretty big accusations against against these guys. It'll be interesting to see if any of that, if they're able to prove any of that stuff. So, all right. So this one should be pretty interesting. So this one is called American Fork Police Department Call About Reckless Ben and Amon McNeff, CEO of Bricks and Minifigs. All right. This is the one I'm going to open up next to show you guys. Okay. Let me go ahead and put this one on here. And hopefully, like I said, I'm going to try to get through as many of these as I possibly can, because I don't know how long they're going to be up, guys. They could end up being taken down. Hopefully not. But, if they do, hopefully, I'm going to back up this video just in case, because if for whatever reason my video ends up getting taken down, I'm going to re-upload it. I'm going to re-upload it as many times as I need to, because, sunlight is the best disinfectant for all this stuff. And this stuff needs to be out there, especially the turn that this whole situation took. The fact that it came down to basically, it came down to basically not just getting a man's Lego collection back, but them also, oops, hold on. I already showed this one to you guys. It went from a good faith effort to just getting a man's Lego collection back, to basically all the way over to another state where there's possible, not possible, but it looks like there's active police corruption going on. It's insane. Just to protect this guy because of, probably just him being a Mormon, being a part of the same church and community. So here's the American Fork Police Department call about Reckless Ben and Amon McNeff. So we'll go over this one real quick.
This is Jeff.
Hey, Jeff, this is Officer Sunbot, American Fork Police Department.
What's up, man? How are you?
Good.
100% agree.
Hanging in, brother. Hanging in.
Good to hear. How can I help you?
So I'm in Los Angeles. Got a call, or we got a complaint from a guy in Provo about this guy Schneider.
Okay.
And so it seems like I talked to the guys in Sandy Police too, and then trying to get a hold of Provo Police. So it seems like, Schneider's kind of all over the place.
Yeah.
My understanding is the guy that made the complaint to me
I'm
is a guy
hungry.
named
Please
Amon
sub so he will
McNeff,
feed me.
and that he overarchingly owns the company that the guy from American Fork and the guy from Sandy work for, getting kind of all these complaints. And basically, so he called me and he's just like, this guy's crazy. He's like making threats against us, my employees, our business, et cetera, et cetera.
Mm-hmm.
The only reason they called us is it seems like this guy might live in LA, or his last known address is in LA.
Okay.
So
gotcha.
I guess I'm just trying to track down what you guys are doing, if anything. I know, at least I've been told that there's technically a couple open cases. It honestly doesn't seem like stuff we're really going to pursue. If anything, I would go knock on the guy's door and be like, hey man, stop it.
Mm-hmm.
So I also just wanted to share the information that I got to see if that helps your ongoing investigation related to what he's doing.
Okay, gotcha. Kind of where we're at, everything's just kind of in the prosecutor's hands right now. We've filed two charges on him, or three. And then I know Sandy and Provo were in the process of either screening charges, or I'm not sure if they ended up filing or what they're.
I think that's what Sandy, they said the same thing. They're kind of waiting on the DA to make a decision.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that's kind of where we're at. I know he's posted a couple videos since. And again, we haven't heard anything from the victim in our city regarding.
Is that, do you know, is that Joshua Johnson?
I believe so.
Okay.
But yeah, I last I'd heard, Schneider was living in California. I don't know if he's still there or if he's kind of been.
Yeah, that was going to be my other question. Do you have any idea where he actually is?
No idea. I know we had asked to hold him until we had further, but I'm guessing they just let him bond out. So.
Okay. Can I get your email address, and I'll just share this kind of file they sent to me to see, because I think Johnson actually comes up in there a couple times, and it's just it might. I mean, it's going to make more sense to you than it is to me. I just don't want to reinvent the wheel on this whole thing, and part of it is I know that our local charges, either the DA or city attorney, are this guy's already being charged in Utah by 3 different places. What are we doing?
Mm-hmm.
Kind of a thing. So
so
I'll just what's the best email address, and I'll share it with you.
It's gonna be Lima Sierra Uniform Mike Bravo Oscar Tango at AmericanFork.gov.
Okay.
American Fork. So that's LSUMBOT.
Correct.
And what's your first name? Sorry. Luke. Cool. Okay. Yeah, I'll send it over, and then let me know if it. That's all I got basically. So, like I said, I talked to the guy. He's just since he's the owner of the company, he's we're getting threats. I was like, hey, send me some detailed information as to what threats you're actually getting.
Mm-hmm.
and then that's the email that he sent me. So
okay,
it's all apparently Schneider. He said he's getting like random people threatening him because Schneider is telling people that he's a piece of shit and they should threaten him, basically.
Yeah.
So
That he's a piece of shit and that people should threaten him. I doubt Ben ever said any of that stuff. But of course, hey, you know, we already know that we're dealing with liars in Josh Johnson and Eamon McNeff. So not surprising.
That was kind of the issue or the case here. Having people act on his behalf. So I'm assuming once he posted all the videos, all of his followers are reaching out to this company.
yeah, so it's like, so at some point, so hopefully if this guy actually like goes to jail, then he'll be like, hey, tell everybody to stop, kind of a thing.
Yeah, so.
Okay, cool. All right, I'll forward that over, and then I'll let you know if I hear anything, and if there's anything else we can do for you, let me know.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Jeff.
Thanks, Luke. Appreciate it, brother.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
All right, so obviously you know how the internet works, guys. There's, you know, can't control an angry mob from doing what an angry internet mob is going to do, unfortunately. Now, I would say, yes, of course, you know, don't harass anybody. Let's, you know, just point and laugh at them and just, you know, don't contact any of the parties involved. Let everything go through the legal process. Okay, so here's a
material. Oh God.
Joshua Johnson body cam with the American Fork Police Department. Okay, I think this one was actually broken up. So this is actually the full one.
Water flipping out. My wife is scared. What am I supposed to do? I'm trying to work. I'm on a call. She's like, I think they're coming in. All right. What the hell are we going to do? Because he tried coming in the door yesterday. What do I do?
Right. Ready or not Lego mission.
I'm not.
He tried coming into the door yesterday. Like, when did that happen? Would love to see when that happened, right? I'm assuming he's talking about Ben. I mean, unless he's talking about the Mormon kid that passed by his house. I don't know.
Sure what to do on your end. I don't know the full story, but we're going to look into some of these previous cases and see what we can do on our end just to hopefully resolve this for you.
Will you call the Sandy Police Department, and I don't know if you guys can coordinate? And maybe they've got some statues that they're working on?
Well, that's going to be a different city, so we'll deal with what we can right here. But again, I'm going to look into those previous cases, and I'll be back with you, okay?
The officer. So I've been this first officer, Officer Tonga, I've been sending him all the things because he's like, just send it here. They've got a case in Provo that they're working on because they've gone to businesses in Provo and harassed them. So they're getting them on, I don't know, under Denver, but some kind of interruption of commerce. Does that sound like a crime? That's what Provo's working on.
Commerce or
And just think, like somebody said in the chat earlier, if they had just returned the Legos, like none of this stuff would be happening. Should just return the Legos, man. None of it is worth this kind of, in my opinion, is worth this kind of stress. And it's like, just give up the Legos, man. Just give them up. You could have just cut your losses with them. Just be done with it. Imagine, going through all this just because you wanted to keep Legos that didn't belong to you, just because you didn't want to empty out half of your store's inventory. You know what I mean? You could have just built it back up. And in the long run, I believe that these guys are going to lose a lot more than $200,000. Maybe I'm wrong because you never know how court cases are going to go. But I have a feeling that they're going to lose a lot more than $200,000 each when it's all said and done.
Bam.
Or at least I hope so. Right?
That cut up is headed to Twitter and then to TikTok.
Interfering with the business.
And that's what they've done with our business. Commercial obstruction.
Thank you for that, Dark.
Work I got to do. I'm out here ignoring work.
With this. So how'd you get your address?
You just Google my phone number and my wife's information and everything about her. So he got my phone number from one of the employees or somebody up there. And so he just Googled it. He's from California, lives in California. So he flew out here to get YouTube content because we closed the store.
If I die tomorrow, I like that, right?
YouTube content. You know what I mean? I'll show you the kinds of things he does at the store.
I mean, you think with all the stuff that Ben could do, you think he's just doing this because he's out of YouTube content? When he gets emails upon emails of a bunch of different things that he could do, and he's just going to focus on, you know what? Now I'm just going to go mess with this guy, because that would be better content. Come on, man.
Does he have anything that he's recorded here that he's put on YouTube?
I don't know. I don't follow him. I don't think we've given him anything because they keep coming up and they only get police. I just call the police.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm not going to come out and
make a show.
Give him what he wants. He just wants YouTube stuff, right? So I'll show you what he looks like.
I was going to say you could put your house.
Yeah, totally. He just wants YouTube stuff. That's it. I mean, even though there's a treasure trove of emails that he probably gets on the daily of other more interesting things that he could possibly do that could also help his channel grow and make and also go viral. But nah, I'm just gonna go mess with this guy in Utah.
House into a trust and then not have your information on the trust.
Yeah.
It's a hassle to do, but it'll also possibly buy you some privacy, right?
It could, yes.
How long have you lived here?
6 years.
Yeah.
So let me see if I can find the one where. Maybe it's easier this way. Man, I'm cold, man. 5th, 6th.
Let me speed it up just a little bit.
3, 6. Okay, so check it out. He comes up. He just wants YouTube content. So
he just wants YouTube content, guys. That's it. You know what I mean? And the way he can get it is just by messing with this with this balding, middle-aged guy who stole, Legos.
They come up to the business. Look, he's
Allegedly.
wearing his underwear. So check this out.
Allegedly.
And do at my house, right? So that's him. And we can see there. He lives in California. But this guy in Oregon that thinks that this business stole his Lego hired him to destroy us in the eyes of the public view because they don't
hired him. He hired Reckless Ben. Brian Mansell hired Reckless Ben to destroy his reputation.
don't have a civil case, they'll lose it. Yeah. I'm not responsible for a contract that you signed. It's that simple. And they hung that sign up.
See, what Brian's missing is, remember, in the paperwork that Brian Mansell had put forward.
I mean,
maybe the successor of the store would.
I don't know. See,
but
I think it'd be me because
basically
I'm closer to all of that.
Approve it. They would both basically still have to talk beforehand to approve it. So at that point, right?
So if I disappear,
and his business partner
it was bricks and minifig because I like being alive.
If Brian.
It's fun.
Brian
it's
decided,
fun to
you know what?
laugh
I don't
at the
deal with
stupid
these
people.
guys, so I'm just going to pull my stuff.
I'm
Brian
not ready
could
to
also
stop
decide
laughing
to
at the
just take
stupid
stuff
people
back.
yet. So don't let
He
anyone
also
convince
put
you
that
I've
in his contract,
unsubscribed.
His initial in the consignment agreement that he had initially, that basically he would also have to sign off on it. So if Brian would have decided, like, meeting these guys, and you know what, I don't want to do business with them, I'll just.
I have life intentions to make a hat out of dog hair. I haven't achieved that life goal yet. So definitely not unsubscribing.
Take my stuff back. That was in the contract. So, just because Josh said, well, I didn't sign the contract. Well, okay, well, just give him his stuff back then. That's all you had to do.
But they're just, this is who I'm dealing with. This is who's freaking taking pictures of my house, man. Would you be comfortable with this guy coming to your house and bugging your wife? Would you like that? No, I wouldn't.
So he's showing. I can't tell what video of Reckless Ben he's showing.
And I know that's not your jurisdiction, but I'm just giving you an idea of.
Just remember this also. Yeah, Reckless Ben did also used to do prank type videos, and he does troll in his videos for sure, just like he did in this video as well. I mean, obviously, yeah, he's an entertainer as well, but the underlining thing that he's trying to do, he's trying to make a good faith effort to get a man his Lego collection back, or at the very least, get the value of the Lego collection back, right?
And that was in Oregon then?
Yeah, this is on the 6th.
So he had to have drove up then from California.
Or flew out, and then he flew out here to get more content for his show.
So they did make contact with you?
Who?
The police, they made contact with him?
So the police up there are...
No, here.
What do you mean?
You said he flew out here.
Yeah, so he flew out, he was here on Sunday. So he's come to my house Sunday, Monday, now Tuesday. So he keeps sending people to my house, right? Driving by, taking pictures in the windows, knocking on the door. That kid's probably part of it. I get his info maybe. My wife thinks he's not, but I just don't trust anybody. Maybe he's not. I mean, what would you do?
I'd put my house into a
trust. All right, I can do that. I'll do that.
You know, it would have been awesome if the cop would have been like, you know what, honestly, I would have just given him the Legos back.
Tomorrow. And then they can't access and make sure that your name isn't tied. Like, you're not using your names in the trust at all. It just, because that completely makes all your stuff confidential.
So I work for a law firm, so we can do a trust instantly.
Yeah, and then so there's like a free people search as well.
Yeah, free people search. How do I delete off of there?
So there's a thing in free people search. You can go in and.
So remember what he said. So he said he works with a law firm. So remember the company that he used to work for was called Legally Mine, and that's where him and Eamon Neff have their connection because they both worked for Legally Mine. Okay, which was a basically like some kind of asset, business asset consulting firm. Now people have said that, and I've heard things being said about the firm itself saying that, they find legal loopholes to steal people's businesses. I haven't seen any evidence, not in the research that I've done. I haven't seen any evidence to prove that. I mean, I know they've gotten in trouble for, I believe in Ohio, but not for like stealing everybody's business. I believe I have to go back and read the article, but I believe it has to do with them basically giving something to do with portraying themselves as a legal entity or something to that effect, even though they say that they're not a legal entity. It's I got to read the article again. I can't remember the specifics of it, but I haven't seen any kind of evidence of them actually like stealing businesses from out under people through legal loophole means. But considering the fact that they work with a lot of legal stuff, I'm sure that they've found ways, that some of the people that have worked for that company have found ways to probably, exploit, certain legal loopholes. I would assume that they're probably familiar with how to kind of game the system. Can't say for sure that that's exactly what they've done, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's what if that's what ended up being the case in them acquiring the Bricks and Minifigs store in Salem and Kaiser. But again, there's no way to know for sure. That's pure speculation on my part. There's no way to prove that until it all goes to court and we actually see evidence, that's provided in discovery. If there's any evidence to suggest that that's what happened. So
request that your information be removed.
Oh, really?
I would go in there and
then I'll change my phone number.
That's what I would do. And then whoever you change your phone number to, request the carrier not list it anywhere. That you're wanting it to remain private.
I thought I'd done that, but I didn't know about the people search for it.
Because free people search, I mean, that's tools that just anybody can use.
Anybody, and that's how he got it. And he got my sister. Sorry, I'm sick.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to get sick. But he got my sister's address in Pleasant Grove and went down on her door and tried to get YouTube content from her. And she's like, dude, I get nothing. You know what I mean?
So we'll see if that ends up being true. So this is a claim that Josh is making right now, saying that Reckless Ben went over to his sister's house. Maybe he did. Maybe it's possible, right? Certainly within the realm of possibility. But again, with all this going to court, let's see if any of these guys can prove it, right? Let's see if Josh Johnson and Eamon McNeff can prove any of what they've said so far.
She don't know anything about it. Yeah. He's just trying to harass me. Like, that's all it is YouTube content and then harassment.
For all Josh knows, it could have been some random person that found his family's docs and was just over there harassing them, because that happens too, right? We know that once you make the internet angry, there's going to be a subsection of the internet that goes balls to the wall, just trying to get, enact what they believe is some kind of justice, and they will go to those links, right? For all he knows, that could have been just some random person that found, their personal information online, found his family's personal information online, and was just harassing them because, they feel the grave injustice that what Josh did, and he, they're making his family members pay. So.
Careful, I get a jacket.
No, yeah.
All right, so this is where he goes and gets that
I'm
red jacket. I
hungry.
want to welcome to the
Please
stream
sub
my
so he
buddy
will feed me.
Origami, my partner in crime here, who's going to be going over this stuff with me. How you
Hello,
doing?
John.
I can't hear you, buddy.
Oh, no. You can't hear
I
me?
can't hear you. Is your microphone on? I saw. Can you guys hear
But
him in
we
chat?
can hear him.
Hold on. Let me add you back in. I see your thing moving. All right. Let's see. All right. So this person says, in Utah, no process servers and attorneys do not have a blanket exception from trespassing law simply to serve a subpoena. Let's see. All right. Hold on, or let me re-add you back in. Speak now, Aura. Aura? Hello, hello, hello? All right, well, let me continue on with the video until Aura gets his audio there fixed. All right, let's fast forward this because it's just him going in to get a jacket, so. Let me just... here for now until we see Josh come back, but wait, hold on.
Like Tonga's been the one that was handling the case.
Hold on, I want to hear what this cop has to say. Let's hear what this cop has to say. All right, I want to hear what this cop has to say. All right, Aura, you're back in, Aura.
Hello, John.
I get the jacket really quick. It's like Tonga's been
Speak,
the one
Aura?
that was handling the case.
Hello, John. Can you hear me?
I think Jacqueline.
Can you not hear me?
I can hear you, Aura.
Damn it.
Calkins was most recent. Yeah.
All right, let's fast forward this part here real quick.
I'm just gonna see.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
What are you wanting done today? Besides, obviously, talk to...
As much as you humanly possibly can.
You want her trespass?
No. I want them for stalking.
Okay. That's something I can work through, but for right now...
I cannot hear you, Aura.
You want her trespass?
Yes. That's all you can do.
Right now, I can screen charges, but with them saying they're trying to serve papers, kind of puts me in a little bit of a bind. I understand you have a history with...
They're fake.
I understand you have a history with him.
See, this is the fucked up part. This part of the video actually shows that the papers right there in that officer's hands basically did, in fact, make it all the way to in front of this man.
But for right now, again...
And he even tries to, like, can I take him? The cop should have been like, yep, and you've been legally served.
I'm open to screening charges through our attorney.
That's what him and the CEO of Bricks and Minifigs said stalking was. So he sent that to me. 2 or more incidences.
Good forces done. Yeah, that's something I'm I'm more than willing to screen.
Yeah,
Okay.
would cause a reasonable person to fear for their safety or suffer significant emotional distress.
So for right now, you want her trespassed?
I want them all trespassed,
Okay.
yes.
I'm going to go talk with him, give him this paper back, since you do not want this.
Can I just peek at it?
What was that?
Can I peek at it?
It kind of puts me in a little
Can
bit
I
of a
peek
bind.
at it?
There's no lawsuit in it.
Okay. So anyway, I'm going to give this back to him.
You guys see this shit? He didn't even hand him the papers. He never handed them papers. He's basically saying like, if you take it, you take it. You know what I mean? So he just protected him. You see that shit? You guys just saw it in real time. He just protected this motherfucker. He just protected him. He knows that once he hands those papers over to him, well, I just served you, buddy. That's it. You know what I mean? This is freaking wild. No, all right, try to join again, man. Try to join again. Try to go, just check your mic settings because something was happening with StreamYards.
I'm hungry.
Where the mic
Please
was
sub
kind
so
of
he
like
will
acting
feed
up.
me.
So I had to finagle with it a bit before it started working. So I had to leave and come back a whole bunch of times. But you guys just saw this. You guys just saw this in real time. This cop just protected him. He just protected him. He knew that if he handed those papers over to him, that he wasn't going to be able to take them back. That it would basically like be him serving him. Once this guy opened those papers up, he didn't want to put himself in a position where it's like, well, I just served you, dude, because I just handed them over to you and you accepted them. And it would have been on camera. These motherfuckers need to be sued. The American Fork Police Department, I mean, I already thought this beforehand, but now unequivocally, Reckless Ben needs to sue these motherfuckers into the dirt. He needs to sue these motherfuckers into the dirt. This is wild, man. For those of you that are just joining now, I'm going to go back just a couple seconds so you can see what just transpired here. This is wild. Look at this. Look at this. Doesn't even, has the papers, doesn't let him touch them because he knows that this is all being recorded and that once this footage, and this is bad either way, in my opinion, because he's basically saying, oh, that puts me in a position, blah, blah. He's basically saying like, well, like he's, you know what I mean? You would think that this would be the part with all the redactions that this fucking police force has done in their videos. They would have redacted that part, right? Where he's basically saying like, that kind of puts me in a spot. This looks really, really, really fucking bad.
Stress.
So for right now, you want her trespassed?
I want them all trespassed, yes.
I'm going to go talk with him, give him his paper back, since you do not want this.
Can I just peek at it?
What was that?
Can I peek at it?
It kind of puts me in a little bit of a bind.
It's fake. There's no lawsuit in it.
Okay. So anyway.
You see that? You fucking see that? Hold on, or let me see if there's something I could do in the settings to freaking.
There's something you have to do. I'm getting real sick and tired, John. You better figure it out.
Let me see.
Figure it out.
I can't change your mic settings.
I'm gonna fist fight John.
But you guys see that shit? He just fucking protected this motherfucker. He knows that if it's on camera that he's handing him the papers, that would probably be considered him serving the papers to him.
Yeah, no, he's a piece of shit.
It's fucking crazy, man. Wow.
It is.
Fucking wild.
Absolutely
fucking wild, man.
Anyway, I'm gonna give this back to him. And trespass her.
Because here's the thing. Like, think about
and remember what
logically.
this.
Do you think the process?
Remember what this cop went back and told Reckless Ben. Remember what he told him? Oh, he didn't want him. He didn't want him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I remember.
Well, obviously, he didn't want him. Sure, right? But at the same time, you made sure to made sure to protect him, right? By making sure that he wouldn't actually touch the papers.
How do you walk back a serve?
You know what I mean? From the
That's
way this guy
ridiculous.
made it sound, this cop, he made it sound like he tried to give him the papers, but this guy flat out refused. That's
He
the way
walked
it
it
came
back.
across. The way he was telling Reckless Ben, he made it sound like Josh Johnson just flat out refused to take them. Not, you know, he didn't take them with a little bit of encouragement from the police officer here, right? Refused to take them with a little bit of encouragement from the cop. It's freaking, oh my goodness,
Wild.
man.
It's wild.
This is crazy.
Server would show up with a guy that's been harassing a YouTuber to serve papers in Utah.
Again, I don't know the whole situation.
Think about logic. This guy's come to my house 3 days in a row. He's harassing people.
Oh man.
He's just going to
Okay.
be in the same car with a process.
Can you hear me now,
No,
John?
because he's
Probably
in the car
not.
right now.
Or apparently the chat
It's
can
just
hear
not-
you.
that's
I guess
fake.
I'm the only one
It
that
is a
can't.
lie. She's
So just keep
impersonating
talking.
a process server. That is not a real lawsuit. If it was, it would go to a law firm, and then the law firm would send out a process server. And see, that process server is not going to be friends with the guy that's been harassing.
I agree. I'll talk to her some more about that. But for right now, you want her trespass. You don't want him anywhere near the property, and I'll start looking at charges for stalking.
Yes, stalking.
And this all stems from the store.
See, I understand it. You see how he's like, see, no, legal process serving comes from a law firm. So, like, that's how their whole game works, bro. Oh, you can't do it. Oh, it's all fake. Blah, no, blah, 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 blah. It didn't come from a lawyer. Well, technically, it doesn't have to be served by a lawyer. That's how you're, like, trying to hide behind it and, like, screw over your poor people. Which makes you look even shittier, in my opinion. Because, yeah, just like you said to him, we'll make sure it costs more than the shit's even worth to get it back. That's your whole goal, is just like, blah, 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 no, have to have a lawyer do it. You have to waste your money on a lawyer. Nope, 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 nope. Like, that's fucking stupid, because that's not how it works. I would argue that when you were within 3 feet of the papers, you're basically served with the paper. They know you are you, and those papers were supposed to be served to you.
Or in
Oregon. Yeah, I showed him a video. He shows up in his underwear and breaks things.
Own the store, or you just work for Bricks and
So when we first took it over, we were just employees. We're there resting.
Okay, before we go into that, or I think I can hear you now.
Hell yeah, John.
There we go. Sorry, guys. I couldn't hear him. Something was weird with my settings. So, Aura, welcome to the stream. What do you think about
Right.
this shit, man?
I've always been here, John. I am the greatest co-host ever.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yeah, I'm the only one that couldn't hear you.
I think I did pretty well talking with you while you couldn't hear me.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm sure Aura's been carrying the show. Fantastic. Dude, did you know this guy, how the cop just basically was just like, I don't think you want to take these. He did the Jedi mind trick on him. You do not want these papers.
I don't even know why he volunteered if he was just going to fail.
Yeah, dude. And then he goes and he tells Reckless Ben, oh, he didn't want them. It's like, dude, you encouraged him to not even take them because you knew. Oh, my God.
He walked back to serve, bro. He walked it back.
This is so bad, man. Yeah, this is so bad. All right, I'm going to keep playing the video here.
Then, like 4 months
Tell me if you need me to pause for anything, Aura.
into it, we said, sure, we'll sign a franchise agreement. So like April or May, we signed a franchise agreement for it, not knowing how big of a mess this is. And then we operated it until this last month. We closed the doors, and it's closed forever.
Okay. And
because of them.
How was he associated with the store?
He's not. He's a YouTuber that this guy hired to harass us because they know they don't have a civil case. So they said, we can't sue you. We will lose. So we're
They hired Rick.
They did sue you. And you defaulted.
Reckless Ben. They hired a YouTuber to just harass
And have yet to attempt to appeal those defaults and then, like, make your argument in court. Because that's the thing you can still do.
them. It's genius. Yeah, let's harass. Hey, Reckless Ben, we'll pay you $5 if you go harass this guy. Sure, okay.
At any time, they could have just given back the Legos.
Yeah, they could have.
None of this never needed to happen.
That's the thing. None of this ever needed to happen. Just give back the Legos and none of this. We don't even get here. This is crazy.
It's in the eyes of the public and just to defame and make you guys look like jerks in the public's eye. Okay. That's their whole thing. He's a YouTuber.
He has nothing to do with the store.
He's a YouTuber. He lives in California. He has nothing to do with the store. He is just exclusively trying to get content.
He's got a video of him vandalized in the store, kind of in Oregon, right?
Yeah, it's hanging signs. They sent a lady in, and the lady's like, "Oh, I'm going to murder you," to Amanda, the manager.
What?
And Amanda is she's a tough lady. Amanda's like, "Oh,
It's fan fiction, bro.
Dude, I would love to see evidence of that, right? What again? And I addressed this earlier in the stream for those of you that are joining now. Why the fuck would Reckless Ben, even playing around, right, knowing that he's seriously trying to get this guy's Lego collection back, right? If you're making a serious effort to try to get this guy's Lego collection back, you're going to be like, "I'm going to murder you, lady." What? Yeah, well, then she's really not going to fucking give them to you then, right? It's just like, why? And then you would record yourself saying something like that, even playing around in a situation that you're trying to be serious in and try to get this guy's Legos back. Yeah, it makes total sense.
Well, that's the way he acts. That's the way he acts. He acts irate. What is it on those phone calls? You stole the Legos. He just kind of
projection, dude. It's projection on this guy's part because he's the one that was just like, "I'll kill."
It's actually called an extinction burst, which is an interesting term. But basically, your nervous system bursts into overdrive when it thinks you're totally fucking cooked, and it makes a wild Hail Mary.
Oh, you stole the Legos. You stole the Legos. It was you.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. These random accusations and stuff like that. The whole SWAT incident.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's the same. Yeah, and then the SWAT incident happens. Exactly.
Got scared. Obviously, she didn't kill her, right? They fake signed Amanda's signature, and they said, "Oh, well, you said you signed this, so you owe us money. Start writing checks." Blah blah blah.
They fake signed it, right? She did it herself, but they fake signed it. It's like what happened. So guys, we're misremembering the entire thing in Ben's video, right? So Ben, if you guys remember, Ben actually took her hand and wrote her signature while holding her hand, right? He made her sign her own name, right? Made her fake her own signature. God, man, this guy is so full of crap, man.
That's forgery, vandalism.
That's forgery. It's forgery that she signed her own name. All right, remember.
You're thieves. You're fucking thieves. You stole these Legos. What are you talking? You're thieves.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Ghetto black, man.
Yeah.
This kid went to the park and he set up a little table. He printed a tablecloth that says "Bricks and Minifigs," and he had a fake raffle. So people started coming into the store and they're like, "I won the raffle at the park."
He had a fake raffle, the one that he legally registered. that he legally registered through the state. Totally fake.
What raffle? We're not doing a raffle. Yeah, you had a table set up. He sold shirts out on the corner. He hung signs. He called the store a billion times, threatened the employees. Now they're coming to our houses, and they went to corporate headquarters on Monday.
Threatened the employees. Think about what he's saying here, right? What upside would there be for Reckless Ben to threaten any of the employees? Like, if you guys don't give the Legos back, I'm going to break your legs. It's like, what? Okay. Yeah. He threatened the employees. Oh, God, man. This guy's so full of
Well, if they had evidence of any of this, wouldn't it benefit them to go to court, even though he keeps ducking it, right? I don't know.
Well, no, they actually did file a lawsuit against Reckless Ben. It's 333 pages. And just so you guys know in chat, I am going to try to get a hold of that filing because that's insane. 330 pages is insane, but I am going to try to get a hold of it. I know how to get a hold of legal documents. It's going to cost me, but I will try to do that because I really want to see what the claims that they're going to make against Ben, because the lawsuit that they filed isn't just against Ben. It's also against Brian Mansell, as well as the former owner, Crystal, I believe. She's also included in that lawsuit, along with, I believe, some of Ben's team.
Yeah. Well,
So that's gonna be interesting. Go ahead.
aren't they trying to basically pin it all on the previous franchisee owner?
So, just real quick, and before we get back to the video, let me explain. So, earlier, in an earlier video, Brian basically had Eamon McNeff on the phone, which is probably going to happen in this video as well, because this is the entire video of that interaction. And Eamon was on the phone basically claiming that it was actually the original owner of the store, Crystal, that screwed Brian Mansell out of money and then basically fled to Spain.
Yeah.
So they
that's
try
right.
to put the blame on her.
Right.
Now, Crystal is in current litigation against Bricks and Minifigs herself.
Right.
So she has her own court case going on with them. So there's going to be discovery there, and we're going to find out. We'll get to the bottom of whatever is provided in that case as well. So it'll be interesting to see what that one shows once discovery hits. But let me start the video back up here.
So Provo's working on a case too for whatever reason.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, that makes things a little more clear. He has no association.
He's a YouTuber. He's just trying to get content.
Okay, I'm gonna go talk to them. I'll be right back.
Yep. Yeah, process server's really gonna ride with the YouTuber. I mean, how stupid does he think I am?
I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know.
He doesn't know who he's messing with.
You don't know who you're messing with. I'm the smartest guy I'm the smartest guy in my bowling club. You don't know.
The Steven Seagal of nobodies right here, bro. What the fuck is he talking? I can't believe this guy.
He thinks he's smarter than me.
What an asshole. Sorry, go ahead.
Like, the kid delivered the fake UPS, the fake package to me. I'm looking at him, I'm like, you look like you're 16. I'm like, you work for, look at his hat UPS. He's like, yeah. Sign here. Man, I'm like, what the heck? Then I was sitting there just thinking about it. I went to church and came back. I'm like, oh, I bet this is that scammer, So I called the police. I'm like,
I regret signing for that package. Fucking asshole.
So go, no, I shouldn't have signed for that package.
I pondered after church what I'd done.
I pondered after church what I done did. And I had regrets about it.
I thought about after I signed it that it was probably a mistake. No, you fucking didn't. You're an idiot.
I gotta say, Satan got one over on me that day.
And then they started, 2 cars pulled up. And then the cop showed up.
Toy bounty hunters.
And then yesterday,
solid
the
video.
kid tried to come in the house and the door.
If you agree, drop them a like.
And then today they're taking pictures.
I subbed. I don't know what their deal is, but maybe.
Right.
That's where screening charges. That immediately gets the attorneys involved in looking at the case. Right. It's not having to be further investigated or what. It's going to go right to the attorneys. No.
Let me see, man. Schedule. And missing a call.
All right, let's work past some of this dead area here.
CEO.
No, go ahead.
So this is where he calls.
You're not in trouble or anything right now. We're just kind of wanting to move on this
as much as we can possibly can.
So this is the part where he calls. This is the part where he calls Eamon McNeff, the CEO of Bricks and Minifigs. So now we're gonna get to hear the entire conversation. Because Eamon, you could hear him in the speakerphone.
Really? So I want them to go to Brandon's house. Hey, what's up, man? Hey. Just here with the police again. They sent they have fake service papers. And the girl is like, she's like, oh no, I got to serve them these papers. Like they printed up a fake lawsuit, And I'm like, oh yeah, do you think the process server would really be riding with the YouTube guy to deliver papers to a guy that he's been harassing? I'm like, do you think I'm stupid? But I don't know. I'm just done with them.
Yeah.
The girl came up to the house and then I was working. I was on call. So Kaylee's like, oh, she's coming back because Ben told her to come back and take pictures inside the windows. So then she's taking pictures in the windows. And yesterday they tried to come in the door. And then Sunday they delivered the fake package. I don't know what to do, man.
Oh my gosh, Sean, I think I hate this guy.
Yeah, he's extremely unlikable, man. But the thing is that came across even beforehand. I mean, not just here, but even beforehand. I mean, granted, look, in a YouTube video, obviously, it's easy to edit and make anybody look bad. But the thing is, I don't know. I mean, this kind of shows, I think, more of his character. I mean, because this is not edited, right? Now we're seeing we're seeing the guy here in real time and how he's acting, you know, and how he's talking. And I think I'm stupid. It's just like, I don't know, man. You do. I don't think you're as smart as you think you are, bro.
He's just a douchebag.
Yeah.
He's standing here. You're on speaker.
Okay.
I just don't know what to do, man. I'm done with these guys.
So, sorry, officer, what's your name?
Oh,
What's that?
He just saying hi. Officer.
Oh, Pitt.
Pitt.
Officer Pitt. So I'm assuming Josh has kind of explained what's been going on and what's happening. They're using, you know, like electronic communications to stalk and harass our staff pretty aggressively. Obviously trying to take pictures inside, you know, like somebody's home. They tried to come into our office yesterday, and you know, like we've now had multiple agencies across multiple cities and multiple states dealing with these individuals. And the Sandy police yesterday were ready and willing to arrest these individuals for Utah statutes for cyberbullying and digital stalking, because they're using electronic means for communication and coordinating their stalking habits.
Well, it's digital stalking, not stalking.
It's all of the above.
Okay, got it.
It's all of the above. Go fuck yourself.
Like additional tactics and other things like that, thinking that they're being cute and whatnot. The reality is that they are causing financial, physical, and emotional harm. The harm that they're creating, like going after the individuals, like their families are afraid to leave the house.
Yeah.
Because they're doxing people. They're doing things to try and.
Okay, you got to remember something, right? When stories like this get big and they catch wind, yes, this is something that's going to happen, right? There's people that are going to start doxing some of the parties involved. I'm sure even Reckless Ben has been doxed by people that just don't like him, right? Because by virtue of the fact that he's a YouTuber that makes videos that are somewhat controversial. It happens. This is what happens. I mean, you can't ascribe that all to Ben. You made the internet angry. You know what I mean? Because you decided to keep, a Lego set, and the thing was, they made no kind of good faith effort to at least that we know of, right, to resolve it amicably. They say that they did, but then you have them giving, Brian Mansell the runaround. You have them giving even Ben the runaround, right? When it comes to getting the Legos back. Oh, it's been more than a month. It's been too long, so now we can't give them back to you. It's like, what the fuck is that? You know what I mean? And then you were avoiding his phone calls. So this is something that, look, I'm not saying that his family deserves any of the stress. You know what I mean? But all he had to do was just give this stuff back. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that, again, they should be punished because of his mistakes. But unfortunately, and I think you and I talked about this earlier, Aura, and I think you hit the nail right on the head. I think the reason why Josh Johnson, his business partner, Brandon Best, and Eamon McNeff are so going hard in this, right? And trying to stick to their guns is because they're trying to save face. And the thing is, no, you're just making yourself look worse. It would have been, to me, just cut your losses with the Legos. Just give them up, and I think you would have been fine. You know what I mean? You could have recouped those costs, I think.
Apologize to Brian.
It would have been, and I think that would have been like, oh, you know what? Maybe they're not so bad after all. You know what I mean? Maybe they're pretty decent people. You know
Apologize for putting all these people through hell.
Yeah, you think they haven't gone through it? It's just like Brian, it's his father's Legos, and his father is in like bad health.
The amount of pride in these people, the amount of pride to just destroy your own company, your own brand, like
Yep.
your life's work,
Yeah,
because you just can't let it go.
Because you just don't want to be wrong in the situation. You just don't want to look wrong in the situation. I think that's what it comes down to. It comes down to pride. It's just like they just want to save face. They don't want to admit that they were wrong. They don't want to. They know they feel that okay.
How
if
is
we did
everyone
this,
doing today?
We're admitting we were wrong about the situation. They just can't. They can't handle it. I think it's just like
Wasn't Josh? I'm sorry, John. Wasn't Josh also the one that wanted those crazy demands, like that Brian apologize
That he
and the bad
apologized
reviews
to-
stop and all this
Yeah,
nonsense? Like,
Yeah, exactly. All this stuff that they would have no control over. He was making a bunch of these ludicrous demands, hoping that they would be met. And it's just like, come on, bro. None of
well,
that is
these
realistic.
demands that are consequences of your own actions.
Exactly.
Consequences.
Yeah, bro, it's ridiculous. All right, I'm gonna start the video back up.
Hate online, like so they're actively spreading falsehoods online. They're doing all sorts of things just to extort money out of us. So we've got a pending extortion, like a case that the Provo Police Department's working on us with. And there's lots of things, but they're ramping things up and they're continuing to send people, and they just won't leave people alone.
Yeah.
This can't continue. So somebody has to be arrested to show that they can't continue to do this. Because it's not just harmless, like, oh, knocking on somebody's door. This is stalking. This is harassment. And I've already looked up the laws. The laws in the state of Utah aren't trained just to threats of physical violence when it comes to harassment. So there's other forms of harassment that absolutely qualify in this case. And we need the police to take action to get these people to stop causing harm to individuals and families.
Yep. And that's the case officer. He, like he was saying, he's going to submit, have a screen for charges with our prosecutors, right? With our city prosecutors. They're going to review everything and then ultimately arresting someone for an offense. They go to jail, they get booked, they get let out.
Yep.
It's going to go through that whole same process. What's going to happen is if he's got multiple incidents with multiple agencies, it's all going to go through our district court. But then they can kind of combine everything from what I understand. And,
but also, I mean, like, again, adding to the charges, impersonating an officer of the court, that carries it's pretty significant,
Yeah, you can't pretend to be a process server. Sorry. Yeah, you can't. That's got to be illegal.
And that's, like I say, he's getting combining charges. He's going to submit
in person.
So this is something that Josh says a couple different times. What Josh doesn't realize is that Ben filed the lawsuit. He's filing the suit in Oregon, not in Utah. So maybe the laws are different in Utah that you have to. There has to be an official process server. But remember what Ben said in his video. He just needed somebody that was of appropriate age, had no prior affiliation to him or something like that, and a couple other different things in order to meet the requirements to serve him these papers. Now, I don't know if there's some interstate laws once you cross state lines, if you still have to adhere to the Oregon laws when serving the papers or the Utah laws. That's a question for a lawyer that a lawyer would probably have to answer in regards to which one would take precedent over the other. But that's just something to keep in mind, that Reckless Ben said in his video that this was a suit that he filed. This paperwork that he filed was through the Oregon courts. And that's why the papers need to be served first before a judge can sign off on them. So I guess the process, again, is different in Utah. That's why these guys all thought, even the police thought, that the papers, they didn't look, that, they probably had never seen, papers from an Oregon court before and thought that they were, fake. But remember, when the police, we saw in the body cam footage that Ben put in his video, that the one police officer actually called the Marion County court clerk, which I believe is in, I want to say, and I could be mistaken here, that is in Oregon, and found out that that it was a legit case, that it was real. So
Yeah, and like again, there's additional fraud that they're conducting. I don't know, like obviously we're working with the police up in Salem, Oregon, but up there they actually forged somebody's signature on a fake contract just to try and and it's all just for clicks and for views and everything else online. They don't actually care about any of the things that they're going after. They just well, other than also the extortion. So they're continuing to also press this issue of extortion when the party that actually owes the money, they're in on it with that person. They've been actively coordinating, trying to shift the blame to our company. And then obviously, so like I know that you're not the attorney, you're not the one that's going to be looking at that kind of stuff, but I think it needs to be documented the actions that they are continuing to take. So them pretending to be UPS drivers and getting a signature is probably going to be used for more additional fraud that they're pushing for, and that I think also is a crime to pretend to be like a delivery driver to obtain signature. Like there's so much that they're doing right now that
Oh my God.
like part of a coordinated.
The UPS driver thing, that's a new thing. It's just like, but again, I don't see what the benefit would be of trying to get Brian's signature just to forge it, right? Like why would they do that? Now maybe to trick him into signing something, sure, maybe, possibly,
ad break.
because they did that before, right? But again, given the fact that Ben was trying to serve him, legal papers, I don't see what the upside would be, outside of maybe, maybe the papers required Brian to sign them. I don't know. Maybe that's what it was. I doubt it though. I doubt that they would try to just forge the guy's signatures on the paper. Why go that far? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It doesn't seem. I see no upside in reckless Ben trying to do that. I really don't.
Just scheme to go after people's lives.
She's been trespassed.
Hold on, Officer Sunbot is back.
Okay, she's been trespassed. Talking with him, he's telling me a different story. Again, I don't know all the specifics of your case. He is very adamant that he wants to serve you with papers. Okay,
that's fake. That's illegal. You can't pretend to be a process server.
So
you can't. It's illegal.
I've explained to him that you don't want to be served papers,
bro. Yeah, obviously he doesn't want to be served papers, but oh my God, he's acting like it was just a flat out, oh no, don't give those to me, bro. Oh my God. It's like, no, buddy, trust me, you don't want these papers. Like, we didn't hear you just tell him, like, no, you don't want these papers, bro. You don't want them. Trust me, you don't want them. What a freaking retard, bro.
He's a scumbag, John.
Yeah, no, yeah, these police, yeah, bro.
John,
yeah.
I hadn't heard this yet. I haven't heard this guy speak like this yet. So that's what I'm talking about. Like, did you see the thumbnail I made you? I sent you. Did you see it?
I got it. Yeah, I got it. I need the other.
I called him a scumbag just because I saw that photo. Like, I thought he would be, bro.
Like it, man.
And he is. He's exactly how I imagined. It's crazy. I hate this, John.
He looks like the bum version of he looks like a vagabond version of James Gandolfini, bro. like if James Gandolfini
a vagabond version of James Gandolfini.
Yeah. James Gandolfini.
I see it.
Yeah, if he was a bum, Tony Soprano, bro. Like he looks like Tony Soprano if he was a bum with no charisma.
A bum with no charisma, John, like a weenie.
Again.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's an actual case right now in Oregon.
It's a Class A misdemeanor to impersonate a process server in the state of Utah.
So
in the state of Utah, yes, but the case is in Oregon again. And again, look, maybe one law takes precedent over the other when it comes to serving paperwork from out of state, maybe. But again, that's something we'd have to find out through the litigation or from a lawyer actually commenting on the situation. So
now
I want her arrested for impersonating the process server.
So right now, I've explained that to them and explained that he needs to go a whole different route about this and to not come onto your property as well as her.
No. I can't just go and pretend. I can't go print up fake documents and go try to process serve people. That's illegal.
Okay. Have you two been to court before?
No, he can't. No, he's a YouTuber.
Okay, you've never been to court with them.
No.
So these papers that he printed up are
fake.
I was like, isn't that a lie?
Think
Isn't
about-
that his default? Or never mind. Sorry.
Bro, think about the retarded logic there, right?
Yeah.
What he just said. This is like, have you ever gone to court before? He's a YouTuber. It's like, dude, there's plenty of YouTubers that. What are
go
you
to
talking
court,
about?
yeah.
Like they
Lots
don't like. There's YouTubers that are completely unfamiliar with being involved in lawsuits or that it's never happened before. It's never happened before. YouTubers don't get sued or sue.
I think you think he's trying to imply that because he's a YouTuber that it's just like it's not real, it's not like a serious thing, you know?
Yeah, I think that could be part of it too. Yeah, that he probably thinks that it's just
Like he's just
no,
trying to
it's all
downplay or
fake.
diminish it. You think that's what it is?
It's just all that it's all fake because he.
That's a solid perspective. He's like, no, this is all just like an act for his YouTube. The case is fake. All of it's fake. He's just harassing me, but all of it's just fake for content. Maybe that's the position he's trying to sell. Still sounds retarded when, you take into the account that, like, the police have talked to the other person. So, like, yeah, they just kind of took random hearsay and were like, yep, sounds good to me. Let's get them, boys. The Legos are in the nest. The Legos are in the nest. Absolute fucking clown show, bro.
Videos. He's not really trying to do anything real.
Yeah, right? Like, why would I go to court with this guy? Because he's just a YouTuber, right?
He's just, basically, everything he does is fake because he's a YouTuber. He just makes fake videos. It's just like,
Cocksucker.
yeah, bro.
What a cocksucker.
It really is.
Yes, 1 billion, trillion, gazillion %.
Okay, never been to court with him or
Never
anyone
been to court.
associated with
Nobody's ever been to court.
Okay.
He's a YouTuber.
Okay.
Just an
He's a
FYI.
YouTuber. Go ahead.
Just because I know his name is Josh, I know he doesn't like it when you call him names. You should do it. He just strikes me as a fucking guy who gets really upset when you belittle him or call him something offensive. I don't know. Just an idea.
We'll call it plenty of names in this, but it's just like, because LawTube isn't a thing. There's no lawyers that are on YouTube, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's so ridiculous.
What was the reason behind your store closing this month?
His harassment and vandalism. Yeah.
Okay. So on your own accord, you guys.
On my own accord, yes.
Okay. I've explained that to him. Right now, I'll look into.
Did you take pictures of those things?
Right. Yes, I got the case number that he's referring to, and I'll check with the court, see if it's a valid civil case that he's trying to push through, and we'll go about it that way. Okay. Again, I don't know all the specifics. I don't know why this whole thing has been happening between the two of you. I'm getting two different stories from each one.
What is he possibly saying?
He's saying that he had $200,000 worth of Star Wars Legos.
He did not. No, he did not.
Right.
Never had
So,
that.
so officer, again, this is Ammon. I'm with the corporate office.
He's the CEO.
Oh, hi.
So what's happened is we had a former franchisee that entered into an invalid consignment agreement with a completely separate person. That person sold their Lego sets and didn't pay the person that they entered. And this has nothing to do with Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider is just a YouTuber that got a hold of the story and then went to this guy and said, hey, if I can harass these guys, if I can do some stuff and get some money out of them, will you pay me some of that money? And that's what.
Listen to what he just said there, right? I played this video at the very beginning. This video was clipped differently. I played this at the very beginning of the stream. Yeah. He made a pretty bold accusation there. He basically saying that they conspired with Reckless Ben, right? That they got a hold of Reckless Ben to harass them just to extort them out of money. Okay? That's basically what he's saying here.
Dude, this reminds me, this seems like a familiar thing that we've been through before. You don't remember?
Sure, yes, I remember. Oh, of course.
Yeah.
We won't derail by going down that road, but for those that are subscribed to the channel, they know, but
Yeah. We'll talk about it later. But I'm like,
yeah,
John, I get this seems familiar, like
yeah,
very
it seems
familiar.
really familiar. Yeah, but they're basically saying that Brian Mansell got a hold of Reckless Ben to hire him. Remember, to hire him to harass these guys in order to extort them for money.
But that's what they did with the cops. They fucking basically hired the cops to harass this guy, to stop him from calling them out for stealing.
Well, they at least they commissioned them in a sense, right? They kind of
they used my taxpayer money, like
they kind of in a weird way kind of got law enforcement.
They're stealing from us, John. Like we are the victims as well. They're stealing from everybody.
These American Ford cops stealing from us all the way from across the country is wild.
Pieces of shit.
Who actually owes
He said the same fucking thing. Oh, that's great.
They were terminated as a franchisee for violating all sorts of rules. They then fled to Europe somewhere. And so we've been trying to deal with this situation. We've been trying to help the person up in Oregon, but because we found out later that they've been all working together to try and force some money out of us. So we've had our attorneys working on it. We've been in contact with the Marion County Sheriff's Department, the Marion County District Attorney, the Kaiser. This is all up in Oregon. And then they started flying down here, coming to our corporate offices, and now they're heading to our staff and other individuals' personal residences, just harassing them to try and extort money out of them. And so there's already a case in Provo because they've been passing fraudulent documents up in Oregon. They created a fake contract, forged a manager's signature up there, threatened to kill her, all sorts of things. And all of this while he's wearing glasses that have a camera in it.
Think about what Eamon just said there and how absurd that is. He's like, he was wearing spy glasses that recorded the whole thing. That recorded him threatening her. And they're his glasses.
Which is ironic because he's being recorded by the body cams, which I'm sure he didn't think about.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is so dumb. This is some of the most retarded shit I've ever heard. Like, how does any of that make any sense? Again, what would be the upside to Ben, even if he was joking around and trolling, saying this stuff? What would be the upside to him recording himself saying any of these things, not only to the manager of the store, the Amanda lady, but while there was other people present in the store that wouldn't know what the hell is going on, or what the context of what the context of what is happening? Why would he do that? That is so absurd.
If you see the
Is he wearing the glasses today? Yeah, he's wearing the glasses. Yeah, so you're on YouTube.
So he's filming you guys. He's filming everything, and he's trying to put all this stuff together to put together an additional extortion attempt on us. Okay. So that's what they're doing. And he like, if you go to his channel, Reckless Ben, that's what he does. He just goes around and he does stupid things, and he harasses people, and he chops and screws up all this footage, and that's all he's trying to do is get footage right now. He's just trying to get more footage to put more videos out there to get more clicks and likes. He has nothing to do with this case other than he just, and he was the one who vandalized the store over the weekend, along with Mr. Mansell, who's the original person consigned to a completely different entity.
Now, I already mentioned this earlier in the video as well, because we saw this clip that for those of you that were here earlier. So he basically just implied that Brian was there, when he was doing all this chicanery. Brian
the chicanery
is banned from the store, right? He was banned. He was trespassed from the store. At no point in time when Ben was out in front of the store, or even when he was putting the one little sign over their sign, did I ever see Brian. Now, is it possible that Brian was there and just off camera? Sure, it's a possibility. But at no point did we ever see him there. I mean, this guy's just saying that. He's saying, oh, he along with Brian Mansell did all these terrible things. It's just like, all right, good luck proving that in court, bud.
Yeah.
Good luck proving that in court.
So they just know that, because that other person, that other party, they went bankrupt and don't have any money, they're just going after somebody else that they think they can just extort money out of.
Gotcha. Okay. Has the I guess the store had any sort of lawsuit filed against them by this Ben Schneider or the Mansell?
So again, going on the fraud that the Marion County District Attorney's office is looking into, they filed multiple small claims court claims against a completely separate entity, and they used fictitious names to do so. All of the cases were then dropped because of it. And but none of them were filed against the actual individuals. They weren't filed against Josh or his entity. They weren't filed against us and our entity. They were filed against completely either fictitious entities or other entities. But they're fraudulently filing things with the state in order to make it look legitimate when he puts his videos out online. And he's done this at least, I think, in 2 other instances with individuals who ended up, like filing lawsuits against him.
Okay.
So that's what we're working on right now with our own attorneys is going after him and his stuff. But no lawsuits have been filed against us, against Josh and his entity, or against any of the parties that he's claiming. But we're working on our lawsuit to file against him and all individuals that associate with him, including the former franchisees and Mr. Mansell. We're all colluding together to try and extort money out of us.
Okay, I got you.
Ooh, better back that up.
Yep, that's what I was gonna, bro. So you saw what he
Ooh,
just did
better
there.
back
He
that fucking
basically
up,
said,
bro.
he basically said that Brian Mansell, Ben, and Ben are basically conspiring together just to extort these guys out of money. It's like, no, they just want their shit back. That's it. Brian just wants his shit back. That's it. He just wants his Star Wars stuff back. That's it, man. Or at the very
If it
least,
was
yeah,
about money, it would have stopped with the GoFundMe, or
Yeah.
something like that. Like,
yeah, no, it's about the principle of the matter, man. It's just like you didn't give the guy back his stuff, or at least pay him the value of whatever was left.
they're completely in the right. They're completely in the right, and you're completely in the wrong. That's all there is to it.
Yep. And now now he's making these bold accusations against them, saying that they just did all this because they're trying to extort us for money. That's it. They're conspiring together just because they're trying to get more money out of us. This is like, come on, dude. Nobody's buying that. Come on.
Yeah.
Let me make some phone calls and I'll be back with you. Okay, just give me 1 moment.
I didn't sign no agreement. I'm not beholden to somebody else's stupid agreement.
See, now here's where Josh is kind of, this is going to be interesting when it comes to court, because I have these videos too. The video of his business partner Brandon Best, okay, was in the store when they basically evicted the former owner Crystal from the store. Brandon was the one that was there, and he was actually on the phone with corporate when the whole consignment thing came up. You could hear it clearly on video. Okay, Brandon is there. All right, when the guy at corporate, whose name is Key, I believe the guy's name is Key, is basically telling Crystal, these new owners will take on the consignment. Okay, he says it in front of Brandon, who is the other co-owner of the store. All right. Now, I would think that if Brandon, being a co-owner of the store, was not okay with taking on the consignment, he would have voiced his concern right then and there and said, whoa, hey, hold on a second. Hold on. I don't think I'm gonna do that. And don't forget this part too. Remember, in Brian's agreement, prior to these guys taking over the store, Brian would have had to also give the okay. He would have had to talk with these guys and say, all right, if you guys are going to take over the consignment, I think you guys are good. I'll sign off on it. You guys take it over. But Brian could have also been like, you know what? Yeah, I was more comfortable dealing with Crystal. I'm not going to continue this consignment agreement with you guys, so I'll just take the stuff back. In his agreement, those are basically terms.
Yeah.
Okay? Those are basically the terms of his agreement, is that whoever succeeded the store would take on the consignment, but there was the caveat that Brian and the person that was taking the consignment over would have to be in agreement that they were going to take the consignment over, not just one party over the other. So at that point, if there was no intention to take the consignment over, they should have just given him his inventory back. That's it. Just because he says, oh, well, I didn't agree to that. Well, you know what I mean? Your corporation did. Your corporation agreed to it, and your business partner had absolutely no objections to it when it was mentioned.
You would have been fine just honoring the agreement. You would have made more money that way. Instead, you're destroying yourself.
Well, the
trying to like pocket whatever you can.
Yeah, the consignment agreement would have gotten them 35% of the profits, which is pretty damn good considering the value of the stuff.
Yes, it's a fair deal.
It's a more than fair deal because there's some places that only charge maybe like 20% or 15% of something. 35% was pretty damn good.
Yeah.
You know?
Family. I'm losing my voice. So. Do you want to?
Well,
no.
When they come back,
okay.
I guess Officer Pitt, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still there.
Okay, let me just pause this a sec. Somebody said a super chat, so I appreciate it. Thank you very much. The Dallas Deadeye for the 5. Amon basically admitted to the police that that Best and Josh were his employees and acting as agents of BAM. Yeah. They were basically there as representatives of corporate. Yep. When they came into the store to basically evict Crystal and her husband out of the store.
I'm telling you, he didn't think about being recorded over the body cam. That really messed him up.
Body cam, not just over body cam, but over the ring footage either.
That messed him up. I know that did. like I could just hear him now. He's like, shit.
He's like, oh man, shouldn't have done it.
Yeah. We sincerely apologize. Yeah, John, what do you think the apology video will be like? What do you think? We sincerely apologize.
No,
it's not within our character.
I deeply apologize. My lack of better judgment. The Logan Paul apology. The Logan Paul
apology. He's gonna wear like cowboy boots and nothing else in a hot tub, John.
My severe lack of judgment.
Yeah.
As
drinking some Yoo-hoo
to make
disgusting.
a terrible decision. Yeah. Oh, what the heck?
Statements that you filled out as to like kind of what's going on.
Yeah, and in fact, well, again, like with the Provo Police Department, I actually just went through and did a lineup, a double-blind digital lineup to pick out Mr. Schneider of that lineup because of the aggravated. I think that the Utah County Prosecutor's Office is looking at aggravated economic interference or something along those lines. Something from a felony that they're looking to push.
Okay.
At least that's what we were told previously. So I've been coordinating, working with the Provo Police Department. So I'm sure you can. Do you want me to give you the case number?
Yeah, let me pull up the notes here.
The disdain in his voice for having to do the job. Yeah, I guess I'll take a couple notes here.
Kaylee thought they were coming in the house today. They tried to come in yesterday.
She's like, oh, I don't want to do work. That was likely the Mormon kid who came to talk to him about his ungodliness. And they're just like, I don't know who it was. They opened the screen and tried to manipulate the door.
What did you say they were pushing? Aggravated what?
It's like I can't remember exactly, but if I remember, it's very similar to aggravated economic interference or aggravated business interference or something along those lines. Though they, yeah.
Do you have Detective Detective Dore or
Dore? Yeah, D-O-R-E.
Detective D-O-R-E. I like how he can just lie to you guys. Just straight face. Oh no, he owes me $200,000.
That's the thing is.
It's so fucking ironic coming from him. It's so fucking ironic coming from this guy, man. So ironic. I like how he could lie to you guys with a straight face. It's just like kind of like you're doing right now. This is crazy, man. This dude has no self-awareness.
He did nothing wrong, John.
No, apparently, no.
We're on our side of things. We have to
Yeah, I mean, you don't know Adam. You don't know it from Adam. You know what I mean?
Trying to determine everything based on both sides of the story, and
oh, I'm trying to serve them papers. Yeah, I bet you are. With a YouTuber. If I were a reputable law firm, that's it. Like, oh yeah, look at the people that are.
If they're trying to serve papers, they're deputies from the sheriff's department, right? So you should be able to, like, the police should very easily be able to determine whether or not that's truthful, because if they're deputies, they have records, they have like.
It says Oregon on it. So
They don't have to be a deputy of the sheriff department.
But you don't bring somebody down as a service processor from Oregon. It doesn't matter,
Yeah.
They have to, like, the service processor.
Nice to meet you. I'm Perk60 Wolf. Don't forget to follow.
So that's where I think he's making some phone calls on that right now.
That lady was a process server, as I understand, and as she alleged, if I recall correctly.
And to be fair, that might be true, right?
Mm-hmm.
That might be. So.
You should encourage him to go to Sandy. Just like, hey, go. Those guys aren't playing.
Well, Sandy's got charges. Do they have charges on him?
Yeah, so she said, Brandon didn't dive into it, but she said, we've been trying to get this guy. He's we got other businesses and things that he's been. So they would love to get him. Love to get him. So
it might be worth calling Sandy if they want us to take him and hold him.
Oh, you should. I'll show you a picture from last night. So, they sat around my partner's house, and it's on this other channel because they had undercovers and everything. They waited for him to show up, and then a kid came to buy. This isn't a bad guy. This kid came to buy an auto part from my partner's father-in-law, and then the police. They just pounced because they were thinking it was Ben and his team, right? So they pounced.
They should investigate whatever transaction he's randomly talking about.
Set up. They're like, we're just.
This is crazy. So he thinks it's funny that some random kid that had nothing to do with anything is just like, he got pounced on because they were on high alert for these other guys.
Yeah.
Now, you know what's interesting? So I'm guessing Sandy is either somebody that works over at the police department or at the DA's office or something like that, because I believe I heard them mention that name before in a prior video. So it's like, you hear this guy say, "Oh, get Sandy involved" or whatever. It's just like, I'm wondering if that's like somebody from the DA's from the DA's office or something like that has been made aware of all this stuff, and everybody knows everybody in this town apparently.
Yeah. So they're like, we're waiting for them to come there because that's been their MO to come here and then they go there. So they were fully expecting him to be there.
And this was when?
Just last night.
Hang tight. Just 1 second.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's finally we got to a point where they redacted the audio, it looks like. So we'll fast forward through this. He's saying something to him, but it's redacted. So, but we'll fast forward through it because I don't want to miss any audio by skipping ahead like this. So
imagine if it's just a bunch of racist shit that they had to cut out.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Would that surprise you? Would you be shocked?
I wouldn't be surprised. Not at all. If it was something crazy. If it was something,
wondering.
Yeah, I could imagine them be like, "Yo, did you see those Negroes over by?"
Jesus Christ!
Down by such and such place, or whatever. Yeah, this is so. Yeah, some of these videos, unfortunately, they are still redacted. But the person, like I said, some of the person did manage to get a hold of videos that weren't publicly available yet. So. Oh, by the way, I got to give all the credit to the person that uploaded these. The channel called Bam Sucks. They're the ones that.
All right, shout out to Bam Sucks and shout out to Toy Bounty Hunters for the unique perspective.
Because I have a feeling that
good stuff.
These might end up disappearing.
I think it's the common perspective,
or at least from YouTube. I'm sure they'll find their way.
They've got to be archived.
Yeah, they do have to be archived. So, this stream will be one way of kind of archiving them.
Yeah.
So just for those of you that are new here, wow, we got over 3,000 people. Appreciate you guys tuning in to join us tonight to discuss this. This is something me and Or have been talking about for the last couple of days and really kind of looking into. So I'm going to be making more videos about it and hopefully
Dude,
more into myself.
I dove hard. I'm still catching up, but still, like, I'm pretty into it. I'm sending it to everybody I know. I've never done that before. So
yeah, it's insane. Just this whole situation is just like, because again, look, yes, at the end of the day, Reckless Ben is a content creator, and of course he has his own, he's going to have a motive in the sense of creating content when doing this stuff, but that doesn't mean that you still can't do something good in the process, right? Let's just say, right, let's just grant that let's say that Ben's motive was purely just to make content. It doesn't negate the fact that he is trying to do something good in the process, right? By getting this guy his collection back, or at least getting the value of the collection.
like, like, what is it? I'm impressed with the lengths that he's gone through and like the success that he's had with getting as far as he has,
Yeah.
And like, what is it? It's what is it? Before, John, like a while ago, we used to talk about like, YouTubers and like, not being a real thing. Like he's actually doing a real thing, making a real difference,
Actually trying to
helping
make a real
somebody out,
difference. Exactly. Trying to make a real difference in something. So here he's with Ben now. He asked for the papers back. Okay. But the audio is blurred there too, or the audio is redacted.
Incoming ad break.
We're not going to hear what he has to say, but hopefully it'll come back here. But yeah, yeah, all this stuff is crazy, man. But yeah, that's the thing. You have a guy in Reckless Ben, whether you like him or not, who is still trying to do something that at least is going to make a difference in somebody's life for the better.
No,
right?
And like, what is it? How many people would you know? How far would you go? You know what I mean? Like, to everyone's gotten arrested, like his team and stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, and that's the thing. And imagine that. Imagine you're a part of his team, and it's like I never signed up to get arrested for doing this kind of stuff. You know what I mean?
They're openly attacking, like your channel, everything that you've grown that you're using to expose them, and they're just trying to silence you, like, and not even because you're doing anything wrong. Like, they did something wrong. They just don't like being caught.
Yeah, they just want to save face. They just don't want to look bad in the situation. And again, and now somebody in the chat said it earlier, where they're basically, these guys are in too deep now where they can't really back out, right? Where they've just really just, dug their feet in, and they don't want to be wrong. Yeah,
Say it, John. They are cooked, John. No matter what happens.
Yeah. Oh no, I think they lose no matter what at this point, because
they are. I'm just gonna say they are fucked. They are fucked if they win, and they're fucked if they lose. Like,
yeah, because they're gonna lose money and still look bad. And the thing is, if they win, they're still gonna look bad because they're just gonna look like greedy jerks that just didn't want to part with a $200,000 vintage Lego collection.
Then you didn't even try to offer to pay for it or anything. It's like they got nothing. You're not even trying to you're not even trying to fucking lowball them on a price. You're not even offering them anything for it. You're just like, these aren't yours, and they're yours.
And that's the crazy thing, right? They're willing to go to court and spend, and remember what was told to Brian Mansell. You're going to end up spending more in court than what these Legos are worth and stuff like that. It's like, well, now it seems like that's what you guys are going to do. You guys are willing to spend more in court and potentially lose, right?
Pride is a sin for a reason.
Over $200,000 worth of Legos that honestly, that would have been a drop in the bucket for them to lose.
You sacrificed everything. You destroyed like a relationship with a customer with something valuable, with an inventory that like overfilled what needed. You wouldn't even have that inventory if it wasn't for Brian.
Exactly. Well, that's the thing. From my understanding too, and again, I'm sure this will be verified with court records and inventory and all that stuff. Supposedly, Brian's collection made up 50% of that store's stock. So, in the one sense, I can understand why Brandon Best and Josh Johnson were probably like, well, if we give it back, we'll lose. Well, half of our store will be empty. But it's just like, dude, you could fill that back up.
John, I have a question for you.
What's up?
If they were to have come out and just said that and be like, we're going to be like fucked with inventory, would you think people would have found that more acceptable?
I mean, it would have made sense in a business sense. Like, I can understand the concern there, but at the same time, that still doesn't make it right. It's just like, okay, so half of your store shelves will be empty, but at least you'll still have good favor in the community for doing the right thing and giving the stuff back.
Or just honoring the deal.
Yeah, just honor the deal and keep the stuff on the.
You would have made more money.
Yeah,
You'd
and
be
you'll
making
get that,
money.
exactly, and you'll still get that 35% profit. You know, that's your cut of that stuff being on your shelves, and they're not empty.
You close down a store.
Yeah, it's insanity, man. So, all right, yeah, this is a lot of redacted audio here. Hold on, there's got to be. I think I'm just gonna go up because I'm pretty sure. Okay, let's see if this is where we start hearing stuff. Nope, still nothing. Guy goes back to his car. This might have been where he called to verify if the case was legit. Nope, maybe not. Nope. Okay, I don't think there's going to be any more audio on this. Yeah, it looks like so. We'll go to the next video here because I don't think there's. Yeah, this video is about to end, and I doubt there's going to be audio in the last couple seconds or the last minute of anything that would be relevant. So we'll go on to the next video here in the series of videos here. Oh, so this is Reckless Ben attempts to serve Joshua Johnson body cam part 1. So this is the part where they actually arrest Reckless Ben. This is the part where they actually arrest Reckless Ben. So I'll go ahead and share that now. Here we go. All right, here we are. All right, so redacted audio right from the jump. Let's see, though. Let's forward it a little bit. Opens the window. This is where they tell him to step out of the car. We're in Ben's video. So we got Ben's audio on this. Here we go.
Really? This is my first time ever being arrested. We're just following the law of what or phone or anything you'd like to take with you. Is it okay? Can I take your phone?
Maybe we'll collect it for you. It's not going to be on you.
No, I'm okay.
Right, you walk over here.
If he has a phone that he wants to take with him to jail, he is absolutely welcome to. He can get phone numbers off it and anything like that when he's at jail. This is his phone? Okay.
Z.
Okay.
$30.
Okay, let's
not 32. 30.
Yeah.
I'll be in Ireland. I'm going to go back to that access. Here you go.
I don't know why I have a...
It's okay. Yeah, just a written one. Yeah.
Okay, right through this stuff here. I'm shuffling through papers, filling out paperwork. Okay. Park Police Department.
Basically, you put out a sign, I guess. Like, there's like some mystical force that makes it double in size. I don't know. That's just what I was told, though. But I'm on the phone with his girlfriend. Like, like, am I going to be able to bond him out?
I don't know. I don't know.
What charge is he? Like,
I literally don't know anything about the case. I just showed up to help.
We're trying to, like, that guy stole a bunch of money and stuff, and we're trying to get it back.
Yeah, so you'd have to.
So this is one of Reckless Ben's guys that was in the video. He ends up getting arrested later as well.
Call into the police department and try and speak with the officer in charge of the case. But again, I don't know anything about the case other than I was just here to help with them.
So why did he end up getting arrested?
He's being arrested for criminal stalking.
Stalking? Okay, for sure. Yeah, is that a felony or a misdemeanor?
Misdemeanor.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna go bond him out.
I'm not 100% sure on that. Don't quote me. You can look it up. It's in the Utah State Code.
You're good. Thanks.
I love you. I love you.
Hold on 1 second.
I'm not going to be on YouTube, though.
He doesn't want to be on YouTube, though. Too late for that, fatty.
Will you hold the accident and show me out on Stores Avenue on the suspicious?
He hasn't said anything. Hello, officer.
There we go.
I love you.
So yeah, I'm not totally in the loop on what's going on. Just know the officer in charge of the case. He wanted me to have you fill out a written statement.
Yes,
Does that
sir.
work? Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll give that to you.
Okay, I love you.
You're welcome to wait inside your house if that's what you'd prefer.
Yeah, their video and
okay
for their YouTube channel.
Yeah. Okay, I'll go ahead and step into my car, and then when you're ready with that, you can just step out. I'll come grab it from you. Okay.
What was he arrested for? What was the charge?
Criminal stalking.
Criminal stalking. That's what everybody. Yep. Sweet.
Yeah, so,
Thank you.
I don't know the details of the case other than that. So.
You're the greatest.
So what about all of his buddies that have been joining with him?
I want them all trespassed from my property too.
Okay. Yeah, I'll try and catch them and let them know that they've been trespassed. They're not welcome back, and
okay.
Yeah, we'll go
I love
from
the
there.
American Police Department.
I'm sure you do.
How fuck do you think the police department is, by the way?
Well, like I said, the city the city has a population of like 37,000 people, so it's small. Like people barely know each other. A lot of people know each other there. So
Showing up every day for the last 3 days.
I'd have to. I don't know the details of the case. You'd have to check with the officer who took the case. I just came down to help with the arrest in case he was resistant at all. So I don't know the details on it. He would just have to. You'd have to follow up with the officer in charge of the case. Did he give you a case number?
Not yet.
Okay, I can give that to you when I leave. Yeah.
I'm notoriously bad at writing. I might need another paper.
Okay, I can grab you a second one if you like.
Yeah, please.
Sure.
I got fat hands.
No, that's okay.
Big handwriting.
Sure.
I got a big head, little arms.
I got a big head. It's too big for my body. It gives me some
Big for my
balance
body.
issues when I stand up. Let's fast forward some of this stuff because there's still a couple more videos we got to go through. Let me see. More shuffling of papers, my favorite thing. Let's see. All right, so that's right. Run to that door. Run to that door, boy. Run to that door, boy.
Go back.
All right. That's it. He just handed him off the papers. He says, "Thank you." And then stuffs his fat face with his apple.
Like the swine he is.
like the swine he is. All right, let's go to the next video here. So the next video is part 2 of Reckless Ben attempts to serve Joshua Johnson. Oh, snap. The swatting footage. The swatting footage is here too.
Sheesh.
So, so we'll go over that stuff too. Yep. Yep. Fun time. Thank you all for joining, by the way. Yeah, we're gonna continue on here. We're still looking at stuff.
Requires us to do it.
Appreciate all you guys that are here. Thank you. Over 3,000 people in the chat. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. Hope you guys will sub, like the video, do all that good stuff. Because like I said, we're going to be talking about this more often for sure. So hopefully you guys will follow along with us as new developments come out.
We want to take him to court. We have to serve him. Got it. Did he call the cops because he doesn't want people to serve him, or? I don't know. I haven't talked to him at all. So yeah, my guess is he's usually pretty defensive. Like he does illegal things and then calls the cops on people. That's how he gets away with his crimes. You know, he has the police cover for him. So I'm assuming that's what's happening in this situation. He's like, if I call the cops on them and they can't serve me, and then I can win the court case. So are you still living here in Queens Creek?
I just moved here.
Where'd you move to? Salem? Okay. Here, I'll give that back to you. What's your address in Salem?
My address? I don't know
And that's a house?
Yes.
Okay. Gotcha. And then so you're saying you can't serve them because you're part of the whole It has to be process? Someone over 18 and someone that's not involved in a court case. Okay. Okay. So, and do you... but I'm not going on his property. Right, no, that's fine. Yeah. That's fine. Do you have an ID on you? That way I can just document that you were here with her and she was trying to serve. I can tell you I don't have my ID, but okay. I can tell you my name, date of birth, address. Okay. Perfect. Are you living here in Utah too, or? I'm in Los Angeles. I came all the way here to serve these court papers. What's your name? Benjamin Schneider. He's home right now, did you say? Or? I don't know. Okay. So let me go talk to the case officer, see what info he's got, and then we'll go from there, okay? So just hang tight here for a sec. Awesome, thank you.
All right, we'll fast forward this. All right, redacted. I think this is part of the video that we saw a little bit earlier. There was a snippet of this, okay? So now they go and they talk here for a little bit. This is all, redacted stuff. Why are they blurring out his feet? We already seen them damn feet. He got caveman feet. We already know he has caveman feet.
I don't want to be on YouTube.
Yep. Dude probably has so many calluses, he probably starts fires when he runs. Freaking. This is freaking wild. All right, so back inside. All right, police car. Yeah, I think so. One of the videos that was uploaded before this was basically cut from this one here. So, we'll get past. All right, let's get past some of this stuff because I don't think there's any audio. There's probably not going to be any audio until they go back out to Ben, I assume. So, let me get this ready here. All right, here we go.
We're not going to let him deal with these crimes. Are you okay if I give these papers to him? Yeah, for sure. Okay, hang tight. We're going to finish up some things on our end. Okay, we might need you to fill out some documents later then for proof of service. That's okay, but because whoever serves him has to fill out proof of service and might have to fill out some papers. So that's just the
paperwork, no. Even though he filled out some anyways. All right, so we'll fast forward through this too. Just them walking. All right. And them talking amongst themselves. I don't know if these papers are real. That's probably what they're saying. I've never seen papers like this before. They say Oregon. We live in Utah. Do you think they do things differently in Oregon? I don't know. Maybe. All right, let's see. Nope, nothing here. Yeah, they definitely cut this from the other one because some of these videos are basically, some of the earlier ones were just cuts of these much longer ones.
Right.
So I remember that some of them are redacted. So that's why I'm skimming through these ones a little bit faster than the other ones because I know that because we already saw some of these earlier. So
I was gonna say, yeah. Why don't you put on like 3 times speed? You'll hear like a blip if there's a voice, the speed. Or whatever. You do what you want.
No, it says I need premium for that.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
It just said I need premium in order to do that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so yeah, this is, I think the rest of this is probably going to be redacted because, yeah, this is from the earlier video. So, all right, so we'll go on to the next one because this, the rest of this video is going to be redacted because this is cut from the other one. So we'll go on to the next one here. All right, and let's see. Oh, here we go. Reckless Ben gets swatted by American Force Police Department. Body cam part 1.
Sheesh. Let's go.
So here we go. This is one of the big ones here, y'all. This is one of the ones that we saw from Ben's GoPro. The one that he left lying on the table there. So I assume that this is probably going to have some redactions in it too, but at least we get to see it from another perspective here. So all right, so here we go. That's this one. And already from the beginning, it's redacted. The audio is redacted. This is freaking insane. It would be. Of course it would be. Yep. Can you imagine what they're saying? Let's go get that little hippie.
I mean, regardless, like this is for Legos. I don't know, whatever.
Yeah. All right, let's forward through this. This is them probably coordinating.
There's drugs in the boxes.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. There is some audio.
Hey.
All right.
To film, they're probably going to be quick to pull their phones out, so just be aware of that. Go down, low, basement access, west side. We're all going to the back because that's the only access. Okay, and there's no window.
They're gonna have their phones.
And there's
Get
a
ready.
door on the inside that'll separate. Yeah. Yeah, no, we're good. There's no way out. And
one way in, no way out.
Right now. Let's go. Step outside. Step outside, everybody. Come on. No. Don't move like that. You understand me? Don't move like that. Okay? Okay. Don't move quick. Everybody just chill.
Are we all going to prison today? Be serious.
It's not how it works. Let go. Thank you.
Dang, that's pretty tight.
Is anybody else in the house?
I don't think so. I can't take off my bat now. Okay.
Not your camera, just the battery. Widen your stance for me, please. Step forward, please. Right here. Gonzalez, take this one.
American Fork Police Department, make yourself known.
Hey, take him over there. Sit down. Yep. Just keep this stuff away from him. This is his right here. That one's mine.
Oh no, not the phone.
Security.
So yeah, obviously this is one of the videos that Ben got a hold of for his video.
Yep. Okay.
Hey, gotta make sure to put that camera down. Gotta make sure to put that GoPro down, you know.
Where are the Legos, bro?
Where are the Legos, bro? Oh, thanks to Eclipse. We got that.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, I should probably drop that on the YouTube shorts, too.
No forced entry. Engaged.
I forgot about that. Hold up. Hold up.
We got the main target in custody as well.
Yeah, just check around, make sure we don't see anything else.
Sorry, yours is broken.
Get out of here. put it in the warrant. Or like
Okay, we're good for now, and I'll coordinate with detectives. Okay, thanks. Bye.
Where are all the Legos?
Keep them up, bro.
Everyone out? Okay. All right, let's transport the PD.
Hey, we got 5 in custody.
You'd think that.
Yes, main target's in custody. So I don't know if we need anything else here at the Airbnb. I also don't know who Orem is looking for, but we're taking them all to the PD.
I don't usually carry a knife on you, so I don't. But I don't think I have
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I got a white male, long blonde hair, white male, short facial hair, female, blonde and dark hair, and then another male with short brown hair. Yes. She's got black and blonde hair. Yeah. Do you want us to bring them down, or do you want to come up here? We have property up here with them too, so I don't know.
Okay. It would be significantly easier.
Okay. Yeah, we can use the holding cell. Okay. Sounds good. We'll bring him down. Okay. Okay. Hey, Sean, separate the one in blue from the rest of them. His property's behind him. We just put
he's the most dangerous one.
him in the car first. Okay. Sounds good. Thanks. Okay, see ya. Bye. This is his stuff, Tonga.
Well, we didn't go in.
There's a camera. Don't drop that. Yeah. You good? Yep. Okay.
Yeah, we don't want to do that.
Okay. He's got my cuffs too. Yeah. Thank you.
No, I'm saying like. Hey, I have my bag in there. Are you locking it up?
I am locking this up.
Can I get my bag out at least?
Where is your bag?
The question is, are we coming back here? Or am I getting my stuff? Or are we leaving?
So right now, just so you're aware, I can't answer all that stuff.
Okay.
So right now, as far as like everything that's happening, I can't tell you that. I don't know if I'm going to jail. I don't know if I'm going to jail. If you bring back there, I get.
You're being arrested right now. You're not coming back.
I'm gonna lock the door right there. I just pressed the lock key. So if you guys get released, then you can figure out get your property with the owner of the Airbnb. Okay. But
Did you find the
Legos? Come out
Legos?
with anything else?
Yeah, exactly.
We're not planning on going back in. You guys are gonna go to the PD. We're gonna figure out what we're doing, and then some of you may end up going to jail. Some of you may end up getting released. We'll see what happens.
You have one in you?
Did you find the Legos?
Where's
Yeah, right. Where the Legos?
his stuff? My stuff. All this file? Yeah. Okay. Is that hat yours? No.
What are we being arrested for?
You can leave that.
Sierra? Go by Sierra.
Hope everyone enjoys it here. Please follow the stream.
Hi, kitty. That's a big kitty.
Oh my god, that sounds like Josh Moon from Kiwi Farms. What the fuck? Like,
Double cage? And Sean can take it.
Be cute. Get this video ready.
Okay.
That's Sierra's bag.
And this. That one's mine. That, oh,
I know.
that
The
backpack.
one's
Yeah.
I got you.
By the way, the
you wanna
tag
take
on it is because they forgot to take
him
it
up
off.
with you? I'm going to. This is her bag. Okay.
This is his bag.
Come on. I'll have you walk with this officer this way. Cool. You can come around where that works. Works for me.
You have her ID still?
What?
You have her ID still?
Yeah, I still have her ID. Let me put it in the bag.
Yeah, let's just keep it together. And we don't lose anything.
So we're just hearing basically what ends up happening with the arrest, but not much no details on whatever.
All right, so I'm going to hold your arm just so you don't fall, okay?
That's locked, just so you know. Okay. Do you have a copy of the 29?
Richardson does.
For the homeowner?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Who's in yours? Here, with the red shirt, long hair. I got Jack in my green shirt, long hair. Okay, yeah.
Where's Blue Hoodie?
Blue Hoodie's in Jake's.
Okay. He's solo. Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
So we're just going out? Yeah. And then keep him separate from the rest of them. Take him straight to detectives.
This is so ridiculous, man.
So about those Legos. No, yeah, for real. At this point.
So detectives want to interview him because he's primary for our case. But Orem said they're looking for a bunch of these guys. Provo's looking for a bunch, and Sandy's looking for a bunch. So they're looking at potentially criminal usury, F2 for most of them.
I thought they were supposed to be looking for Legos. Why are they looking for them?
With the little beard, he was the one that kept wanting to do the drone shot, and they kept telling him to get out of here. So
Crazy.
Yeah, do you have an extra copy of the 29? I can give it to the homeowner. And then we still need to service whoever rented the Airbnb with a copy too. Okay, so just print another one when you get down there and then serve one on him. Cool. Hey, well done. Good catch. Thank you.
Well done. Yeah, way to get.
Sweet.
Cool. Anything else?
No, we're good.
Bro, but isn't it mission unaccomplished?
And separating everybody, or what do you want?
Yeah, because they didn't find the Legos.
The only one that needs to be separated is this one. What about this guy? Yeah, let's just do this. How many are there? 5?
We have 2 in our car.
So he's going to detectives. That leaves 4. We have 4 holding cells. Just separate all.
Separate them?
Yeah, let's separate them.
All right, we're rolling.
All right, thanks.
Incoming ad break.
Where did Sean go? Hey, come here. You remember we were doing Hydra with the guy with the Deagle?
Huh?
Remember when we did Hydra with the guy with the Desert Eagle?
Yeah.
This is his Airbnb. He's in my truck right now.
Really?
I'm not small.
Oh, yeah.
And I told people that. He was like, what the fuck? That's so funny. Detectives are going to have Orem come and look at these guys to see, because they have video surveillance of all their guys. So we'll keep them on ice until we can start stripping resources. But it sounds like the other shifts rolled in.
So they know the guy who rented out the Airbnb personally?
Yep, I guess so. And I
You
guess
know, isn't that, I don't know, conflict of interest or something?
I mean, I guess it just depends on what was told, because
it was great. And the fact that they were coming out when we were walking up. The main kid had his phone recording, so I shut it off. But
The other kid had a GoPro. We're
just gonna give him this copy of the warrant. Tell him how it went. Or these douchebags probably have property. Oops. Shouldn't have said that.
Yeah.
got these douchebags off the property. Oops, should have said that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, probably shouldn't have said that. Probably should turn off.
Especially because it was about the Legos.
Yep.
Yeah,
Probably
but I guess you just wanted them off the property. So.
Yep. Just wanted them out of there. Yep. That's freaking wild. Oh, probably shouldn't have said that. Probably should have turned off my body cam before I said that.
Yeah.
Freaking dumbass. Oh my God, man.
They get what they deserve, John.
Yep. So this is the last video. I'm wondering if this is just. This might be. I guess this is just from a different point of view. From the okay. I guess it goes as far as showing them getting booked and stuff. So we'll go through this one real quick, and then we'll call the stream after that. I have a feeling that once the stream is done, at some point in time, I'm probably going to get some kind of privacy complaints or whatever filed. So I'll deal with that when I get to it. So, but I'd really appreciate you guys if whoever's here, if you guys want to keep up with the stuff, I'm going to try my best. We're going to try our best to keep up with everything that comes out here. I was going to do a stream actually kind of summarizing and going over everything up to this point, but this stuff just came out. So I felt like, we should probably just talk about this first. But the next stream, I'm going to go through the videos that Crystal had put up about, them taking over the store. Basically, the store basically when Brandon Best and Josh Johnson were taking over the store, and Brandon Best went in there and essentially evicted them from the store. I have all all those videos and stuff. So we'll probably go over those on the next stream and just kind of do a little bit of a kind of timeline and summary for people that want to get caught up with some of the details and some of the contradictions in the stuff that Eamon has said and that Josh has said. So
yeah.
But we'll finish this one out first. Oh, great. Another redaction right from the beginning. That's fun. So let's see how far until we hear anything. Oh, there we go. Okay, so I guess this is when they redacted it. It's just them walking up right now. Let's get to the action. All right. Yeah, so it's just a different point of view. So I just get to the point where they actually bring them out. Let's get to this point and see if there's anything different that we hear on the audio.
Stand up and come outside. Right now. Let's go. Step outside.
Where are the letters? Get on the ground.
Everybody. Everybody step outside. Get there. Okay. Don't move. Everybody just chill.
Are we all going to prison today? Just curious. Are we all like?
We'll talk to you about that.
Okay, thank you. Dang, that's pretty fine.
I just, it's crazy to think that it got to this point.
I can't take off my bag now.
I didn't realize I got a bag on. I'm okay. Do you have anything in your pockets?
No.
Don't dig for anything. Follow this officer Tonga. He's coming with you.
This is all for nothing, by the way. They're being arrested for nothing.
Yeah, pretty much.
This is illegal as fuck. Like on every level.
Police department, make yourself known. Okay, hold on. Hey, I also have a question. Okay, well, okay. Perfect. Thank you for working with me on that.
Based upon a completely false accusation that they had stolen Legos, and then
They found nothing of the sort when they
Exactly.
raided the place.
Well, that's the thing. They should have immediately started cutting some people loose as soon as they realized, okay, well, ain't shit in here.
No, and they went in and arrested them anyway.
Yep. That's what I'm saying. Like, I hope there's a class action lawsuit and all these people that got arrested also sue this police department with Ben.
Tighten up on you, okay? Okay. Anything on you in your pockets or anything that's gonna poke, prick, stab, or hurt?
Nope.
Okay, let's go over here. Security? Yep, good. Okay. Before you sit down, just face this way for me. I'm just gonna go in your pockets. Okay. Anything in your back pockets?
No.
Cool. Hey, you can have a seat right here. I'm just gonna put your glasses. I just don't want to fall off and break.
Very kind of you.
Yeah, I just barely bought those.
Cool. Need that at all? Good for right now?
I may.
Okay.
Stressful situations kind of makes my breathing like.
I get you. If you need it, I want you to tell me so I can get it for you, okay?
Okay.
I don't need it yet. That cat, yeah, people mentioned the cat that's just chilling right there.
We gone over him. Tonga. Tonga.
It's like the cat didn't move at all. It's just like, hopefully he's just asleep. You imagine it's like the cat was dead the entire time and they just didn't realize?
That would be quite foreboding.
And it's just like, oh man, that would be a terrible sign.
We gone over him.
We should have known.
He searched me. We can search me again.
I'm sure the cat's fine though.
Yeah,
Okay.
I haven't. You're gonna search these two.
Okay.
I think Quinn searched. They got my.
Actually, Stacy, for a second.
Thanks,
Got a
bags in my
backpack,
pocket.
please. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna put in this side pocket.
Yeah, that's fine.
Same with you.
All right, cat's licking my hands.
Oh no, the cat's fine. The cat lives.
No, I'm good.
The cat lives.
Tonga, you good if I do the one in
He's
black?
good.
Yep.
Good kitty.
Okay, come with me.
Cool.
Right, I'm just gonna have you come over here.
Yeah, sure.
It's a little bright, so. Okay, face that way for me. Anything in your pockets gonna poke, prick, stab, or
I have headphone or phone,
wallet, keys, and that's it.
That's it? No needles, no knives?
No.
Cool.
I don't even know.
Any multiple pairs of pants?
No, just underwear and pants.
Just underwear?
Now, my understanding is that this kid right here that's being frisked right now, he was actually the kid that met up with Ben and like drove him around and stuff here. It's just like this poor kid, man. He was just there to like I think just help him and like get him around that area because he lived there, and it's like he's getting arrested.
Pants? Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna pull your phone out, okay? And whatever else is in this pocket. Keys. Cool. Here. What's your name, bud?
My name's Tyler Shaw.
Tyler?
Yeah.
You got an ID in here?
Yeah, I do.
Cool.
It's the very last card right there. Wait, no. The last one.
That one.
Yeah,
Okay,
that
cool.
one. Yeah. If it's about anything today, I was not here at all. Or I wasn't in that neighborhood, so.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I don't want to be a part of it.
No. You know, I wish I could tell you what I know is going on, but I have no idea.
We don't know why we're here.
Yeah.
Camera batteries and stuff. Hey, you good if I pull his backpack?
They just said go arrest these guys, and I said okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm just gonna pull your backpack off you.
Oh yeah.
That way it's like off.
He's like, I'm kind of handcuffed, so
Put your
it's
arm up
stuck
like
to
this,
me.
okay? Sorry, the backpack makes this a whole lot more difficult.
Oh yeah, I apologize for keeping it on you when you guys.
No, you're good.
Stuff.
Happens. That's why we deal with it.
Yeah.
Okay, when I undo this, don't move.
Okay.
Okay. Do you have it?
Slide the backpack off my foot.
Yep. We're gonna take it off one by one. Okay.
Yeah.
Come on.
It's just like
Whose cups are these? I don't like my key.
This is so crazy to see. It's just like.
There we go. I got it. You going on there? Cool. I'll be ready in a minute. Yep.
It looks like they already took Ben.
Yeah, I think they hold them off in the other video, like immediately, because they separated them.
Yeah. Okay, so let's do this a little bit.
Ain't really nothing left in this. Shout out to Toy Bounty Hunter. Solid video. Solid takes for the most part. We've gone over quite a few people, and I mean, at this point, like, I don't think there's even really much to debate. Just about any rational-minded person sees just outright tomfoolery and corruption, and it's all taxpayer funded. And people go, oh, it's the Utah thing. Like, yeah, but they get federal grant money, so your dollars paid for this. And we should all be pissed about that. But we're gonna wrap this up here. Shout out to everybody who stopped in. Band thoughts. Thank you for dropping in, man. It was nice seeing you. Hope you had a good batch of Call of Duty rounds, man. Hopefully catch you in the future. Eclipse, thanks for dropping in. Thank you for the clip. It's already been like dropped various places, so I appreciate you for that. I do. Everybody else who dropped in, I really appreciate you coming. It's really interesting to go through this stuff and see different people's takes. And I granted, a lot of the takes have been the same because I really don't think there's much different conclusion you can come to if you're a vaguely rational person. But we're here for the clown show. We're here for the clown show, and we're gonna keep up on the development because super funny. Love watching corrupt people get put in their place. We'll be back at this again tomorrow. Hopefully I catch some of y'all then. If you had a good time, drop a like, follow, sub, whatever it is on whichever of the platforms. The free thing. That's what I mean. Drop a like, hit me with a comment. Drop suggestions if you got anything else interesting that you think would be good to see gone over and see what we can drum up. Feel free to hit me with whispers, join the Discord, scream at me directly, whatever makes you happy. But I gotta get me some sleep, y'all. Hope everyone has a wonderful day. And as always, stay feral, fam.